Before this night is over, something in you will die, and something greater will rise. The fear that has haunted you will be dissolved. The chains of old belief will break. This is not a wish, but a law. The spoken word you hear tonight will rewire your destiny. In this session, you will saturate your mind with the very laws that govern wealth, health, and divine timing. Where the world has written defeat, this recording will inscribe victory. Where fear has whispered lack, you will hear prosperity proclaimed. For 8 hours, you will no longer be at the mercy of your thoughts. You will be aligning with divine law itself. This is not background music. This is the vibration that multiplies money, restores peace, and opens the secret door to your success. I know you've tried to force results with effort, with willpower, with sleepless worry. You've read the books, said the affirmations, maybe even begged the heavens. But tonight, you are not striving. You are surrendering to the higher law that has already declared your victory. You will hear stories, affirmations, and decrees that countless others have used to manifest money, health, and love against all odds. You'll see why nothing has been working and why everything begins to work when you align with the spoken word. Here's how we'll move together. First, I will speak the eternal principles, so you understand why your words carry creative power. Then, you will hear affirmations that erase fear and plant prosperity. As the hours unfold, these truths will repeat until your subconscious yields, until your inner record is rewritten. By morning, you will not rise the same. Somewhere in the night, the old programming will die, and the new life will rise. Stay until the end, for the words I give you are not mine. They are divine law, and they cannot return void. Listen closely, because what I'm about to say is the turning point of your life. Life is not a battle. That lie has worn out your body and mind. Life is not a fight to survive, nor a struggle to push through. Life is a game, a divine game of giving and receiving, of sowing and reaping, of speaking and manifesting. And like any game, you cannot win if you don't know the rules. Here is the rule you must never forget. Your word is law. Every sentence you speak goes out as a living seed. Every idle word, every complaint, every fearful joke, it all takes root in the soil of the subconscious. And the subconscious does not argue. It does not say, well, she didn't really mean that. Number it is a perfect phonograph, recording without pause, replaying without judgment, and it will hand you back the record you impressed upon it. Do you see why I say your life today is nothing but the echo of what you spoke yesterday? Now most people go through life cutting bad records. They speak of lack, so they live in lack. They speak of sickness, so they grow sick. They speak of loneliness, so their homes grow empty. And then they wonder, why me? Why does this always happen to me? But I tell you, it happens because you wrote it with your own tongue. That is why I say the spoken word is not suggestion. It is law. Here's something most people completely miss. The subconscious cannot take a joke. Let me tell you of a woman who used to amuse herself as a child by dressing in black and pretending to be a widow. Everyone laughed at her little performance, but the subconscious did not laugh. It recorded her play acting as law. Years later, she fell in love, married, and soon after her beloved husband died, leaving her the widow she had pretended to be. Do you see it? The game of life cannot be mocked. What you rehearse in word or image, you eventually perform in your affairs. Another woman, wealthy and comfortable, would often sigh and say, "I'm so tired of managing things. I feel like I live in a trunk." It was her little expression, a joke she repeated many times. Soon enough, her fortune dwindled, her home was lost, and she found herself quite literally living out of a trunk. Her own word had created her prison. Now maybe you think, well, that's extreme. That could never happen to me. But ask yourself, what are the little phrases you repeat without thinking? I'm broke. This always happens. I never get ahead. These careless words are writing your story. They are weaving your garments, and if you don't like the garments you're wearing, it is time to change the pattern. Let me show you the contrast. A woman once came to me in despair. She had only $8 to her name. Worn down, discouraged, she said, "I can't see any way forward." I told her, "Good. We will bless the $8 and we will multiply it. For Jesus Christ taught that each man has the power to bless and multiply, to heal and to prosper." I spoke over her. "Infinite Spirit, open the way for great abundance." She is an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to her by divine right. She obeyed her intuition, followed her inner hunch, and within a short time she received thousands in a most unexpected way. She would later tell me, "Tell them about the woman with $8 and a hunch." She had discovered the law. Words of blessing multiply. Words of despair reduce. This is why I say to you, stop rehearsing your defeats and begin rehearsing your triumph. If you don't like the record you've been playing, break it, smash it, and make a new one, right now. Say aloud with me, "I now smash and demolish every false record in my subconscious mind. They return to their native nothingness. I now make new and perfect records, records of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression." Pause. Feel the power of those words. They are not mere sounds. They are electric currents, impressing themselves on the invisible substance that shapes your world. Now, you may say, "But Florence, I've said affirmations before, and nothing happened. I've tried to speak positively, but life still looks the same." Do not be deceived by appearances. A record does not stop spinning because you say so once. You must break it and replace it. Persist until the new sound is all that plays. For just as a song can play on repeat until it fills a room, your words can play on repeat until they fill your life. Let me give you a picture. Imagine the subconscious as a great phonograph in the sky. Every word you speak etches a groove into the record. Deep grooves play the loudest. Shallow grooves fade quickly. Which grooves have you been etching? Fear, lack, or truth? If you have been carving lack into the record for years, do not be surprised when the music of poverty plays back to you. But here is the good news. One groove of truth, spoken with faith and repeated until it becomes the loudest song, will erase the old tune. That is the law. So tonight, as you listen, I ask you, what record will you play? The record of fear or the record of faith? The record of lack or the record of plenty? The record of loneliness or the record of divine companionship? Speak it now. Say with me, "I now play the record of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. I hear only the sound of victory." Do you feel it shifting? That's the reprogramming already beginning. Not by effort, not by willpower, simply by the spoken word, the word of law, the word of truth. Now that we have smashed the false record, let us move into the new song of prosperity. Because once you break the old record, you must inscribe a new one, and prosperity is your divine right. Now that the old record has been smashed, we must inscribe the new one. And what is the new record? Prosperity. Not as the world teaches it, through endless striving and fear of loss, but as divine law declares it. God is your unfailing supply. Every demand already carries within it its supply. Every true desire is already provided for before you even ask. Here's what most people completely miss. They think prosperity is something to earn. They think it's a paycheck, a deal, a hustle, a chance encounter. But let me tell you plainly, prosperity does not come from your employer. It does not come from a client. It does not come from luck. Prosperity comes from God. God is the source, and every other channel is simply an instrument. And when one instrument closes, God opens another. Why does this matter so much? Because if you tie your prosperity to a person, a job, or a business, then the moment that channel closes, fear takes hold. You begin to tremble, saying, "What will I do now? Where will my supply come from?" And in that trembling, you shut the door to your good. But when you know God is your supply, you become fearless. You know that if one door shuts, another is already opening. You know that what belongs to you cannot be withheld, because it is written in divine law. Let me give you a picture. A woman once came to me in deep distress. She was about to be sued for $3,000, and the date was fixed. She saw no way out. She said, "Florence, I have no money. What can I do?" I told her, God is your supply, and there is always supply for every demand. I spoke the word. I give thanks that she has received $3,000 in the right time and the right way. Now listen carefully. The 15th, the day she was to be sued, arrived, and still no money. She called me in fear. I said, "It is Saturday. They cannot sue you today. Act rich. Show your faith." I went to lunch with her, and I said, "Order the most expensive thing on the menu. Show the law that you already have your supply." That evening she telephoned me again, this time with great excitement. "A miracle has happened," she cried. Her cousin, whom she had not seen in years, had suddenly visited her. As he was leaving, he asked about her finances. When she confessed her need, he said, "Why, I will give you $3,000 on the 1st of the month." The very next morning, he called again and said, "Come to my office today. I will give you the money now." And so she had the exact sum, in perfect timing, in perfect ways. Do you see the lesson? When you speak the word of prosperity, you must act as though it were already done. That is digging your ditches. For Elisha told the kings, "Ye shall not see wind, neither shall ye see rain, yet make this valley full of ditches." They dug the ditches before there was a drop of water, and the ditches were filled to overflowing. Faith acts before it sees. Another woman once came to me during a severe housing shortage in New York. Everyone said it was impossible to find an apartment. Friends pitied her, saying, "You will have to put your furniture in storage and live in a hotel." But she replied, "You need not feel sorry for me. I am a Superman, and I will find my apartment." She spoke the word. Infinite Spirit, open the way for the right apartment. Then came the test. She had planned to buy blankets, but the reasoning mind whispered, "Don't buy them. You may not find an apartment. You'll waste your money." But she answered boldly, "I'll dig my ditches by buying the blankets." She acted her faith. And soon she had her apartment, miraculously, even though over 200 others applied for it. Can you feel it? Faith prepares for the blessing before it appears. Faith spends the money before the money arrives, because it knows the money is already on the way. And here is one of my favorite stories. A woman came to me with only $2 to her name. I told her to bless the $2, for blessing multiplies. I said, "You have the magic purse of the Spirit. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, more comes in, under grace, in perfect ways." I described it so vividly. I see your purse crammed, jammed with money, with bills, with checks, with gold and silver, that she felt her purse heavy with wealth. She believed it so deeply she even gave me one of her last $2 as an offering. Not long after, she was gifted $6,000. Do you see? That is not luck. That is law. So I ask you now, how have you been speaking about money? Have you been calling it hard to get? Have you been telling stories of lack and struggle? If so, you are writing that into your record. But you can change it this very moment. Let us speak together. God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Say it until your bones know it. Say it until the walls of your home echo with it. For money is not your master, it is your servant. And when you bless it, it multiplies. Now you may be thinking, "But Florence, isn't it irresponsible to act rich when I have so little?" I tell you, it is more irresponsible to act poor when you are the child of a king. For the kingdom of heaven is within you, and that kingdom has no lack. When you bless what you have, when you act in faith, when you prepare your blankets, dig your ditches, and bless your purse, you prove the law, and the law proves itself to you. So tonight, as you rest, let this record play. Every bill I bless multiplies. Every dollar I spend returns to me increased. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. My ships come in over a calm sea. Money flows to me in avalanches of abundance, under grace, in perfect ways. That is powerful enough on its own, but combine it with what I'm about to show you next, and you will see why prosperity sometimes seems blocked. For prosperity cannot flow where fear dams the stream. Fear is the only enemy, and we must deal with it now. Now that you've spoken prosperity into being, let me tell you the truth that will keep it flowing. Fear is your only enemy. Not people, not circumstances, not lack, fear. For fear is nothing but faith turned upside down. It is faith in evil instead of good. And as surely as faith draws in supply, fear draws in disaster. Here's something most people completely miss. Every time you tremble over a bill, you are praying for lack. Every time you picture failure, you are rehearsing it into form. Every time you voice your fear, you are writing a command for it to appear. Jesus Christ said, "Why are ye fearful, O ye of little faith?" He knew the truth. Fear is inverted faith, and it is the only force that can keep you from your good. Let me show you how serious this is. I once knew a brilliant man who was plagued by worry. Every decision, every venture, he was tormented by the fear of what might go wrong. His mind was full of what-ifs. Then one day he read a simple sign on the wall. "Why worry? It will probably never happen." Those words pierced his subconscious. He stopped rehearsing disaster and began expecting good. From that day forward, his life turned. He said to me often, "Florence, that one sentence erased fear from my life, and when fear was gone, good rushed in." Let me give you another picture. Daniel was thrown into the lion's den. By all appearances, it was the end. But Daniel did not tremble. He did not cry, "What if they devour me?" He stood still in faith, and God shut the lions' mouths. They became as harmless as kittens. That is not just a Bible story, it is law. Your lions, whatever they may be, are only dangerous when you fear them. Walk up to them in faith, and you will find angels in armor. Now, let me tell you of a woman who learned this in a very practical way. She was traveling by sea when a thick fog set in. The ship was halted. The passengers grew restless. She remembered the truth. There are no fogs in divine mind. She declared it. There are no fogs in divine mind. I give thanks for the sun within a short time. The fog lifted, and the sun shone clear. What others called weather, she knew as consciousness. What others accepted as a problem, she dissolved with truth. Why does this matter for you? Because many of you have been affirming prosperity while secretly entertaining fear. You bless the purse with one hand and clutch it with the other. You say, "God is my supply," but in the night, you rehearse the disaster, and then you wonder why your good seems delayed. But I tell you, fear dams the stream. Faith breaks the dam. So how do you dissolve fear? Not by wrestling with it, not by analyzing it, by replacing it. Replace it with praise. Replace it with thanksgiving. Replace it with the bold declaration of truth. For fear cannot live where praise abides. Say it with me now. I walk up to the lion and find an angel in armor. I am fearless, for God is with me. I stand still, and I see the salvation of the Lord. Do you feel it? The shift from trembling to triumph? That is not suggestion. That is law. And when you learn to hold your poise in the face of fear, the battle is already won. Now, you might be thinking, but Florence, what if I feel the fear anyway? What if it still rises in me? Then I say, act as though you were fearless, and the feeling will follow. Speak the word, even when your knees shake. For the word is the seed, and the seed will grow, even in trembling hands. Here is the secret. Fear is only the shadow of doubt. Shine the light of faith, and the shadow vanishes. Stand still, give thanks, and the victory is yours. That is powerful enough on its own, but combine it with what I am about to reveal, and you will see why some people live in constant breakthrough while others remain locked out. For when fear is gone, the walls of your Jericho must crumble, and behind those walls lies the secret door to your success. When fear is dissolved, the walls of your Jericho begin to tremble, and just behind those walls lies the treasure you've been seeking, your divine success. But here is the mystery. Everyone wants success, yet most never pass through the secret door. They push against it, they beg for it, they circle around it, but the door does not open. Why? Because the lock is not outside, it is inside, and the key is not effort, it is consciousness. Here's what most people completely miss. Success is not a matter of chance, talent, or hard work. It is a matter of alignment. For each one of you, there is already a divinely designed success, a place no one else can fill, a work no one else can do. But the entrance to it is often blocked by walls of resentment, envy, discouragement, or idle talk. You build your own Jericho and then wonder why you cannot enter. Let me give you a picture. I once knew a woman who was eaten up with envy because a friend had received a beautiful gift. She fumed, "Why her and not me?" That wall of resentment shut her out from her own good. I told her to speak this word: "What God has done for others, He now does for me and more." She obeyed, and soon after, she received the exact gift her friend had received, plus an additional present. Do you see it? Envy shuts the door. Gratitude and praise open it. Another wall is discouragement. I remember meeting a young man selling programs outside a theater. Most people ignored him, and he was tempted to give up. But he looked at me and said, "You know, most people give up just before something big is coming. A successful man never gives up." Within weeks, he had moved into a new job he loved. His wall of Jericho crumbled because he refused to be discouraged. And sometimes, the wall is simply too much talking. I once knew a man of great ability who could never succeed. Why? Because every night he went home and told his family every detail of his business, his hopes, his fears, his doubts. He scattered his forces with idle words. I told him, "Silence is golden. Don't discuss your affairs." He obeyed, and not long after he was given a position at a fine salary, which grew into even more. He had stopped scattering his power and began concentrating it. Now let me show you the law of preparation, for success demands faith in action. One of my students longed to travel abroad but had no money. He spoke the word, "I give thanks for my divinely designed trip, divinely financed, under grace, in perfect ways." And then, in faith, he bought a trunk. It was a bright, happy trunk with a red band. Every time he saw it, he felt the trip was already his. Soon, the money arrived, and the trip came to pass, perfect in every detail. The trunk had been his act of faith, his oil in the lamp. That is why Jesus told the parable of the wise and foolish virgins. The foolish ones had lamps with no oil, no preparation, no faith in action. The wise ones carried oil, and when the bridegroom came, they were ready. So I ask you now, are you carrying oil in your lamp? Have you bought your trunk? Have you dug your ditches? Have you prepared your field? For only those who prepare in faith step through the secret door when it opens. Now, you may be wondering, but Florence, what if I don't know where my door is? What if I don't see any opportunity? That is the beauty of divine law. You don't have to see the door. You only have to shout down the wall. And what shout am I speaking of? The shout of faith. The children of Israel circled Jericho 7 days. On the 7th day they shouted, and the walls fell flat. That is the power of affirmation. Speak it until your own wall crumbles. Say it with me now. The walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace. Pause. Feel the wall falling. See yourself stepping over the rubble into the city of your good. That picture is not imagination, it is prophecy. For what you picture and speak with faith must come to pass. So here is the golden thread of this section. Resentment, envy, idle talk, and discouragement build walls. Praise, gratitude, silence, and preparation tear them down. Behind the wall lies your city of success, and you do not have to force your way in. You need only to speak the word, carry the oil, and act as if it were already done. That is powerful enough on its own. But combine it with what I am about to share, and the way becomes clear. For once the door opens, you must know how to follow the invisible guide, the still small voice. And that is where we turn next, to intuition, the magic path that never fails. Now that the walls of Jericho have crumbled and the secret door is open, you must know how to walk the path beyond it. And here is the last truth I will leave with you tonight. The magic path is intuition. Here's something most people completely miss. Prayer is how you speak to God, but intuition is how God speaks back. Many cry and pray, Show me the way, tell me what to do. Yet when the answer comes in a still, small voice, they brush it aside as imagination. They ask for a sign, and then ignore the sign. They pray for direction, but cling to their own reasoning. But I tell you plainly, your reasoning mind is Pharaoh, hardening the heart. Your intuition is Moses, leading you out of Egypt. Which voice will you follow? Let me show you the difference. A woman once came to me with only $8. By reason, she should have stayed in New York to find work. But her intuition whispered, "Go home." It seemed foolish. She had just enough for car fare. Yet she obeyed. And when she arrived, she reconnected with an old friend of her family, and through that connection she received thousands of dollars in the most unexpected way. Had she followed reason, she would have struggled. By following intuition, she prospered. Another woman was traveling by ship when a thick fog brought everything to a halt. Reason said, "It is weather, nothing can be done." But intuition whispered, "There are no fogs in divine mind." She declared, "I give thanks for the sun." And soon the fog lifted, the sun shone, and the ship sailed on. Even in the little things, intuition leads to increase. I remember going out to buy 2 articles. There were 2 shops, one more expensive, the other cheaper. Reason said, "Go to the cheaper shop." Intuition whispered, "Go to the expensive one." I obeyed, and when I arrived, I found the 2 items were being sold for the price of one. If I had gone to the cheaper store, I would have paid twice as much. Do you see? Intuition always guides to the perfect outcome. Now, why does this matter? Because the world has trained you to mistrust your inner voice. You've been told to analyze, to reason, to plan, to calculate. But reason sees only appearances, while intuition sees the divine design. Reason builds bricks without straw, but intuition parts the Red Sea. Reason trembles before lions, but intuition shuts their mouths. Reason circles Jericho, but intuition knows when to shout. So how do you cultivate intuition? First, by asking and expecting. Before sleep declare, "When I wake, I shall know exactly what to do." And in the morning, act on the first clear hunch you receive. That is the language of the spirit. Second, by silencing the chatter of doubt. Intuition speaks softly, fear shouts. The more you practice listening, the clearer it becomes. Third, by instant obedience. Do not argue, do not delay. When intuition speaks, move. Now you might be thinking, "But Florence, what if I mistake my own wishful thinking for intuition?" Here is the test. True intuition is calm, not anxious. It brings peace, not pressure. It opens doors. It does not slam them. It aligns with divine order and brings results that bless, not bind. So let us speak together. I am divinely sensitive to my intuitive leads. I give instant obedience to the still, small voice. I am guided, guarded, and governed every step of the way. Feel the peace in those words. That is the vibration of guidance. That is the magic path. And here is the golden thread: your prosperity, your health, your love, your perfect self-expression. All of it unfolds by intuition. For there is a design for your life, a perfect pattern already finished in the divine mind. And your intuition is the compass that leads you straight to it. You do not have to force. You do not have to scheme. You do not have to beg. You have only to listen, obey, and walk the path that opens before you. Now you see why I call it the magic path. It is the shortest distance between you and your good. It is the beeline to your demonstration. And once you step onto it, you will never go back to the long road of struggle. That is powerful enough on its own. But combine it with everything we have spoken tonight, smashing the false record, inscribing prosperity, dissolving fear, shouting down walls, and you will understand why I say you have been completely rewired. For now, you walk not by sight, but by truth, not by fear, but by faith, not by reason, but by intuition. Now you have walked with me through the whole journey. You have smashed the false record and erased the old grooves of fear and lack. You have inscribed the new record of prosperity, spoken in faith until money itself must obey your word. You have dissolved fear, the only enemy, and stood fearless before lions, finding angels in armor. You have shouted down the walls of Jericho, stepped through the secret door of success, and discovered the key that guides you forever, the magic path of intuition. So I tell you tonight, you have been rewired, not by effort, not by striving, but by the word of truth, which never returns void. You are not the same as when you pressed play. The vibration of lack has been broken. The habit of fear has been dissolved. The chains of discouragement have been shattered. A new record is playing now. The record of health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. Say it with me one last time. I now see clearly. I am fearless. I am prosperous. I am guided. My perfect life, my divine design, unfolds now, under grace, in perfect ways. Let that affirmation ring through your mind and body. Let it be the song you carry into sleep, the melody that wakes you in the morning. For the word you have heard tonight is not passing sound. It is law. And law fulfilled is demonstration. But before I go, I must warn you. There is one sentence even more dangerous than fear. One phrase that has locked more people out of their good than any other, and most speak it without even knowing. In my next message, I will reveal that phrase, and I will show you how to banish it forever. So do not stop here. Click now, and let us tear out the last root of limitation together, for your journey has only begun, and your good is waiting. If you are hearing my voice in this very moment, you have not stumbled upon these words by accident. You have not clicked upon this message because of whim or wandering curiosity. You have been divinely appointed to hear this truth. You have been marked from the foundation of the world to awaken to your millionaire destiny. There are no accidents in the realm of spirit. Everything that happens in your life is the outworking of divine law. Even the detours, even the delays, even the disappointments you have known have been carefully woven to lead you to this hour, to this voice, to this divine decree. I speak not to the doubter, not to the scoffer, not to the casual hearer who glances at truth and walks away unchanged. No, this message carries the vibration of destiny, and only those whom heaven has chosen to rise into wealth, to step into abundance, to inherit the kingdom already prepared for them, will feel its pull. It is as though a lighthouse has shone through the darkness, and only your ship was positioned to see its beam. Others may pass by unaware, but your spirit recognizes it, your soul knows it, and you cannot turn away, for the call of divine wealth has reached you and will not be silenced. The world has long told you a lie, a bitter lie wrapped in appearances and fear, a lie that says wealth is earned by endless toil, by ruthless competition, by scrambling up some fragile ladder built by men who fear lack as much as they chase riches. They told you that abundance belongs to others, that fortune favors a chosen few while you must settle for scraps, while you must labor, strive, hope, and perhaps never taste true freedom. But I tell you, by the authority of divine law, heaven does not forget its own. There is no wealth in the visible world that does not first exist in the unseen. There is no millionaire fortune that was not first spoken into substance by the word, no palace that was not first constructed in consciousness, no treasure that was not first claimed in spirit. What is yours cannot be stolen, what belongs to you by divine right cannot be lost, and the riches marked with your name cannot be given to another. Though appearances may have told you otherwise, though years may have passed without proof, though you may have felt hidden, overlooked, rejected, or denied, none of it has moved the eternal truth of your destiny. The scroll of heaven still holds your fortune complete, and no hand on earth can tear it away. Listen closely, for this is the law of life. You are already wealthy in divine mind. You already possess the fortune you seek. You already walk the halls of abundance in the unseen. Your task is not to become worthy. Your task is not to claw your way upward through fear and striving. Your task is to awaken, to recognize, to decree, and to allow heaven's perfect supply to manifest for you under grace in perfect ways. The beggar prays and waits and wonders why the answer does not come, But the awakened soul speaks with authority, decrees the thing, and it is established unto them. The subconscious mind, that faithful servant, takes every word you speak, every image you hold, and it builds your outer world according to your inner decree. If you have spoken lack, you have built walls of lack. If you have imagined delay, you have tied your own blessings in knots. But if you will speak wealth, if you will imagine fortune, if you will decree abundance as your present reality, nothing on earth or in heaven can withhold it from you. This is not wishful thinking. This is the spiritual science that governs all creation. Thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee. So I speak now to the chosen ones, to the destined millionaires whom heaven has summoned to hear this voice. I tell you, your waiting is over, your wandering is ended. The walls of lack and limitation crumble even now, and the gates of your promised land swing wide. Your fortune is not ahead of you in some far-off day of striving. It is here, it is now, it is already complete in the realm of spirit. Say this with me as a decree, not as a plea. I am marked for wealth. My supply is unlimited. My fortune is established now. Divine riches rush to me in perfect ways, by perfect channels, through divine right action that no man can block. Say it and know it, for heaven moves on the word of faith, and your millionaire destiny begins the moment you dare to speak it as already yours. Divine timing is never late and never hurried. It is the unfolding of heaven's perfect pattern in your life, and because of that, you could not have found this message a moment too soon or a moment too late. Your human mind may have thought you have been delayed, that life has passed you by, that opportunities have closed their doors, but spiritual law declares that nothing has been lost, nothing has been stolen, and everything that belongs to you by divine right has been carefully preserved, waiting for the hour when you would awaken and receive it. In my years of teaching these truths, I have seen countless souls who thought they were finished, thought their window of blessing had closed, thought they had missed their chance for abundance, only to watch heaven sweep away the dust of defeat and bring forth rivers in the desert, miracles of provision that astonished every reasoning mind. I recall a woman who wandered into my studio weary and burdened with debt, convinced she had no hope. She told me she had tried every method, labored for years, yet life rewarded her only with lack. I said to her, "Your struggle has been but the shadow dance of fear. Divine supply needs no struggle. Heaven has not forgotten you, and heaven is never late." I spoke the word for her that day, and within weeks, money that had been locked away for years was released. Channels she had never imagined opened to her, and she found herself walking through doors of provision that had always been hers but had been hidden until the appointed hour. This is how divine guidance works. It leads you without maps, without signs, without fanfare, yet perfectly, surely, inevitably to your good. Many of you have wondered why your path has wound through deserts and storms, why people have walked away, why ventures have failed, why your efforts seemed fruitless. But spiritual law shows us that every detour, every loss, every shut door was heaven's invisible hand steering you away from the counterfeit toward the true. We do not see the full design while we walk through its threads. We only see fragments that appear tangled, unjust, or cruel. But in the higher vision, every step has been a necessary chord in the symphony of your millionaire destiny. Nothing has been wasted. The rejection that wounded you drove you closer to your true fortune. The failures that shamed you broke the hold of false dependence and opened the space for divine supply to flow. Even your deepest valleys have been preparations for mountaintop abundance. All things work together for good to them that love God, and you, chosen one, have been carried along that current, even when you thought yourself lost. From this moment forward, you must abandon the belief that you are delayed, that you are behind, that wealth belongs to others while you are left out. Divine timing is precise, and divine guidance is unfailing. Begin to declare it. I am always in the right place at the right time. Nothing is withheld from me. My channels of supply are divinely selected and divinely timed. Riches flow to me without obstruction. Say it until your heart believes it. For as you decree it, the subconscious aligns with it, and the invisible guides move you effortlessly into visible abundance. Opportunities long hidden will surface, doors you never knocked upon will swing open, and what once seemed impossible will arrive as naturally as dawn follows night. This is the law of divine order. Nothing is random, and nothing is lost. When you recognize this law and trust it fully, fear loses its power to rule you. Anxiety about missing your chance dissolves, and in its place rises a calm authority that draws fortune like a magnet. You begin to see that every so-called coincidence is heaven's arrangement, every meeting divinely appointed, every step ordered by unseen wisdom that knows the exact path to your wealth. You awaken to a new truth. My fortune is inevitable, my millionaire destiny certain, my supply already complete. No man, no system, no circumstance can rob me of it, for heaven is my source and divine timing delivers it perfectly. Speak it boldly now. I am led by spirit. I cannot miss my good. My wealth is divinely timed, divinely guided, divinely guaranteed. Hidden within you, beneath the layers of doubt that years of fear and struggle have draped upon your mind, beneath the stories that others have told you about who you are and what you may have, beneath every false belief that wealth is only for others and never for you, there exists an eternal identity that cannot be erased, an invisible millionaire self already alive in divine mind, waiting for you to awaken to it, waiting for you to recognize what heaven has already declared to be true about you, waiting for you to step into the garments of wealth, consciousness that were tailored for you before you ever drew breath upon this earth. This identity is not something you earn. It is not a rank you achieve through human labor. It is not granted by men who measure worth by coins and titles and fleeting applause. No, this identity is sealed by spirit. It is stamped with the authority of divine law. And though you may have walked for years in the rags of limitation, though you may have spoken the words of poverty and seen them reflected in your affairs, though you may have wandered as a stranger in foreign lands of debt and deprivation, you have never ceased to be the heir of riches, the possessor of an invisible fortune that even now surrounds you like an untapped mine of gold and silver waiting to be claimed. Understand this. The world hides your true inheritance not because heaven is cruel or withholding, but because spiritual law requires recognition before manifestation. It demands acknowledgement before release. It awaits your spoken decree to open the vaults of divine supply. Just as a king's son may be carried off as a child and raised in obscurity, never knowing his royal birthright until the appointed moment when the crown is revealed and the throne restored, so have you lived beneath your station, so have you walked as though fortune belonged to others while the kingdom of wealth has always been yours. It is your Father's good pleasure to give you the kingdom, said the Master, not merely the scraps of survival, not meager rations to keep you crawling through life, but the entire kingdom of abundance, the limitless treasures of divine provision, the boundless riches of heaven's storehouse. These are already yours, unseen perhaps, but not unreal, invisible to the doubting eye yet fully formed in spirit, awaiting only the moment when you awaken and declare, I am wealthy now, my supply is unlimited. I receive the riches prepared for me from the beginning of time. But herein lies the great deception that delays wealth for so many. They believe they must first become worthy. They believe they must prove themselves through sweat and striving and suffering. They believe that lack is a sign of unworthiness, and that only when they have repaid some unknown debt to fate will fortune finally smile upon them. This is the lie of poverty consciousness, the counterfeit law of struggle that has kept countless souls enslaved to fear. Divine law does not require toil, it does not require pleading, it does not require long seasons of deprivation to teach you how to receive. It requires only recognition. The seed of wealth is already planted within you, fully formed and perfect in the superconscious mind. And like every seed, it does not grow by force. It does not ripen because you worry over it or whip it into life. It grows because you recognize that it is already alive, already complete, already containing within itself the full harvest. The oak is not added to the acorn by labor. It is revealed as the acorn unfolds in the soil of recognition. So too is your millionaire identity revealed not by endless effort, but by speaking the word of truth, by seeing yourself as heaven sees you, by clothing your consciousness in wealth and refusing to speak lack another day of your life. Therefore, I tell you, stop striving to become a millionaire and begin decreeing that you already are one. Stop imagining yourself as one who must climb and claw toward abundance and begin imagining yourself as one who already possesses it. Stop allowing the world to name you poor, limited, overlooked, and begin naming yourself rich, abundant, irresistible to divine supply. Say it now with all authority. I am already wealthy in divine mind. I walk in the riches of heaven. My fortune is established and now manifests under grace in perfect ways. Speak it as a decree, for life and death are in the power of the tongue, and as you speak, so shall it be established unto you. The unseen forces of wealth respond not to longing or desperation, but to recognition and command. When you speak wealth as present reality, heaven hears its own voice echoed back and rushes to fulfill its word. Channels of provision open that no human effort could have forced. Opportunities appear that seemed impossible, and riches long prepared for you flow in avalanches of abundance. You do not become wealthy. You awaken to the wealth that has always been yours. And when you do, the world must bow to that unseen authority. People who once overlooked you will now be drawn to you. Doors that stood closed will open as though invisible hands turned the keys. Circumstances that resisted you will now obey you, for your outer world cannot defy the inner decree. You are the hidden millionaire unveiled, the royal heir restored to the throne, the child of divine riches stepping into the estate that no thief could steal, no judge could deny, no circumstance could revoke. This is your true self, and this is the hour to claim it. Stand tall in spirit and declare, I am wealthy now. I walk in unseen riches. My supply is limitless and visible to me now. The law of divine abundance clothes me in fortune, crowns me with prosperity, and establishes me in unshakable wealth. Heaven rejoices in my fortune, and the earth yields to my decree. The greatest lie that has ever wrapped itself around the human mind and strangled the flow of divine riches is this poisonous whisper that says you must first become worthy before heaven will trust you with abundance, that you must earn, sweat, sacrifice, and perhaps even suffer long before you can be entrusted with wealth, that you must somehow qualify for what has already been written in your name from eternity. And because this lie has been repeated by families and churches and schools, and echoed by the collective thought of the fearful world, generations of souls have lived and died believing they were unfit for divine inheritance, believing that wealth was reserved for others, for the chosen few, for those born under a certain star or with a certain privilege, never realizing that their own words and beliefs were chaining them to lack, never realizing that heaven was waiting all along to pour out riches that required no proving, no struggle, no grinding toil, only the recognition of divine sonship, only the fearless decree that says, I am already supplied, my fortune is secure, and by spiritual law nothing can withhold it from me. Poverty consciousness has been taught as a virtue in many places, as though there is some honor in shrinking from abundance, as though humility requires walking in lack, as though divine love would ever will deprivation for its own children. But I tell you, heaven knows no poverty, the kingdom contains no lack, and the infinite storehouse of divine supply has no gates marked restricted for certain souls. Every belief that says wealth corrupts, every saying that money is evil, every thought that riches must be wrestled from the clenched fist of fate is a false law, a counterfeit decree that has been allowed to run rampant in human consciousness, shaping lives of limitation, because men have not known the power of their own words. Your spoken word is law. It is the scepter by which you rule your world. And when you speak lack, when you confess unworthiness, when you agree with fear, you create conditions that match those declarations. You build invisible walls that block fortune. You bind yourself to the chains of scarcity and call it reality. Yet it is only the shadow of a false decree. The truth, the eternal, unchanging truth, is that you are permanently funded by divine law, eternally backed by invisible riches, and sustained by a supply that cannot fail. You were born fully financed by heaven, and nothing in time or space can cancel that cosmic endowment. The richest man on earth is but a poor imitator of the wealth that is already yours in spirit. The diamonds and gold of the world are mere dust compared to the infinite river of provision that flows unseen but ever present for you. It is not your labor that creates wealth. It is not your cleverness, your education, your human connections. Wealth is spiritual substance, and it is released into your life by decree, by recognition, by the fearless word of faith that declares your millionaire destiny as a present and unshakable fact. All that the Father hath is mine, said the Master, and that same truth is spoken to you now. All of heaven's fortune is yours. It is your Father's good pleasure to give it to you, and you dishonor divine law when you believe that you must crawl for what was given freely, when you believe you must bargain and beg for what was yours before you asked. So let this false belief be shattered now. Stand up in spirit and renounce every word you have ever spoken that agreed with lack, every thought that said, I cannot afford it, every fear that whispered, I am unworthy of wealth, every sigh of defeat that said, perhaps one day, but not for me, not now. Smash these lies with the hammer of divine truth and say boldly, I am permanently funded by divine law. My supply is limitless, immediate, and perfect. I am supported by the infinite riches of spirit. I am wealthy now, under grace, in perfect ways. Speak it until your very bones vibrate with the rhythm of abundance. Speak it until your subconscious throws off every chain of poverty and opens wide the gates of fortune. Speak it until invisible channels of supply spring open like fountains bursting through stone and pour into your life treasures that no human effort could have secured. Do not merely hope for it. Do not merely dream of it. Do not merely wish for wealth someday. Decree it now as the spiritual fact that it is. Your wealth is not delayed. It is only unseen because you have not recognized it. Like an unopened letter containing a fortune, your supply has waited patiently for you to break the seal with your word of faith. When you declare your permanent funding by divine law, when you stand in the authority of spiritual sonship and speak as one who has already received, the letter is opened, the unseen riches become visible, opportunities arrive without strain, money flows without toil, and every appearance of lack evaporates like morning mist before the sun. This is the law of wealth. You do not chase it, you command it. You do not labor endlessly for it, you align with it. You do not beg for it, you speak it into visibility, for your fortune is already complete, already yours, already guaranteed by heaven itself. Would you like me to continue directly into the next long chapter on how millionaires use spiritual law unknowingly, carrying this same deep and flowing tone? Millionaires who stride through the avenues of the world with apparent ease, who sign papers and close deals and build empires that others marvel at and envy, are not often aware that they are practicing spiritual law. They do not sit in quiet meditation, reading metaphysical texts. They do not always kneel in prayer asking heaven to guide their every step. Yet unknowingly they align with principles that heaven cannot deny. Unknowingly they walk in assumptions and declarations that compel fortune to flow toward them like iron filings to a magnet. Unknowingly, they speak words of certainty that strike the subconscious like bolts of lightning, carving channels through which wealth rushes to meet them. They may tell you it is hard work, or clever strategy, or simply luck, yet beneath every outward explanation is an inner cause they do not see, a spiritual posture they have assumed without conscious thought, and it is that posture, not the labor of their hands, that has drawn riches to them. Watch closely the man who becomes wealthy seemingly without effort. He speaks with authority. His words carry the ring of inevitability. He declares success long before evidence appears. He walks as though doors must open for him. He expects provision before it is visible, and by these unknowing decrees, he bends the unseen to his will. The law of assumption is at work within him. What he assumes as true becomes true, not because of privilege or favoritism, but because spiritual law responds only to belief, only to the images impressed upon the subconscious by spoken word and unwavering thought. He may not know that every word is a wand, and every belief a seed that must bear fruit. He may not know that the invisible world rearranges itself to match the inner decree, yet he benefits all the same, for divine law operates whether we understand it or not. It is impartial. It is unchanging. It is as exact as mathematics, and it delivers abundance to the one who assumes abundance and decrees it as his rightful state. I recall a businessman who came to me, not as a student of truth, but seeking counsel for what he called uncanny good fortune. He told me that every venture he touched seemed to prosper. Every idea he launched brought returns beyond expectation, while others around him failed despite equal or greater effort. He asked me why he was so lucky, why fortune seemed to favor him. I asked him how he approached his work, and without hesitation, he said, "I always expect it to succeed. I never think about failure. When others hesitate, I move forward already counting the profit as mine." There it was. His fortune did not spring from markets or timing or labor. It sprang from the law of consciousness, from the inner decree of success that he spoke and believed without resistance. The wealth he carried in mind was simply mirrored by his affairs. He was, without knowing it, practicing the law that many strive for years to learn. Life becomes what you believe it to be, and fortune is drawn to the mind that assumes it has already received. This is why I say to you, chosen one, you must awaken and do deliberately what others do unconsciously. You must speak with greater authority than the unknowing millionaire. You must decree wealth with conscious faith rather than blind assumption. You must see yourself not merely as one hoping to join the ranks of abundance, but as one who already stands among the spiritually rich, whose fortune is not fragile or fleeting, but established on divine law that no market crash, no human opinion, no turn of fate can ever dismantle. When you do this, you surpass the worldly millionaire, for you do not build your house upon sand, trusting in chance and circumstance. You build upon the eternal rock of spiritual law, and the wealth that comes to you cannot be shaken, cannot be stolen, cannot be lost, for it is anchored in the invisible, sustained by heaven, and flows to you through channels no earthly force can close. And let this truth settle deep within you. Moral worthiness, as the world defines it, does not dictate the flow of wealth. The law does not ask if you are saint or sinner, deserving or undeserving, before it responds to your belief. It responds only to the decree, only to the spoken word backed by faith. This is why you have seen men of questionable character accumulate fortunes, while good, honest souls struggle in lack. They each receive according to consciousness, according to the seeds they sow in word and thought, according to the law that cannot be mocked. As a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. But you, awakened soul, you who have been chosen to hear this voice, must not be deceived into thinking that you must forsake goodness to gain riches. No, when you align with divine law consciously, when you speak wealth as a decree of heaven's justice, your fortune is not tainted by greed or fear or falsehood. It is clean, it is pure, it is drawn from the infinite storehouse of spirit and arrives clothed in grace, blessing you and all it touches. Therefore, take hold of this unseen scepter of authority now. Speak as the true millionaire you are. Declare boldly, I expect success in everything I do. Large sums of money flow to me freely and endlessly. Divine opportunities appear before me without delay. I walk in wealth that cannot be hindered, cannot be blocked, cannot be lost. My fortune is anchored in divine law and manifests now, under grace, in perfect ways. As you decree this daily, with rhythm and certainty, You activate within you the very posture that unknowing millionaires stumble upon by accident. But unlike them, your wealth is not chance, your abundance is not fragile, your fortune is not temporary. It is deliberate, it is divine, it is eternal, and it grows richer with every word of truth you speak. There comes a moment in the journey of every soul marked for fortune when the veil of limitation begins to tremble, when the unseen hands of heaven reach down and shake the slumbering mind, when life itself seems to turn and whisper in ways you cannot ignore, saying, "Awake, you sleeping air, arise and take what is yours." And though the world around you may not yet show a single glimmer of gold or the faintest sign of change, something deep within begins to stir like a royal bloodline suddenly remembering its crown, like a lost child suddenly feeling the pull of home. And this stirring is no accident, no fleeting mood, no empty wish. It is the call of spirit summoning you to recognize who you truly are, to remember that you were never meant to grovel in lack, never meant to scramble for crumbs, never meant to live beneath your divine station, but have always been destined to reign in abundance, to walk clothed in the majesty of wealth consciousness, to live as a visible demonstration of heaven's endless provision on earth. I have often said that most men live like heirs of a vast fortune locked away in a vault whose combination they have forgotten, wandering outside in rags, convinced they are paupers while unimaginable riches sit untouched within reach. And because they do not know the law, because they do not remember their divine right, they never even try the door. Yet when the call comes, and if you are hearing my voice, it has surely come, it is as if the lock begins to click of its own accord, as if unseen forces whisper the forgotten numbers to your soul, as if the sealed vault begins to open without effort, revealing treasures that had always been yours. This awakening cannot be forced by human striving. It is not the product of logic or education. It is the movement of spirit itself. For divine timing has deemed the hour ripe for you to know yourself as heaven knows you, for you to recognize your true wealth, for you to stop playing the beggar and step boldly into your millionaire destiny. So many sleep through their inheritance because they believe life is only what they see with their eyes, because they judge their worth by their bank account, their titles, their earthly status, never realizing that what they see is only the echo of what they have decreed, that the visible is only the shadow of the invisible, that their true treasure is hidden within, waiting for their recognition to call it forth. But you, chosen one, cannot sleep any longer. The trumpet has sounded, the walls of illusion begin to fall, and the spirit within cries out to you with words that do not fade. Awake, thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead, and Christ shall give thee light. The Christ consciousness within you, the awareness of divine wealth, the knowing that you are one with infinite supply, the realization that heaven and earth are aligned to prosper you. This is the light that dawns in awakening. This is the torch that reveals the riches long prepared for you. This is the power that shakes the chains of lack and calls you into dominion over your financial world. Many fear this awakening because it demands that they cast aside every excuse for lack, every identity tied to struggle, every habit of speaking words of defeat. It feels safer to remain in familiar poverty than to step into unknown abundance. For wealth, consciousness requires courage, the courage to speak riches when appearances scream lack, the courage to walk as a king while the world still calls you common, the courage to decree prosperity while your hands are yet empty. Yet this is precisely how the sleeping heir rises into dominion. By answering the call, by aligning his word with heaven's word, by refusing to bow to appearances, and instead walking by the unseen law that says, "All that the Father hath is mine now." The moment you answer this call with faith, unseen legions move on your behalf. Channels of provision that lay dormant begin to open. Opportunities long delayed rush forward. Wealth that was hidden beneath layers of fear and false belief bursts forth like a river breaking through a dam, and life itself begins to bow to the authority of your spoken word. So I say to you now, do not silence this call. Do not return to slumber. Do not believe the old lie that says you must wait for some future time to be rich. The awakening is now. The fortune is now. The divine pattern of your millionaire destiny is complete now. Begin to answer the call with your words. I awake to my divine wealth. I see through the illusion of lack. I am the heir of infinite riches. Channels of supply open to me now. My millionaire destiny is sealed and manifests in perfect ways. Speak it morning and night. Speak it when doubts arise. Speak it when the world challenges your faith. For every time you speak it, you sound the trumpet that brings down the walls of limitation. You summon unseen helpers to prepare your path. You align with the eternal truth that heaven has marked you for wealth. And as surely as dawn follows night, as surely as the seed bursts from the soil into blossom, as surely as divine law cannot fail, you will rise from the sleep of poverty into the daylight of your millionaire inheritance, and all the world shall witness what heaven has always known. You were never poor. You were never without supply. You were never forsaken. You were simply asleep to your divine riches, and now you are awake. When the sleeping air finally stirs and the sound of awakening echoes through the chambers of the subconscious mind, when you begin to sense that there is more to you than struggle and scarcity, and you catch even the faintest glimpse of your millionaire destiny waiting just beyond the veil of appearance, you must do more than merely think of wealth or wish for prosperity. You must speak it into being with a voice that carries the authority of heaven itself. For words are the bridges between the invisible and the visible. Words are the chisels that carve divine substance into form. Words are the wands of magic that command riches to take shape in your affairs. And until you take hold of this power and use it deliberately, you remain like a king with a sealed decree in his hand, who never speaks it aloud and thus never sees his realm obey. This is why I tell you now that there is a spoken wealth formula, a spiritual incantation that has brought rivers of gold into the lives of countless souls who dared to declare it with conviction, a decree that strikes the subconscious like thunder and sends ripples through the unseen, rearranging circumstances, drawing opportunities, and compelling supply to flow from directions no reasoning mind could have orchestrated. The formula is simple yet laden with power that cannot be exhausted. Large sums of money come to me now, under grace, in perfect ways. When you first speak these words, your human mind may scoff, your reason may sneer, your outer world may present only debts and delays and deficiencies. But divine law does not heed appearances. It responds only to decree. And when you repeat this formula rhythmically, consistently, with unwavering belief, you set in motion forces that cannot be stopped. The subconscious mind, that faithful but impressionable servant, begins to picture you as wealthy, begins to align with fortune, begins to expect abundance. And because the subconscious is the bridge to the divine mind, what you impress upon it cannot fail to appear in your experience. It may arrive as sudden gifts, as unexpected opportunities, as contracts or inheritances or ideas that burst with golden potential, but arrive it must, for spiritual law is exact, and the spoken word never returns void. I recall the story of a man bound in chains of poverty for years, laboring long hours, yet never seeing more than enough to survive, until he learned this formula and, with desperate faith that burned brighter than his fear, began to declare it daily, not timidly, but as one who knew he was issuing commands to the universe itself. He walked the streets whispering it under his breath. He spoke it upon waking and before sleep. He shouted it silently against the noise of his doubts. Large sums of money come to me now, under grace, in perfect ways. At first, nothing changed, and those around him mocked his declarations, but he persisted, for he understood that spiritual seeds require time to root and blossom. Then, without warning, money began to appear from places unseen. Old debts repaid, forgotten investments maturing, opportunities offered without solicitation, gifts flowing from unexpected quarters, until his life was transformed from hand-to-mouth survival into a steady stream of provision that seemed almost miraculous to those who watched. Yet there was no miracle in the sense of chance. It was divine law obeying a spoken command. It was heaven responding to a decree of faith. It was the invisible treasury of spirit opening its vaults because a rightful heir had finally spoken the key. This formula works not because it is magic words strung together in superstition, but because it aligns perfectly with spiritual principles. It acknowledges abundance as present and available now. It releases the human impulse to force results and instead trusts the grace of divine timing. And it declares that the channels through which wealth arrives shall be perfect, harmonious, and free from harm. Every phrase carries vibration. Large sums of money impresses the mind with magnitude and possibility. Come to me now establishes immediacy and certainty. Under grace ensures that the flow is lawful, safe, and just, and in perfect ways guarantees that what arrives is fitting, beneficial, and aligned with the divine plan of your life. Speak these words as though you were a general commanding an army of unseen forces, as though you were a king issuing an unbreakable edict, as though you were heaven itself declaring truth into manifestation, and watch how swiftly life bends to obey the rhythm of your decree. But do not merely speak it once and return to the language of lack, for that is like planting a seed and then digging it up each day to see if it has sprouted. You must speak it until it saturates your subconscious, until your very cells hum with the vibration of wealth, until your thoughts naturally align with riches, until you can no longer imagine poverty as part of your story. When fear whispers, answer with the formula. When bills arrive, answer with the formula. When others around you speak limitation, silently or aloud, answer with the formula. Let it become the pulse of your inner life. Let it echo like a drumbeat that marches you steadily toward your fortune. Let it resound so strongly within that no outer appearance of lack can shake your confidence. Understand this. When you speak this formula, you are not asking heaven to give you something it has withheld. You are not begging a distant power to take pity on you. You are claiming what is already yours, unlocking the invisible channels of divine supply that have waited patiently for your recognition, shaking the dust off fortunes long prepared with your name engraved upon them. Spiritual wealth is eternal and unmovable, and when you speak with authority, you step into alignment with that eternal truth. Like a radio tuning into a broadcast that has been playing all along, your words tune your consciousness to the frequency of abundance, and suddenly you hear, see, and receive what was always present but unheard, unseen, and unreceived before. So I say to you now, take up this formula and wield it like a sword of light cutting through every shadow of poverty, every wall of lack, every knot of fear. Declare it boldly, declare it rhythmically, declare it with unshakable knowing. Large sums of money come to me now, under grace, in perfect ways. As you do, watch how the invisible begins to move. Watch how divine order arranges circumstances. Watch how channels of wealth you never imagined spring open. Watch how opportunities arrive without struggle. And watch how fortune, already yours in spirit, manifests visibly in ways that leave no doubt that heaven has marked you for riches. This is not fantasy. It is law, and law never fails those who dare to speak it with faith. There was once a soul who lived as though wrapped in a heavy cloak of invisibility, moving through the world unseen, unheard, unnoticed by fortune, ignored by opportunity, shadowed by lack that clung like mist to every corner of life. And for years this soul believed the lie that some are destined for greatness, while others must remain hidden, that wealth flows only to those born under certain stars or blessed with rare advantage. And so each day was lived in quiet resignation, watching others rise while silently wondering why heaven seemed blind to their existence. But heaven is never blind, spirit is never deaf, divine law is never unjust. And though outward appearances spoke only of delay and denial, deep within this soul the seed of millionaire destiny lay dormant but intact, eternal and uncorrupted, waiting for the hour when light would pierce the darkness of self-doubt, and the voice of truth would awaken remembrance of who they truly were. That hour came not with trumpets or fanfare, not with sudden riches or accolades, but with a whisper carried on unseen winds, a whisper of divine order that guided this forgotten air to hear words much like the ones you hear now. Words that shook old beliefs like thunder rolling through mountains. Words that declared wealth as divine right and not human privilege. Words that revealed poverty as nothing but a shadow cast by false decrees. Words that spoke of a law higher than effort, a law surer than chance, a law of spoken authority that commands fortune from the unseen into the seen. And as these words entered the heart of this long invisible soul, something ancient and powerful stirred, a memory, a knowing, a flicker of light in the deepest darkness, and for the first time they dared to believe that perhaps they had been chosen all along, that perhaps their invisibility was but the veil before revelation, that perhaps wealth had not forgotten them but was waiting, patiently, silently, for their recognition. So this soul began to walk a new path, a path not paved with frantic labor or desperate schemes, but with spoken word and inner transformation. A path where each day began, not with fear of lack, but with the bold declaration, "Large sums of money come to me now, under grace, in perfect ways." At first, nothing in the outer world seemed to change. The same debts glared, the same bills arrived, the same silence of opportunity persisted. But within, invisible roots were growing, subconscious chains were loosening, spiritual soil long hardened by despair was breaking open beneath the power of repeated decree. For divine law is exact and cannot fail, and each word spoken with faith was like striking a hammer upon the walls of limitation, weakening them, cracking them, until at last they crumbled entirely, and the channels of wealth that had been dammed for years burst forth with unstoppable flow. It began quietly, with forgotten money surfacing from places unlooked for, with strangers offering assistance unasked, with ideas rising from intuition like golden seeds planted by unseen hands, ideas that drew success without struggle, ventures that prospered with ease, connections that formed seemingly by chance, yet clearly guided by invisible intelligence. And as these signs multiplied, as wealth began to manifest in ways undeniable, the soul who had once lived unseen now stood radiant in visibility, chosen, recognized, honored not only by men, but by the movement of heaven itself. No longer hidden, no longer overlooked, they walked in a consciousness so magnetic that opportunities sought them out. Riches pursued them, fortune clung to them as naturally as shadow follows light, for they had shed the cloak of invisibility and clothed themselves instead in the garment of divine wealth consciousness. This transformation was not the product of luck, nor the charity of others, nor the shifting tides of fortune's wheel. It was spiritual law fulfilled, the invisible truth made visible, the divine inheritance claimed at last by one who dared to decree it as present fact. And let it be known that this story is not of a distant stranger. It is the story of every chosen soul who answers the call you hear now. It is your story waiting to be written, your transformation waiting to be lived, your fortune waiting to rush forth as soon as you cast off the old identity of lack and take up the word of power. Speak it as they did, with unwavering conviction. I am the chosen heir of divine riches. Wealth recognizes me now. My supply is immediate, endless, and visible. All channels of abundance open to me under grace, in perfect ways. Declare it until your invisible chains snap. Declare it until unseen doors swing wide. Declare it until you stand as one recognized by heaven and earth alike as a true millionaire, divinely appointed, chosen, and eternally funded by law that cannot be broken. There is a law as ancient as creation itself, a law that moves silently through every unseen realm and governs the flow of wealth with unerring precision. A law that neither slumbers nor forgets. A law as impartial and exact as gravity, and it is this: what you do not recognize cannot stay. What you do not acknowledge cannot manifest. What you do not honor cannot multiply. For recognition is the divine spark that calls invisible substance into visible form. Recognition is the key that unlocks the vaults of abundance. Recognition is the voice that tells heaven you are ready to receive what has always been yours. Many souls wander through life like beggars in a royal court, surrounded by riches they cannot see, brushing past opportunities they do not grasp, crying for supply while divine treasure chests sit unopened at their feet because they have not yet recognized their own wealth consciousness. They have not yet said to themselves with authority, "This fortune is mine now, this kingdom is mine now, this river of gold flows for me now." And until they do, until they awaken to their own possession, the law cannot deliver what they themselves deny. Recognition is not idle wishing, it is not timid hoping, it is not looking to the heavens and pleading for favors. For such postures only affirm distance between you and your good. Recognition is bold and unflinching. It is the spiritual vision that pierces the veil of appearances and sees only truth. It is the unwavering conviction that even when your hands are empty, the treasury of spirit is overflowing. Even when your purse is thin, divine supply is full and inexhaustible. Even when the world tells you there is nothing for you, heaven whispers that all is already yours. To recognize wealth is to meet it with faith before it arrives, to speak to it as present reality before it takes form, to greet it as an old and certain friend rather than chase it as an elusive prize. The law of recognition responds only to such vision, for heaven cannot thrust abundance upon those who call themselves poor. Divine supply cannot pour itself into vessels labeled unworthy. Riches cannot rest in hands that continually wave them away with words of fear and disbelief. I have seen many who sought tirelessly to change their conditions, working without end, striving for promotions, scheming for gain, only to see every opportunity slip away. And when they came to me and I looked beneath the surface of their lives, I saw not lack of ability nor scarcity of opportunity, but simply this: they had not recognized their own wealth. They carried the image of limitation in their hearts. They spoke the language of poverty. They believed fortune belonged elsewhere, and so every channel of supply remained closed, every path to abundance blocked, not by fate, nor by enemies, nor by circumstance, but by their own refusal to see themselves as rich. When I taught them to speak words of recognition, when I taught them to look upon their own lives and say, "I am surrounded by wealth, I am filled with abundance, I am rich in spirit, and my riches are now manifest," when I gave them affirmations like divine keys to fit the locks they themselves had fastened, suddenly channels burst open, opportunities appeared as if summoned from thin air, long-lost fortunes returned as though drawn by magnetic pull, because recognition had at last made them visible to their own wealth. Recognition had aligned their consciousness with what heaven had been holding for them all along. Understand this clearly. Wealth cannot recognize you until you recognize it. Money cannot attach itself to those who continually disown it with words of lack. Divine channels cannot release supply to those who deny being its rightful recipients. Recognition is not arrogance, it is alignment with divine law. When you say, "I am wealthy now," you are not boasting in human pride, you are harmonizing with spiritual truth. When you say, "My supply is unlimited and immediate," you are not imagining fantasy, you are speaking the eternal fact of divine provision. When you declare, "I am rich in every aspect of life," you are not deceiving yourself, you are awakening from deception into reality. For heaven has never known you as poor, divine mind has never seen you as lacking, and the universe has never withdrawn supply from you. Only your recognition has slept, and now it must awaken. This is why I give you now a practice as vital as breath itself, a ritual of recognition that will dissolve the fog of poverty consciousness and reveal the glowing treasures of spirit standing all around you even now. Each morning, before you rise to meet the world, before you touch a coin, or think upon a bill, or step into the labors of the day, speak aloud with unshakable faith. I recognize my wealth. I see divine riches surrounding me now. I honor the fortune prepared for me, and I claim it as mine today. The vaults of heaven are open and pour into my life every perfect form of supply under grace in miraculous ways. Speak it slowly. Speak it boldly. Speak it until you feel the shift in your spirit, until the image of wealth burns so bright in your mind that lack can no longer find a foothold, until you know with absolute certainty that unseen forces are arranging themselves to deliver everything you have recognized as yours. As you continue this ritual, you will notice that wealth begins to acknowledge you in return. Money that once slipped away begins to linger and multiply. Opportunities that passed you by now stop and bow before you. People who ignored your value now recognize your worth and offer compensation that matches it. Doors that seemed bolted shut swing wide, as though welcoming home a rightful heir. This is not chance nor coincidence. It is the law of recognition made manifest. It is heaven nodding back to you because at last you have lifted your head and nodded first. It is divine supply rushing forward because at last you have raised your voice and claimed what has waited patiently for you to accept it. So take these words and engrave them upon your mind as eternal truth. Until you recognize your fortune cannot appear. Until you honor your wealth cannot stay. Until you speak as a millionaire, you cannot live as one. Therefore, declare now with all the fire of faith within you. I recognize my fortune. I honor my wealth. I speak as the millionaire I am, and divine riches manifest for me this day under grace and in perfect ways. Say it and believe it, for in the unseen, even as you speak, channels are opening, supply is moving, fortune is flowing, and the wealth you have finally recognized as yours cannot help but rush into your visible world. There is a rhythm in heaven that only the awakened soul can hear, a divine cadence that pulses through every unseen corridor of supply, a living current that carries wealth like a mighty river rushing toward its destined banks. And when you learn to speak in harmony with this rhythm, when your words no longer stutter with doubt or tremble with hesitation, but flow with the certainty of divine law itself, you unlock a new dimension of manifestation where riches no longer trickle in fragments, but surge toward you as torrents of provision, unstoppable, unbounded, and complete. This is why I now place in your hands another spoken formula, a second decree of power designed to seal your millionaire consciousness so deeply into your subconscious that nothing can uproot it, designed to transform your voice into a tuning fork vibrating with the frequency of wealth, designed to imprint upon the invisible substance of spirit an image of abundance so vivid, so magnetic, that the outer world must bow to it and conform. The formula is this: I am the voice of wealth. My supply is unlimited and now visible. These are not idle words. These are not poetic sentiments meant to comfort you temporarily. They are spiritual commands forged in the furnace of divine truth. When you speak them with faith, you do not merely describe wealth. You become wealth. You do not simply request provision. You embody provision. You do not plead for fortune to visit. You speak as fortune itself. And because life can only reflect what is spoken into it with authority, the moment these words are truly believed, the moment they roll from your tongue like a decree from the throne room of heaven, the entire field of your affairs begins to reshape itself in obedience to your command. Opportunities that were hidden emerge from shadows. Streams of money that were dammed break forth in abundance. Invisible channels that were long blocked burst open and pour wealth into your life in ways so miraculous that every remnant of doubt is swept away like chaff in a whirlwind. I remember a student who came to me burdened with years of toil, worn by the endless grind of chasing money that always seemed to slip through her fingers like water through a sieve. She spoke of her struggles with tears in her eyes, believing herself cursed with misfortune. But I heard beneath her words the silent cry of divine destiny aching to be spoken, and I gave her this formula. At first, she whispered it timidly, as though afraid of its power, saying, I am the voice of wealth. My supply is unlimited and now visible. Without conviction, without rhythm, without authority. I told her to speak it again and again until her own voice thundered with certainty, until every syllable rang like a bell struck by faith, until her subconscious trembled and yielded to the truth. For days she repeated it, hundreds of times, until something in her shifted, and she spoke it one morning, not as a wish, but as a command. and at that moment she felt a presence, a force, a knowing that wealth had heard her and answered. Within weeks, business ventures that had long stagnated suddenly flourished. Clients she had never sought appeared with generous offers, and her income multiplied with such ease that she wondered why she had struggled so long. It was not magic, it was law, and the law had waited patiently for her to speak as wealth itself. This is how divine law works. You cannot merely hope for riches, you must become the voice through which they speak. You cannot simply long for fortune, you must decree it as your own. You cannot walk timidly toward abundance, you must stand as one who embodies it now. The spoken word is the bridge, the key, the wand, the invisible hand that draws the unseen into the seen. And when you align your words with the vibration of wealth itself, you become irresistible to fortune. The world cannot deny what heaven has already affirmed. Banks, contracts, investments, gifts, inheritances, ideas, all these channels are mere servants of the decree that issues from your lips. When you say, "I am the voice of wealth. My supply is unlimited and now visible," you summon these channels into perfect obedience. You summon money from hidden places. You summon opportunities that have wandered lost in the wilderness of delay. You summon every perfect form of supply into your sphere of visibility, for the law cannot resist its own echo spoken through you. But you must speak it rhythmically. You must let it imprint upon the deep places of your mind like a seal pressed into wax. You must let it reverberate until your very heartbeat seems to drum in time with its cadence. Morning and night, while walking or resting, speak it aloud. I am the voice of wealth. My supply is unlimited and now visible. Speak it until fear has no room to whisper. Speak it until poverty consciousness crumbles to dust. Speak it until your eyes begin to see provision where once they saw only lack. Speak it until every word you utter carries the fragrance of riches, until even your silent thoughts vibrate with prosperity, until you no longer merely believe you will be rich, but know beyond all appearance that you already are. When you reach this point, wealth cannot help but pour into your life, for you and wealth will no longer be separate. You will be one, and oneness with fortune is the final key that transforms unseen riches into overflowing manifestation. Declare it now with the authority of divine law. Speak it as one who knows heaven listens and earth obeys. I am the voice of wealth. My supply is unlimited and now visible. Every channel of abundance is open. Every river of riches flows to me now. Under grace, in perfect ways, I walk as divine wealth made visible. Let these words become the living language of your soul, and watch as they call forth treasures that no human effort could secure. Opportunities that no reasoning could predict, fortunes that no circumstance can delay. For when you speak as wealth, you are no longer seeking riches. You are creating them, commanding them, and releasing them into form through the law that never fails. Comparison is a silent curse, a creeping thief of wealth and joy, an invisible chain that binds the soul to a false identity of lack and insufficiency. And it operates so subtly, so quietly, that many do not even realize how deeply it has entwined itself around their consciousness, strangling their faith, dimming their vision, and delaying the manifestation of their divine fortune. From the earliest moments of life, the world trains the mind to look sideways instead of upward, to measure one's worth by the shadows of others rather than the light of divine purpose, to seek validation in rankings and opinions and fleeting signs of success, rather than in the eternal truth of spiritual identity. You have been told to watch what others have achieved, to feel smaller if they rise higher, to feel behind if they seem ahead, to doubt your own destiny because another appears to flourish more quickly. This is a lie so poisonous that it has crippled the manifestation of countless souls, and until it is broken, until this curse is cast out by divine decree, the full measure of your wealth cannot flow unimpeded into your life. For comparison is a denial of divine individuality, and divine law cannot pour abundance into a vessel that denies its own unique design. Every soul is crafted with a perfect spiritual blueprint, an unrepeatable expression of divine supply, a pattern of wealth and success unlike any other in heaven or earth, and when you compare yourself to another, you abandon your own blueprint and attempt to live by theirs. You silence your own divine song and echo another's melody. You walk paths that are not yours to walk, and in doing so, you block the channels of abundance that were designed solely for you. No two souls are given the same channels of supply. No two destinies are meant to unfold in identical ways. No two fortunes are woven from the same threads. For spirit delights in infinite variety, in endless diversity of expression, and to compare is to resist this divine variety, to reject the wealth that only you can manifest. This is why so many strive to replicate the success of others, mimicking their steps, copying their methods, chasing their opportunities, only to find disappointment and frustration, because spiritual law does not bless imitation. It blesses authenticity. It prospers individuality. It enriches the one who walks boldly in their own divine pattern without glancing sideways to measure their steps against another's. Scripture declares, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want." This is not mere poetry. It is spiritual law in its purest form. To have the Lord as your shepherd is to be guided individually, to be led to pastures prepared specifically for you, to drink from streams chosen for your soul alone. A shepherd does not lead every sheep to the same blade of grass at the same moment. Each is guided along its own perfect route, receiving supply in its own perfect timing. When you compare your journey to another's, you abandon the shepherd's guidance, you wander into pastures not meant for you, and you cry out in want because you have left the path of your own provision. Divine law has already set aside treasures for you that no other soul can touch, channels of wealth that only you can open, opportunities that bear your name written in the unseen, and yet comparison blinds you to these treasures. It deafens you to the call of your own path. It shuts the gates of your own channels because you are busy looking at someone else's garden instead of tending to the seeds heaven placed in your hands. To break this curse, you must cast out every spirit of comparison with a spoken word of authority. You must declare boldly, "I release every need to compare. I renounce the lie of insufficiency. I walk in my own divine path of wealth. My fortune is unique and perfect. My channels of supply open now under grace in perfect ways." Speak these words not timidly, but as one delivering a verdict that heaven itself enforces. For comparison is not broken by wishful thinking, it is broken by decree. When you speak this law aloud, you sever the invisible cords that have bound you to others' fortunes. You release the psychic weight of competition. You free your consciousness to expand into the fullness of your own wealth without obstruction. And as you do, something miraculous begins to unfold. You find joy in the success of others without diminishing your own. You celebrate abundance wherever you see it without feeling threatened. You witness the riches of others as confirmation, not condemnation, knowing that divine supply is infinite and inexhaustible. The more you bless the wealth you see around you, the more heaven rushes to deliver your own, for blessing aligns you with abundance while comparison aligns you with lack. When you see another prosper, declare aloud, "What God has done for them, He now does for me and more. I rejoice in their success, and I call forth my own." By these words, you transform envy into empowerment, competition into confirmation, limitation into limitless possibility, and you open channels of wealth that were long blocked by the shadows of comparison. Understand deeply that your millionaire destiny cannot be delayed by another's success. It cannot be stolen by another's actions. It cannot be diminished by another's rise, for what is yours by divine right is yours eternally. The scroll of heaven cannot be rewritten by human hands. The fortune prepared for you cannot be transferred to another. The channels of your supply cannot be redirected by competition or envy. The only force that can obscure your wealth is your own refusal to see it, your own belief that you are less because another appears more, your own abandonment of the divine blueprint that marks you as unique. Cast off this curse now. Stand tall in your individuality. and decree with finality. I walk free from all comparison. I am rich in my own perfect way. My millionaire destiny is secure. I shall not want, for heaven's fortune is mine now, visible, tangible, and overflowing under grace in perfect ways. Speak it until your soul knows it. Speak it until comparison dies root and branch. Speak it until every channel of abundance unique to you bursts wide open, and wealth flows into your life like rivers freed from ancient dams, unstoppable and undeniable, bearing witness to the truth that there is no competition in divine supply, for every child of spirit holds an infinite inheritance that none can take away. Faith is not a fragile wish whispered into silence and hoped to be heard. It is not a trembling hope that maybe someday something good might come to pass if fortune is kind and others permit it. Faith is a living magnetic force, a power unseen yet undeniable, an invisible law of attraction that draws to you every good, every opportunity, every sum of money, every channel of provision that belongs to you by divine right. And until this faith is awakened, until it is stirred from dormancy into blazing certainty, you may speak words and utter affirmations and attempt to decree wealth, but they will float like hollow sounds through empty air, lacking the fire that compels the universe to obey. Magnetic faith does not ask, it commands. Magnetic faith does not hope, it knows. Magnetic faith does not strain, it attracts. And once this force is activated in you, wealth cannot remain distant, abundance cannot be withheld, fortune cannot be delayed, because the unseen currents of spirit are drawn to it with irresistible pull, just as surely as iron filings rush to a magnet's touch. Imagine the air around you filled with golden dust, particles of wealth swirling invisibly in every direction, fortunes already prepared hovering like luminous treasures awaiting release, opportunities circling like radiant birds seeking a resting place, but they cannot land, they cannot attach, they cannot flow into visibility until the magnetic field of your faith is switched on, until you become the living center of attraction that draws these blessings from the unseen into your hands, your accounts, your ventures, your very experience. This field is not built by willpower, nor by frantic striving, nor by desperate pleas to heaven. It is awakened by absolute trust in divine law, by the unshakable conviction that supply is yours now, by the inner knowing that you are backed by infinite riches and supported by unseen hosts of provision. When this knowing fills you completely, when it saturates your subconscious and radiates from your spoken words, you no longer chase money, you no longer beg opportunities to find you. Money begins to seek you out, opportunities begin to pursue you, fortune begins to surround you, drawn by the magnetic current of your faith like rivers converging into a mighty ocean. I recall a man who had struggled for years, chasing every new idea, every promise of quick wealth, every method the world offered, yet each one dissolved into disappointment until he arrived at my teaching broken and exhausted. I told him, "You are not attracting because you are not believing. You are moving outward in desperation instead of inward in faith. You are pushing away wealth because you do not trust divine law to deliver it without struggle." I gave him an affirmation to speak with rhythm and conviction. I am magnetized by divine faith. Infinite riches are drawn to me now. Wealth clings to me like light to the sun. My fortune manifests by spiritual law under grace in perfect ways. At first, he recited it mechanically, but day by day as he persisted, something within him shifted. His voice grew stronger, his posture straightened, his mind stopped racing with fear. One morning he woke with an unexplainable certainty that he was permanently funded by heaven, that wealth was his by divine inheritance, that nothing could prevent it. From that day forward, without chasing or pleading, opportunities flowed to him with astonishing ease. Investors sought him out. Ventures that had lain dormant blossomed overnight, and he himself said, "It feels as though the world has been magnetized to bring me wealth." But the world had not changed. His faith had, and faith drew everything into alignment. To activate this magnetic faith in your own life, You must first strip away every word of doubt, every thought of fear, every vibration of lack that has clung to your subconscious like chains of lead. You must wash your mind in declarations of divine certainty until your entire being hums with the energy of absolute trust. Morning and night, speak these words. My faith is a living magnet. I am aligned with infinite riches. Every channel of abundance is drawn to me now. Wealth cannot resist my faith. Fortune is attached to me permanently, under grace and in perfect ways. Do not speak them weakly as though you hope they might be true. Speak them as law. Speak them as a verdict. Heaven has already issued. Speak them as the undeniable reality of your millionaire identity. With every repetition, the field of your faith grows stronger. Unseen particles of provision begin to swirl closer. Channels of money begin to shift and flow toward you until the magnetic force is so potent that nothing can stand in its way. And once this faith is fully alive, you will no longer look outward for signs to believe, for you will know within that wealth is already yours, that it cannot be lost, that it cannot pass you by. You will walk into every room as a magnet of abundance, attracting favor, drawing opportunities, pulling forth riches without effort. People will feel it and not know why they are compelled to offer you business, gifts, support. Circumstances will align as though invisible hands have moved them into place. Money will stream to you in ways that defy logic but obey spiritual law perfectly. And you will stand as a living testament to divine provision, not by grasping, not by chasing, but by the power of magnetic faith that has made you irresistible to wealth itself. Declare now with full authority, my faith is magnetic. Wealth clings to me now. I attract abundance without effort. My millionaire destiny is secured by spiritual law, and fortune is permanently drawn to me under grace and in perfect ways. Speak it, believe it, feel it, until the very air around you vibrates with attraction. And watch how heaven and earth conspire to deliver riches that cannot be delayed, cannot be denied, cannot be measured. For when faith becomes magnetic, abundance has no choice but to obey. Would you like me to continue directly into the case study? Instant channel opening chapter with this same long, uninterrupted Villalon rhythm? There was a man who came to me with desperation etched into every line of his face. A man who had tried for years to force open the channels of his prosperity through human will, through endless striving, through sleepless nights of planning and worrying and straining. Yet every attempt left him weaker, poorer, and more defeated than before. And he arrived before me with a trembling voice, asking why heaven seemed silent while his cries for provision went unanswered. I looked at him not with pity, but with spiritual certainty, for I could see beneath the rags of his appearance the glowing signature of divine inheritance. I could see that he was not forsaken, but only tangled in the nets of fear and disbelief. And I told him plainly that the channels of his wealth were not closed by circumstance, nor by fate, nor by the hands of others. They were bound only by his own words of doubt, sealed only by his own belief that he must fight and bleed for every morsel of supply, chained only by his refusal to let spiritual law deliver his good without resistance. I instructed him to lay down every thought of struggle, to release every image of blocked pathways and vanished opportunities, to stop speaking words that painted his fortune as distant and elusive, and instead to affirm with unwavering rhythm that every channel of his supply was now wide open, that nothing could obstruct the flow of divine riches prepared for him from the beginning of time. I gave him a decree to speak until it pierced through the walls of limitation he had built around himself. Divine channels of wealth are now open. I give thanks that my fortune rushes to me now, under grace and in perfect ways. Nothing can close the paths heaven has prepared. My supply is instant, my riches are visible, and my millionaire destiny is fully manifest. At first, his voice shook with unbelief, for the outer world seemed to mock these words, showing him only locked doors and unpaid debts. But I urged him to continue, to let faith carve its imprint upon the deep places of his subconscious, until the truth within him thundered louder than the lies of appearance. For several days, he repeated the decree, morning and night, while walking, while eating, even in moments of despair when all seemed hopeless. Slowly, the chains of fear began to loosen. He felt an unseen weight lifting from his chest. He sensed currents moving through nothing visible had yet changed, and he said it felt as though an invisible river of gold was pressing against a dam inside his mind. Then, without warning and without effort on his part, the first channel broke open. A forgotten investment matured far beyond expectation, delivering a sum of money that cleared his most pressing debts. As he gave thanks and continued speaking his decree, another channel burst forth. An old business partner, silent for years, appeared with a proposal that required none of his money yet promised great returns. A proposal that prospered instantly and opened doors to further ventures. Within weeks, what had seemed impossible, the rebuilding of his fortune, the opening of opportunity, the restoration of his confidence, was accomplished with such ease that he himself admitted it felt miraculous. But there was no miracle of chance. It was spiritual law responding to spoken command. It was invisible supply rushing through channels that had always existed but had been dammed by fear until faith dissolved every barrier and opened the floodgates of wealth. This is what divine law does when you stop fighting it, when you stop trying to pry open doors with human force, when you stop begging heaven to give what is already yours, and instead you speak with the authority of spiritual dominion, declaring that every channel of your good is free, every path to your fortune is clear, every stream of wealth is flowing now. There are no locked doors in divine mind, no blocked pathways in spirit, no withheld supply in the infinite storehouse of heaven. There are only illusions of limitation created by human disbelief, illusions that vanish the moment you shine upon them the light of spoken truth. The channels of your wealth have been prepared since the beginning, perfectly timed, perfectly ordered, perfectly aligned to deliver riches in ways beyond your imagining, and they do not need to be built or begged for. They need only to be recognized, acknowledged, and declared open by the voice of faith that knows its divine right to abundance. Therefore, take this decree into your mouth as a sword of light and speak it with all the power of your millionaire identity. Every channel of my supply is now open. Divine wealth flows to me without delay. The gates of abundance swing wide before me. My fortune rushes into visibility under grace and in perfect ways. No human force can close what heaven has opened. I am permanently connected to infinite riches, and my channels remain eternally free. Speak it until every fiber of your being knows it. Speak it until invisible walls crumble. Speak it until unseen rivers roar into your life with unstoppable flow. Speak it until you walk not as one hoping for wealth, but as one standing in the center of divine prosperity with channels so open, so vast, that riches cannot help but pour in from every direction. Let the world marvel at the suddenness of your fortune. Let them call it luck or miracle. But you will know that it is neither. It is law, and law always delivers to the soul that dares to speak its dominion and command its channels to open now. Dominion is not a mere concept of earthly power or human control. It is not the frail authority that men grant one another through titles, positions, or fleeting measures of success. True dominion is spiritual sovereignty, divine rulership bestowed upon every soul as its eternal birthright, the unshakable authority to command circumstances, to decree outcomes, to speak into the invisible substance of spirit and see it take form in perfect obedience. For as Scripture declares, "Thou shalt decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee." And until you awaken to this law of spoken dominion, until you rise from the posture of pleading and step into the stance of decree, your words remain weak suggestions floating through the air, unable to move the mountains of limitation that stand between you and the fortune prepared for you since before the foundation of the world. Dominion is not won by toil or force or negotiation. It is claimed by recognition. It is activated by faith. It is demonstrated through the word spoken in alignment with divine law. And it is through this dominion that your millionaire destiny is not only secured, but visibly established. For wealth cannot resist the voice that speaks as heaven speaks. Fortune cannot deny the decree that carries the authority of spirit. Abundance cannot hesitate when commanded by one who knows their divine sovereignty. From the very beginning, mankind was given dominion over all created things, not dominion to abuse, not dominion to exploit, but dominion to govern life in harmony with divine order, to command supply with words of power, to rule circumstances instead of being ruled by them. Yet over time, fear silenced the voice of authority, doubt stripped the scepter from human hands, and instead of decreeing riches, souls began to beg for survival. Instead of commanding provision, they pleaded with the universe to remember them. Instead of exercising divine rulership, they surrendered to the tyranny of appearances, believing that life was something that happened to them rather than something they were meant to speak into being. But divine law has never changed. Heaven has never revoked the gift of dominion, and in every moment, the power to decree and establish remains within you, like a sleeping giant waiting to awaken. Like a king unaware of his own crown. Like a master craftsman forgetting his tools while the world around him lies unshaped and unfinished. The awakening of dominion begins with the spoken word, for the tongue is the scepter of spiritual authority. The voice is the throne from which divine law is enforced, and when you speak not as a beggar hoping for scraps, but as a sovereign declaring truth, the universe rearranges itself to match your decree. I have witnessed souls shackled by poverty for decades rise to unimaginable wealth in a matter of weeks when they learned to speak with dominion, when they stopped saying, "I need money," and began saying, "My fortune is established now," when they ceased asking, "Will provision come?" and began declaring, "Every channel of supply is open now," when they silenced every word of doubt and spoke only the language of divine command. I have dominion over wealth. I speak as one backed by infinite power. Money flows to me now, under grace, in perfect ways. My decree cannot be denied, for heaven itself has authorized it, and what I speak is established without delay. Understand that dominion does not fight appearances, it ignores them. Dominion does not reason with lack, it commands abundance. Dominion does not argue with impossibility, it decrees possibility into existence. To walk in dominion is to see through every visible wall of limitation into the invisible realm of divine supply, to stand unmoved by temporary setbacks because you know your word holds eternal authority, to look upon a desert of emptiness and say, "Rivers of wealth burst forth here now," to gaze at closed doors and say, "These gates are lifted, and I enter my fortune freely." The one who speaks with dominion does not wait for evidence to believe. They know their decree creates evidence. They know their word carves channels unseen by human eyes. They know their spoken command shakes invisible realms until circumstances yield in perfect obedience. You believe that money comes from men, from labor, from a world that measures worth by sweat and struggle. You believe that coins are minted in banks, that wealth is locked behind vault doors, handed out by employers, withheld by fate. Yet I tell you the truth, money does not come from man at all. It does not fall from chance, nor does it respond to pleading prayers of fear. Money is spirit in visible form. It is divine substance, obedient to the spoken word, answering faith like lightning obeys the rod. You were never meant to live beneath the tyranny of lack, to bow before bills and debts, to cower in fear of tomorrow's need. You were created to command supply, to speak and see it appear. For you are the rich child of a rich father, heir to the boundless treasury of God. Imagine a treasure chest overflowing with gold and silver, yet hidden beneath a veil of unbelief. The key has always been in your hand, yet the shadow of fear has made you blind to its glimmer. The world has whispered to you that you must toil without end, grasp, compete, and beg for your portion. Religion has told you that wealth is sin, that humility is lack, that suffering is holy. And so you have wandered in deserts of scarcity while the rivers of abundance rushed unseen beneath your feet. But today the veil is torn. Today the chest is unlocked. Today, the rivers of living supply break forth from hidden places to flood your life with visible, undeniable riches. The blessing of the Lord, it maketh rich, and he addeth no sorrow with it. These are not idle words from ancient scrolls, but eternal laws that govern every dollar in your purse, every coin that ever changed hands. If there is lack in your life, it is not because heaven is closed, but because you have believed a lie. You have believed that wealth is earned by human will alone, that it must be stolen from another or denied you by fate. But Spirit gives without measure to those who understand divine law. There are laws that open doors no man can shut, that release gold from unseen vaults, that turn debts into paid in full testimonies, that cause unexpected money to rush to you from every direction, under grace and in perfect ways. Hear me now. 3 divine laws govern supply. They do not bend for kings or merchants, nor do they crumble beneath economic storms. They are eternal as God Himself, unseen yet omnipotent. To know them is to unlock the secret gates of abundance. To speak them is to command money to appear without toil, without struggle, without delay. These laws do not belong to mystics or the chosen few. They belong to you, for you were made in the image of the Creator, endowed with power to call forth substance as surely as light was called from darkness. And so I declare to you, every appearance of lack in your life is a lie. Every unpaid bill is dust and shadow. Every voice of fear that says, "There is not enough," is a serpent whispering in vain. Today you awaken to your rightful dominion. Today you stand as master, not servant, of money. Today you learn to speak with divine authority and watch substance obey. For the storehouses of heaven are open, and the law of God cannot be broken. 3 laws stand ready to serve you now. Laws that command money to appear when spoken in faith, laws that cannot fail when aligned with Spirit. I will show you these laws, one by one, until every chain of poverty falls from your hands, until every shadow of fear is dissolved, until you walk in the radiant light of your inheritance, knowing beyond doubt that supply is yours now, forever, abundantly. Let every fearful thought be still, for the voice of truth speaks. As you hear and receive it, your purse fills, your debts vanish, your home overflows with good, and you live as the royal child of a royal kingdom. These 3 laws shall set you free. Money answers not to toil alone, nor to silent yearning, but to the command of the spoken word. From the dawn of creation, the Spirit moved upon the waters, and nothing existed until the word was spoken. Let there be light, and light obeyed. From that moment, every form, every sound, every river of gold that has ever crossed this earth has been called into visibility by the vibration of speech flowing from divine authority. The tongue is not a common muscle. It is the scepter of a king, a rod of power placed by infinite intelligence into the heart and mouth of every man and woman born of Spirit. When you speak, you do not release idle breath. You command substance itself, summoning unseen forces that shape the coins in your hand, the abundance in your home, the unexpected streams of prosperity that rise like springs in the desert. This is why the Scripture declares with holy certainty, "Death and life are in the power of the tongue." These words are not poetic metaphor, they are spiritual law. Your tongue is a seed planter in the soil of the unseen. Every utterance falls like living grain into the subconscious mind, which is only power, pure and obedient, knowing nothing but to grow what you plant. Speak of lack, and you command the earth to bear weeds of poverty. Speak of riches, anchored in faith, and you summon the rain of plenty to water every field of your life. It is the law of cause and effect made audible, a force that bends even gold and silver to obey. You have been told that money is hard to earn, that it is scarce, that wealth comes only to the cunning or the fortunate few. And in repeating these beliefs, perhaps even in jest, you have forged invisible chains around your own supply. The subconscious mind does not laugh at jokes of poverty. It records them like solemn decrees, etching every careless phrase of I can't afford it. Money is hard to come by. I'll never be rich, into the walls of your inner temple. And as you speak, so you create. Your words go forth as living servants, shaping circumstances to prove your tongue true. If you declare lack, lack answers as a faithful messenger. If you speak wealth, wealth marches towards you with footsteps of thunder. Understand this: the universe is not deaf. Every syllable you utter sends ripples through the unseen ethers, drawing to you every condition that matches your word. Spirit does not choose for you. It fulfills the choice your speech reveals. The rich man and the poor man are not divided by destiny or divine favoritism. They are divided by law, the law of the spoken word. One has learned to speak as a son of the king, commanding substance to appear. The other has confessed defeat, and the universe, being impartial, has honored his confession. This is the first divine law that commands money to appear. Your word, spoken with conviction, aligns you with the endless treasury of God. You do not plead for riches. You do not chase wealth like a beggar reaching for crumbs. You stand as an heir, speaking forth the wealth already yours in spirit, and what you decree, believing, cannot be withheld. There is no power of man, no locked vault of the world, that can deny a soul who has found their voice in divine authority. Even now, as these words pass from my lips into your hearing, a stirring begins in the invisible realm. Ideas awaken that will lead you to gold. Opportunities, long held back by your silence or idle speech, begin to move toward you. The tongue of truth is a magnet for substance. It draws the riches you could never grasp by effort alone. For when you speak as one united with the Creator, money does not trickle. It rushes in torrents, under grace, in perfect ways. This law does not sometimes work. It always works, for it is as fixed as the law of sowing and reaping, as certain as day following night. And so I tell you, begin now to watch every word that crosses your lips. Let no idle talk of fear, no casual jest of insufficiency escape unchallenged. Your tongue is the wand of spirit, and with it, you either cast the spell of lack or unlock the floodgates of abundance. This is the sacred mystery. Money is obedient to your word. Speak wealth, and wealth bows before you. The greatest enemy of wealth is not the world outside you, but the shadowed beliefs you cradle within. For what you believe and repeat with your lips, you eventually make flesh. Many walk through life with prayers upon their tongues and fear lodged beneath their ribs. They beg the heavens for deliverance from debt. They whisper for increase, yet in the silent hours and common talk of the day, they mutter words of despair, of doubt, of defeat. It is like planting roses while throwing handfuls of salt upon the same soil, expecting blossoms to thrive amidst poison. The subconscious mind cannot bear two masters. It listens not to the volume of speech, but to the conviction beneath it. A man may plead for wealth by night, but by day declare to his friends that money is tight, opportunities are scarce, riches belong to others, not me. And thus his tongue speaks twice against itself, sowing weeds where he prayed for harvest. This is the illusion that blinds the children of God to their inheritance, the belief that words spoken in prayer matter while idle words do not, that only deliberate affirmations shape life while mutterings and fearful conversations are harmless. Yet Spirit makes no such distinction. Every word, even those tossed out thoughtlessly, carries the vibration of command. The invisible realm does not pause to ask if you meant what you said. It hears the decree and begins arranging substance to obey it. How many have ruined their own demonstrations by joking of ruin? How many have begged for success while confessing failure to their own souls? The subconscious, faithful servant that it is, must bring into form what is impressed upon it most deeply, and impressions are carved not only by conscious affirmations, but by the ceaseless chatter of daily thought and speech. The illusion is further deepened by a world that glorifies struggle, that kneels before labor as if toil alone could purchase abundance. Society teaches that only by clenching your fists, grinding your teeth, and bending your back can you hope to rise. This teaching has been spoken into your bones since childhood, whispered at kitchen tables, thundered in marketplaces, preached even from pulpits where fear has masqueraded as faith. And so you have believed it. You have repeated it. You have made it law for yourself. You say money is hard to make, and the universe agrees. You say, I am unlucky, and invisible forces align to prove you right. Like an echo in a canyon, every word you shout returns amplified, until poverty itself seems to mock you with the sound of your own voice. But this is shadow, not substance. This is spellcraft of ignorance, not truth. The law of the spoken word cannot be broken, but it can be turned. As surely as you have commanded lack into visibility by words of fear, you may command riches into visibility by words of faith. Yet many cling to the old illusion because it feels familiar. They imagine it safer to expect little, to speak of limitation. Believing that humility requires poverty and wealth is suspect in the sight of God. They do not see that by denying their divine inheritance, they deny the giver himself, as though infinite spirit created children destined for lack while reserving wealth for thieves and tyrants. This is a lie of the senses, not the whisper of the spirit. And so I tell you, you must awaken from this illusion. You must cease watering the seeds of poverty with your own tongue. Every idle phrase of I cannot, I lack, I do not know how, must be torn out like weeds choking the vineyard of your supply. You must understand that even your sighs, your quiet complaints spoken under your breath, your muttered predictions of failure, all have gone forth as messengers shaping your days. Until you break this cycle of double-mindedness, until your tongue is purged of contradiction, you cannot command money to appear, for your own voice will speak against the miracle you seek. This is the great turning, to recognize that lack has no source in God, no power in truth, no foundation except the scaffold of your own words. When you see that you have chained yourself with phrases of defeat, you will know that you may free yourself with decrees of power. The illusion will crumble, and you will stand face to face with divine law, knowing that every word you speak from this moment forth must be chosen as a scepter in the hand of a king, as the very key that unlocks or bars the treasury of heaven. Now that you have glimpsed the invisible chains forged by idle words and fearful utterances, you must be taught to take up the sword of the Spirit and speak as one who knows their royal station in the kingdom of supply. The tongue that once trembled in complaint must now thunder with divine authority, for heaven and earth are moved not by silent longing nor human desperation, but by the commanding word aligned with infinite mind. I tell you plainly, you are not a beggar scraping at the gates of fortune. You are the heir of immeasurable riches, clothed in the authority of the Most High, and every syllable you speak can shake the foundations of poverty and call forth the gold that is already yours in spirit. You must begin this holy work by cleansing the atmosphere of your own home and mind with declarations of truth that cut like lightning through fog. Stand alone in your room, lift your head high as though you already gaze upon invisible riches, and say with unwavering voice, I am the rich child of a rich father. All that is mine by divine right now appears. Money comes to me quickly, in perfect ways under grace, without strain or struggle. The storehouses of heaven are open. Wealth floods my life this day. These are not vain repetitions but living decrees, hammers striking the walls of subconscious resistance until they crumble and reveal the treasure hidden within. Speak them aloud, morning and night, for every word sends out vibrations that summon unseen servants, angels of provision, channels of supply, ideas brighter than gold itself. You may think it strange to speak to money as though it were a living thing, but understand this: all substance is alive with divine intelligence and awaits the signal of your command. If you have spoken curses of lack over it before, you must now reverse those darkened spells with words of light. Take your wallet, even if empty, and declare, You are always full, bursting with large bills and overflowing checks. You cannot be depleted, for the Spirit of God is my unfailing supply. Hold every coin as though it were a seed that multiplies, saying, "This grows and returns 1,000-fold, for I am rooted in the abundance of heaven." Such speech does not merely comfort the mind, it impresses the subconscious and stirs invisible forces that hasten to fulfill your decree. There must be no hesitancy, no timid whispering of truth as though you fear to disturb the silence. Speak boldly, for divine law responds to certainty as the earth responds to spring rain. When Jesus stood before the tomb of Lazarus, he did not plead with God for power. He commanded, "Lazarus, come forth," and death itself bowed before the word. So must you speak to your finances, your debts, your empty accounts. Money, appear now. Opportunities manifest this instant. Every door closed is now swung wide, every withheld payment released under grace. The tone of mastery must replace the whimper of need, for you are not asking, it is already given. You are decreeing that it become visible. With each decree, picture in your mind rivers of currency flowing toward you, golden streams cascading over every obstacle, letters of unexpected checks arriving like swift-winged messengers of fortune. Imagine wealthy friends and generous strangers drawn to you as though by a magnet, every encounter turning to gold because you have spoken the law that commands it. As these visions flash before your inner eye, affirm aloud, "I walk in divine wealth consciousness. Riches flow to me from north, south, east, and west. I am fearless, for my word is law, my decree is established now." Do this until your very breath vibrates with power, until no thought of limitation can lodge within you. And when appearances still try to mock you, when bills pile up or income seems delayed, you will not collapse into old murmurs of defeat. Instead, you will rise, look those lying shadows in the face, and speak again with even greater force. Every debt is now wiped out, every account is paid in full. Infinite Spirit provides me with more than enough money this very moment. I am wealthy beyond measure, and nothing can stop it. This is not bravado, but spiritual science. As surely as a king's command stirs armies to march, your words stir the unseen to deliver wealth into your hands. Every command you speak carries the seed of transformation, but unless you also tear out the old roots of fear and the poisonous growth of past declarations, the soil of your subconscious will fight to keep you bound. True wealth cannot grow in ground overrun with weeds of limitation, generations of false teaching, and memories of lack etched like scars upon the soul. To command money to appear with divine certainty, you must break these invisible chains. Not once, not momentarily, but until every trace of bondage is dissolved, and only the radiant pattern of abundance remains imprinted upon your inner mind. Consider that for years, perhaps decades, you have carved deep channels of poverty into your consciousness. From childhood, you were told to expect less, to be cautious, to settle for crumbs while others feasted. You have witnessed struggle and absorbed it as natural law. You have spoken of bills and debts until those words built invisible prisons around your potential. Even as you pray for wealth, echoes of those old beliefs rise from the depths, whispering, "It cannot happen for you. It is too late. Money is hard. Others are lucky, but not you." These voices are not truth. They are records, broken, warped, yet faithfully replaying until you smash them completely. To reprogram the mind is to destroy every untrue record and inscribe new music of divine harmony. Each spoken affirmation is like a chisel striking stone, each denial of fear like fire burning away dross. You must become relentless, for every day the old thoughts try to resurrect themselves, clawing to maintain their rule. When they rise, you will not argue with them, nor will you beg them to leave. You will stand in the authority of spirit and declare, "I smash and demolish every false belief of poverty and lack." These lies return to their native nothingness, for they never had power over me. I now record only the truth of wealth, success, and divine abundance within my subconscious mind. This is not imagination alone, it is scientific law of mind. The subconscious, once filled with fear, must obey new impressions given with feeling and faith. As you repeat declarations of wealth, picture them sinking deep like glowing seeds, radiating light into dark corners, replacing despair with visions of gold. Imagine your entire being flooded with divine substance, every cell and thought vibrating with certainty that you are rich. You have always been rich, and nothing can take this truth from you. The more vividly you imagine and the more passionately you speak, the quicker the subconscious erases old patterns and aligns itself with the infinite storehouse. Understand that this transformation is not slow when done in faith. Many think habits require months or years to break, but spiritual law operates beyond time. A single decree, spoken with the power of revelation, can burn away years of mental chains in an instant. I have seen a man, trapped in cycles of debt for decades, awaken to this law and speak daily. I am surrounded by plenty, immersed in divine supply, and large sums of money now come to me quickly and easily. In a matter of weeks, unexpected inheritances, forgiven debts, and opportunities multiplied until he could no longer recognize the life of lack he had once known. The subconscious mind, reprogrammed by spoken word and faith, created new circumstances as swiftly as a sunrise banishes night. Let this truth be carved into your heart. Mental reprogramming is the foundation upon which every spoken command rests. Without it, your decrees are scattered seeds falling on stone. With it, every word you speak plants itself in fertile soil and produces a harvest of overflowing supply. Therefore, from this moment forward, deny every appearance of lack, reject every whisper of fear, and affirm constantly that your inner records now play only the music of prosperity. Speak aloud. My subconscious mind is cleared of all false limitations. I now record the truth. God is my unfailing supply. Wealth is my divine birthright, and my mind is permanently fixed in abundance consciousness. Continue this until you feel the shift within, until old anxieties lose their sting, until money no longer feels distant but near, obedient, inevitable. When this transformation is complete, the law of the spoken word works without resistance. You will no longer doubt when you command wealth to appear, for every part of you will agree with the truth. In that holy agreement, mountains of debt will crumble, rivers of supply will rush forth, and money will appear as naturally as dawn breaks the dark horizon. Now that you have grasped the power of the spoken word and begun the holy work of cleansing and commanding the currents of supply through speech, you must understand that words alone, though mighty, move most swiftly when they ride upon the river of divine right action. There is a law deeper than mere activity or human striving, a law that governs movement and opportunity, directing every step of those who align with infinite intelligence. This is the law of divine right action, and it is as exact and unfailing as the turning of the stars in their silent courses. Many people speak truth but remain bound because they move against the current of spirit, laboring in paths that are not theirs to walk, chasing doors not meant for them to open, and ignoring the golden hunches whispered by divine guidance. The universe is ordered. It is not chaos. Every soul has a path carved by infinite wisdom before their birth, a royal road leading to their destined good. When you walk upon this path, wealth flows to you as effortlessly as rivers run to the sea. When you resist it, no amount of toil or planning can produce lasting prosperity. Think of a river dammed by man's ignorance. The waters of supply are pressing, pushing, ready to burst forth and flood your fields with bounty. Yet through disobedience to inner guidance or clinging to human will, you have built barriers against the very flow you crave. You remain in jobs that suffocate your spirit, cling to ventures conceived in fear, and follow opportunities driven by desperation rather than divine prompting. And still you pray for abundance, not realizing that abundance has been standing at your very gate, unable to enter, because you have locked yourself upon a crooked path that does not belong to you. Divine right action is not frantic effort. It is effortless alignment with the will of God, where every move you make is carried by unseen hands, and every step you take opens treasure houses hidden from worldly sight. Scripture declares, "In all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct thy paths." These words are not vague advice, but precise spiritual law. To acknowledge God is to quiet the noise of human reasoning, to silence the clamor of fear, and to listen for the still small voice of intuition, the direct guidance of infinite mind within you. This voice does not shout, nor does it explain in lengthy arguments. It speaks in flashes of knowing, in hunches that tug gently yet unmistakably at your heart. When obeyed without hesitation, these prompts lead you to opportunities that human planning could never conceive, bringing forth money and supply through channels so miraculous they bear the fingerprints of God. I have witnessed countless souls struggle for years in barren fields because they trusted only in intellect or followed the guidance of those blinded by worldly logic. Yet the moment they learned to still their minds and acknowledge divine wisdom, an inner nudge led them to the right people, the right places, and the right work that opened the floodgates of prosperity. One woman, weighed down by poverty and rejection, heard within her a persistent urging to step into a new line of service far removed from her current labor. Though friends ridiculed her, she obeyed. Within weeks, unexpected patrons appeared, and wealth flowed to her through channels no mortal could have arranged. This is divine right action, not merely doing, but doing what Spirit has ordained, at the time Spirit ordains it, without fear, without resistance. When you unite this law with the spoken word, every command for money to appear is carried upon wings of action chosen not by anxiety, but by divine decree. You may speak wealth with power, but if you then march in directions Spirit has not sanctioned, you choke your own demonstration. Right action is not frantic motion or overwork. It is the graceful dance of obedience, where each step is in harmony with heavenly rhythm. You will know you are moving in divine right action because peace attends you, doors open without force, and resources gather around you as though drawn by magnetism. This is why some toil endlessly and remain poor, while others, seemingly with little effort, draw vast fortunes. One is moving against divine current, the other is borne effortlessly upon it. Therefore, to command money to appear, you must do more than speak. It is required that you walk in the path prepared for you by infinite intelligence, a path where every act is divinely right and every motion is blessed. When you live in this alignment, your work becomes magnetic, your presence draws wealth, and even idle moments become fruitful because the entire universe is working on your behalf. The law of divine right action ensures that what you do and where you go are already rich fields prepared for harvest. There is no waste, no wandering, only perfect steps that lead to perfect supply. When you acknowledge Spirit in all your ways, heaven and earth conspire to bring your wealth swiftly into form, and what once seemed difficult now unfolds with effortless grace, for you are no longer striving, you are carried. The most cunning snare that keeps multitudes poor even as they pray for riches is not merely ignorance of divine guidance, but the glittering deception that human will, untempered by Spirit, can secure lasting prosperity. Men and women have been taught to believe that wealth is earned solely by grinding labor, by bending circumstances to their will, by running faster and pushing harder than the next soul. They believe that by clinging with desperate hands to every opportunity that appears before them, whether or not it carries the fragrance of divine order, they can force fortune to favor them. This belief is a shadow, a half-truth, a cruel mirage that has enslaved minds for generations. And though many toil from dawn to dusk, wringing life from their own bodies in pursuit of supply, they end as empty as when they began, for they have mistaken motion for direction and stubborn persistence for obedience to divine right action. This illusion takes many shapes. It appears when a man stays bound to a position that starves his spirit because he fears there is no other way to provide for his family. convincing himself that endless misery is holy sacrifice. It appears when a woman rejects the quiet prompting of intuition, choosing instead the noisy counsel of fearful friends, investing her energy into ventures that spirit never blessed. It appears when hearts chase every glittering promise of gain, without first seeking divine direction, moving like ships without compass or stars to guide them. They confuse frantic activity for productivity, mistaking storms for progress, and in their haste they build not treasure, but towers of sand washed away by the first great tide of life's trials. These are not harmless errors, they are costly chains that bind the flow of wealth. Divine law is precision, not chaos. When you move outside its current, every step feels heavy, every door seems locked, and even victories crumble to dust. The subconscious absorbs these false steps as evidence of struggle being necessary, reinforcing a vicious cycle where you work harder and harder while remaining farther from your good. Like a farmer who insists on planting in barren soil while fertile fields lie untouched nearby, you exhaust yourself while abundance waits patiently for you to simply turn and heed divine guidance. There is another form of this illusion, more subtle yet just as destructive, the belief that you must control every outcome, manipulating events and people to ensure provision. You plan endlessly, scheme tirelessly, fearing that if you release control, disaster will fall. But Spirit does not bless manipulation. Divine law does not answer to fear. When you attempt to command wealth through human cunning alone, you build walls against the very supply you crave. True abundance flows not through strained control, but through surrender to right action. A surrender that feels like release, not loss, and ushers you into perfect opportunities chosen by infinite wisdom itself. Understand this: divine right action is not inaction, nor is it the laziness of apathy. It is precise, spirit-led movement that achieves more in a single moment than years of struggle ever could. Many resist this because it feels unfamiliar. They have been taught to measure success by sweat and strain, to mistrust ease as though it were sin. Yet Jesus said, "Take my yoke upon you, for my yoke is easy and my burden is light." These words reveal the path of divine right action, where burdens lift and wealth arrives without wounds, because every step is spirit-directed. To those blinded by worldly illusions, this seems impossible. They cannot imagine prosperity without toil, because their minds are chained to falsehoods taught by fear, pride, and the worship of human will. But you, listening now, are being called out of this illusion. You are being summoned to recognize that struggle is not divine law, but human invention. The universe has never required frantic striving to deliver abundance. Birds do not draft endless plans to secure their next meal. Lilies do not labor to weave their garments of splendor. Yet your heavenly Father feeds them and clothes them in glory greater than Solomon's. If you live in perpetual struggle, if every action feels heavy and unrewarding, it is not because wealth is withheld. It is because you have not yet surrendered to divine right action. You have believed the shadow and ignored the light, chasing opportunities birthed by fear instead of obedience to Spirit's gentle yet irresistible call. Break this illusion today. Understand that the path to wealth is not a maze of desperate effort, but a single, straight road marked by divine guidance. When you trust the still small voice within, when you release the need to control and cease running from one hollow promise to another, you will find yourself suddenly carried into the very heart of abundance. Doors will open without force, helpers will appear without your summoning, and opportunities dripping with gold will lay themselves at your feet. Not because you clawed for them, but because divine right action, once obeyed, moves mountains to deliver your good. Now that you see the illusion that binds humanity to struggle and frantic motion, you must learn how to shift from that crooked and exhausting path into the straight and royal road of divine right action, where every step is carried by unseen hands and every motion you make is like a golden key turning in the locks of abundance. You cannot stumble into right action by force of will or by repeating old patterns of planning and manipulation. You enter it only when you still the noise of human reasoning and surrender your feet to be guided by the infinite intelligence that formed you. Divine right action is not discovered by calculation, but by revelation. It is a light that dawns in the silent sanctuary of intuition, whispering the perfect next step that the intellect could never devise. To walk in this law, you must first still your mind from the endless chatter of fear and the shrill counsel of others who do not know the secret things of spirit. Each morning, before you lift a finger toward any task, enter into the silence of prayer and say aloud with a steady voice, "Infinite Spirit, open the way for my immediate and perfect supply. Direct my every step, guide my every choice, and lead me swiftly to my divinely appointed good. I refuse to move in fear or desperation. I move only when divinely directed, for I am carried by your wisdom and power." These words are not supplication, they are alignment. As you speak them, picture a radiant path glowing before you, a golden thread stretching through every hour of your day, leading you effortlessly to encounters, opportunities, and divine connections prepared for you before time began. Throughout the day, when faced with decisions or crossroads where doubt and anxiety rise to cloud your vision, place your hand over your heart and declare, "I stand still and see the salvation of the Lord. Infinite intelligence knows the perfect next step, and it is revealed to me now." Then pause. Do not force an answer with frantic thinking. Instead, wait in poised expectancy, knowing that divine right action cannot be hidden from one who seeks it in faith. A quiet hunch may stir within you, a sudden inner nudge to make a call, visit a certain place, or consider a path you have long ignored. Do not dismiss these flashes of guidance as imagination. They are the language of spirit, and to obey them without hesitation is to step into fields white with harvest. When you move according to this guidance, affirm as you take each step, "Every action I take is divinely right. I am led by the Spirit into perfect opportunities. My way is made clear, and my supply is assured." These decrees set into motion currents of power far greater than human logic could command. Invisible forces arrange meetings with the right people, align circumstances to favor your good, and bring resources into your hands with a speed that leaves worldly effort staggering in disbelief. What once required endless struggle now unfolds with grace and precision, because you have surrendered to the perfect choreography of divine wisdom. Even when obstacles appear, do not rush to knock them down by human strength. Stand still and affirm, "Every hindrance now dissolves. The Spirit of God goes before me, making clear and successful my way. Nothing can block or delay my divinely appointed supply." Speak it until you feel the peace of heaven settle over your mind. This peace is your signal that divine right action is already at work behind the scenes, clearing paths you cannot yet see and arranging outcomes you could never design on your own. With each day you practice these commands, you will notice a shift within. The heavy burden of forcing life begins to lift, the frantic need to control gives way to trust, and a calm confidence grows in its place. In this new consciousness, every task you perform feels effortless and perfectly timed, as though you are no longer struggling uphill, but being carried downstream by a river of divine power. The doors that were once sealed against you will swing open of their own accord, for divine right action never leads you to knock on walls. It takes you only to gates that heaven itself has unlocked. And as you walk this path, speaking these truths, money and abundance will flow to you naturally and irresistibly because you are no longer chasing your good. You are walking straight into it by the hand of God. To truly live in divine right action, it is not enough to speak the decrees of alignment in fleeting moments of faith. You must utterly transform the very landscape of your mind, for years of fear-driven movement, habitual struggle, and self-directed will have carved deep grooves into your consciousness. And until these grooves are filled and replaced with the smooth golden highway of trust in divine guidance, you will find yourself continually sliding back into old, frantic ways. The subconscious, as I have told you, is a faithful servant. It obeys whatever is impressed upon it with feeling and repetition, whether truth or lie. If for decades it has been taught to believe that money can only come through endless toil, that one must fight tooth and nail for every opportunity, that to rest or to wait for guidance is laziness that leads to ruin, then even as you speak words of faith, an inner tide will pull you back toward the old pattern of struggle, sabotaging your demonstration before it has time to blossom. To reprogram the mind for divine right action, you must first bring every false belief about effort and control into the clear light of truth and dissolve them completely. Begin by affirming with power, I release forever the belief that I must force my own good or wrestle with life to prosper. I deny every lie that wealth is born of fear or frantic striving. These beliefs are shadows only, powerless illusions, and they return now to nothingness. Speak these words with feeling, not as empty phrases, but as a sword cutting through chains that have bound you since childhood. Imagine as you speak that invisible cords are snapping and falling away, leaving you light and free. Visualize the weight of years of struggle lifting from your shoulders, melting like ice under the sun, until you feel within that you are truly released from the compulsion to push and strain. Once you have denied the falsehoods, you must impress upon the subconscious the radiant truth that wealth and success are found only through spirit-led action. Speak aloud morning and night until it becomes the music of your very being. I am guided by infinite intelligence in every step I take. I am perfectly led to the right work, the right opportunities, the right channels of supply. My way is made clear, my timing is divine, and my actions are effortless and successful because they are directed by God Himself. As you declare this, imagine your mind being washed by golden light, sweeping away every remnant of confusion and replacing it with calm certainty. Picture a luminous path stretching before you, illuminated by heavenly radiance, with each stone perfectly placed for your steps. Feel the peace of knowing you no longer wander aimlessly, for the unseen hand of Spirit holds yours and leads you unfailingly toward your highest good. Throughout the day, you must train yourself to listen inwardly for divine prompts rather than leaping to act from fear or logic alone. Each time you feel the familiar surge of anxiety urging you to make hasty moves, pause and place your hand upon your heart. Say quietly, but with authority, I now silence the voice of fear and attune myself to divine wisdom. I act only as Spirit directs me, and therefore every action I take leads to perfect wealth and success. Repeat this until the restlessness subsides and you sense that deep, unshakable calm that always attends true guidance. Over time, this practice reconditions your subconscious to respond not to panic but to peace, making obedience to divine right action second nature. I have seen men and women who once lived enslaved to relentless struggle experience miraculous transformations through this mental reprogramming. A man who believed he could never succeed without exhausting labor began to practice these decrees. In mere weeks, his frantic energy softened, intuitive ideas came to him in dreams, and he was led to a new line of work that produced more wealth with a fraction of the effort. Another, who had clung desperately to failing ventures out of fear of losing everything, finally released them and affirmed daily that Spirit would guide her to her true place. Doors opened swiftly, opportunities poured in from directions she could not have planned, and prosperity flowed in greater measure than years of struggle had ever produced. You must understand this. Divine right action is effortless, not because nothing is done, but because everything you do is perfectly aligned with the hidden design of your destiny. When your mind is reprogrammed to trust and obey divine guidance, you will not need to force results. Your subconscious will naturally move you towards Spirit-led decisions, attracting the right people and timing every step with uncanny precision. What once felt like endless climbing becomes like being carried on wings of light. Money and opportunities will appear almost without conscious effort because every action you take is saturated with the power of divine order. Therefore, commit now to this transformation. Deny every lie of struggle, affirm daily your unity with divine guidance, and listen intently for the voice of Spirit directing your way. As you do, divine right action will become the only action you know, and wealth will flow to you as rivers to the sea, naturally, unceasingly, abundantly. The burden will fall away, and you will walk as one who knows that heaven itself charts your course, and nothing can keep you from your rich, radiant destiny. There is a third law, often unseen and unspoken, yet it is the silent bridge between fear and freedom, between striving and serenity, between lack that chokes the heart and abundance that pours like a river of gold into every crevice of your life. This is the law of non-resistance and substitution, and it is the final key that unlocks the gates of visible supply. Without it, even the power of your spoken word and the grace of divine right action may falter under the weight of inner tension and grasping desperation. With it, the very air seems to shimmer with providence, every locked door swings open without your hand, and money appears with the soft certainty of dawn breaking a long, dark night. Non-resistance is the mastery of stillness in the face of storms. It is the deep, immovable knowing that no person, no circumstance, no earthly power can truly block the good that is yours by divine decree. Resistance is the clenched fist, the tight jaw, the restless mind that wrestles with shadows of injustice and loss, believing that by fighting harder, by pushing longer, one can seize what has been withheld. But divine supply does not answer to clenched fists. Spirit does not flow where walls of fear and resentment are built high. The energy of resistance is like a dam against the currents of abundance. It holds back the waters meant to irrigate your fields, leaving you parched while infinite rivers rush untapped just beyond your walls. Jesus spoke this law plainly when he said, "Agree with thine adversary quickly." To agree is not to surrender to defeat, nor to let evil triumph. It is to deny it power, to see it as shadow without substance, a fleeting mist before the rising sun of divine truth. When debts loom like giants, when others seem to wrongfully withhold what is yours, when the appearance of loss stalks your peace, resistance reacts with fear and anger, tightening its grip on the very chains it longs to break. Non-resistance, however, stands still and says, "There is nothing to fight, for God's law has already decreed my freedom and my wealth." This seeming injustice dissolves into nothingness even now. My good cannot be stolen, delayed, or denied. With that, the walls crack, the chains fall, and the tide of divine recompense sweeps in, often through channels so unexpected they bear the signature of miracles. Substitution is the second face of this law, for nature and spirit alike abhor a vacuum. When you release resistance, when you let go of clinging to wrong people, wrong jobs, wrong investments, wrong dreams that were never divinely planted, you create space that must be filled. Yet if you do not deliberately fill it with divine truth, with affirmations of higher good, the empty space draws to itself the same old patterns you just cast out. Substitution is the holy practice of replacing every thought of fear with faith, every vision of loss with a vision of gain, every bitter word of injustice with a commanding word of divine restoration. It is not enough to merely stop resisting. You must speak and see and feel the wealth of heaven, rushing in to take the place of what you have released. This is how spirit works. You cannot cling to stones and hope to receive gold. You cannot grasp thorns and expect to hold roses. You must open your hands, release what does not belong to divine design, and immediately declare, "I am divinely compensated for every appearance of loss. The space left empty is now filled with overflowing abundance. What is mine by divine right rushes to me now with multiplied increase, under grace and in perfect ways. This spoken substitution seals the law, ensuring that what leaves your life is always replaced with something infinitely better, richer, more radiant, with divine order. I have seen people cling for years to positions they hated, to toxic partnerships, to ventures long decayed, believing that to release them would plunge them into ruin. Yet the very act of clinging kept their good locked away. When they finally surrendered, when they ceased resisting change and substituted words of trust and increase, new opportunities appeared with breathtaking speed, often bringing fortunes and freedom far beyond what they imagined possible. Non-resistance is not passivity. It is faith in action, refusing to wrestle with shadows, and instead opening wide the gates for spirit to move unopposed. To live this law is to become as a calm lake reflecting heaven, undisturbed by storms, yet fed constantly by unseen springs that never run dry. Money commanded through non-resistance flows as if on silent wings, because no fear or resentment rises to push it away. Every release, every seeming loss, becomes but a divine transaction, a clearing of old clutter to make room for richer treasure. This is not a rare mystery reserved for saints. It is the natural law of spirit. The moment you practice it, the moment you truly let go and fill the void with affirmations of divine increase, you stand upon the highest ground of abundance, where nothing can shake you and nothing can stop supply from appearing before your very eyes. The greatest barrier to wealth is not the economy, nor is it the greed of others, nor any so-called curse of fate. It is the invisible chains of resistance forged silently in the heart of man. These chains are made of fear and the feverish belief that if you dare to loosen your grip, if you release control, if you stop fighting against the tide for even one moment, all that you have and all that you hope for will slip away forever. This is the cruelest illusion because it masquerades as wisdom, whispering to you that vigilance, struggle, and clenched determination are the only shields against poverty and loss. And so you cling with white-knuckled hands to the very things that bind you, wrong jobs that drain your soul, relationships that suffocate your growth, investments that have long since turned to dust. You build fortress walls around your little pile of scarcity, terrified that to open a gate is to invite ruin, never knowing that these walls have locked out the divine rivers of abundance rushing toward you. This illusion also tells you that every wrong done to you must be fought tooth and nail, that you must avenge yourself upon every injustice and wrestle back what was taken. How many souls have wasted years and fortunes in endless legal battles, feuds, and bitter pursuits of vindication, only to find themselves poorer, sicker, and more broken than when they began? They believed that if they did not resist, if they did not fight for every coin and every scrap of recognition, they would be trampled underfoot and cast aside. Yet divine law has never required such torment. It has never asked its children to grovel in courts of men or spill their peace in ceaseless wars of pride. Spirit has promised that vengeance is mine, I will repay. But resistance cannot trust this promise. It demands proof of strength through struggle, blind to the silent power of divine recompense that would have restored all loss 100-fold had they only released their grip. Even in their seeking of wealth, this illusion of resistance hides in subtle ways. One may speak affirmations of abundance while secretly dreading failure, clutching to the process with anxiety, measuring every hour for results, fearing that if they relax their hold for even a moment, the miracle will flee. This is not faith. It is resistance cloaked in the garments of prayer. True wealth does not flow through clenched hearts and minds. It is repelled by them. Spirit cannot deliver gold to hands already full of stones, cannot pour wine into cups tightly covered by trembling fingers. It waits, ever patient, for the moment you release the fight, the grasping, the need to control, and in that holy surrender, abundance finally has room to enter. There is another layer to this illusion, the refusal to let go of what no longer belongs to divine design. The soul longs for increase, for higher expression of wealth and freedom, yet it clings to the old out of habit and fear of the unknown. One remains in failing enterprises because, at least it's familiar, or refuses to release possessions that no longer serve, believing that to give away or to lose is to diminish oneself. But divine law cannot fill a vessel already stuffed with yesterday's stale bread. To cling to what is dying is to refuse the banquet of the living spirit. Many who claim to desire prosperity are unwilling to release what blocks its arrival, holding fast to crumbs while heaven prepares a feast. Substitution becomes impossible when this illusion reigns. The law demands that every vacuum be filled, yet resistance will neither empty its hands nor allow spirit to place better gifts within them. And so, wealth is delayed, opportunities are missed, and life becomes a repeating cycle of loss and grasping. Only when you recognize the falsehood, that letting go is not losing, that surrender is not weakness, that non-resistance is not defeat, does the cycle shatter. For the truth is this: whatever you release in faith is never lost but transmuted and returned to you pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Divine substance cannot leave you poorer, it can only lift you higher. This is why so many who finally surrender and practice non-resistance speak of sudden, almost magical breakthroughs. Debts erased without effort, inheritances arriving unlooked for, wrongs righted without struggle, and money appearing through channels they could never have imagined. They were never truly lacking in supply. They were blocking it by their resistance, by their iron grip on lesser things. When they opened their hands and hearts, when they substituted fear with faith and loss with expectation of divine recompense, abundance poured in so swiftly it seemed miraculous. But it was not miracle. It was law. The immutable law of non-resistance and substitution finally allowed to operate without obstruction. And so I tell you, recognize this illusion for what it is: a shadow with no substance, a chain made only of vapor that dissolves the moment you stop grasping at it. The fight, the struggle, the clinging, all have been lies whispered by fear. Release them now. Trust the divine law that never robs but always restores. Empty your hands of what no longer belongs, speak aloud that you are compensated and lifted higher, and watch as spirit rushes in to replace what you have surrendered with treasures you never dreamed were yours. For this is the truth. Nothing real can be lost, and nothing divine can be withheld, once you step into the holy stillness of non-resistance and the radiant certainty of substitution. To truly enter into the mastery of this third divine law, you must not only understand its principle, but breathe it into every fiber of your being. Speak it until your voice carries the cadence of eternal truth, and act as though the rivers of spirit have already swept away every shadow of resistance, leaving your life a wide and golden plain where abundance walks freely. The practice of non-resistance and substitution begins in the silent chambers of the heart, where old fears still crouch like beggars clutching rags of false security. These fears do not depart by reasoning or by human strength. They are dissolved only when you speak with the authority of divine law and embody the stillness of a soul anchored in infinite supply. Each morning, before you enter the noise of the world, lift your face toward heaven and say with deliberate calm yet commanding force, "I now release every person, situation, and possession that does not belong to the perfect plan of my life. I let go of all false attachments and wrong conditions. They have no power over me, and they return to their native nothingness. In their place, divine substance now rushes in, filling every vacuum with richer blessings, greater freedom, and unending supply." Let these words not be whispered timidly, but spoken as though you are issuing decrees to the unseen legions of divine intelligence, standing ready to execute them. For indeed, when you speak thus, angels move, doors unlatch, and treasures long prepared for you begin their swift journey into form. Throughout the day, you will encounter moments that tempt you to resist, to clench at unfair treatment, to grasp at failing ventures, to cling to possessions out of fear they will not be replaced. In these moments, pause, still your breath, and proclaim with unwavering faith, I do not fight shadows. I do not grasp for what does not belong. Infinite Spirit is my source and supply. Every seeming loss is immediately transmuted into divine gain. Every vacuum is filled with overflowing abundance. I let go freely, joyously, and I receive richly, effortlessly. Feel the chains of tension melt from your shoulders as you speak this truth. Imagine the invisible dams within you crumbling to dust, and see golden streams of provision flooding every area of your life with quiet power. To practice substitution is to become a sculptor of your own experience. Each time fear suggests loss, you immediately carve its opposite in thought and speech. This loss is only appearance. I am instantly compensated. Greater riches now take its place. When anxiety whispers that releasing something will leave you empty, you counter with, I release in faith, and heaven fills my hands with treasures greater than before. When anger rises at those who wrong you, transform it by declaring, there are no enemies in divine mind. Every seeming injustice is now dissolved and replaced with divine justice and recompense. All is well. These declarations do not merely soothe the mind, they command the unseen forces of spirit to reshape reality itself, turning ashes to beauty and restoring sevenfold everything that once appeared lost. Begin to practice letting go in tangible ways. Clear your home of objects that no longer serve or inspire, giving them freely without fear of lack. As you do, affirm, I release these things in love, and divine substance rushes in to fill this space with new blessings. Watch as opportunities, gifts, and unexpected streams of money arrive to occupy the space you have opened. In relationships or work that drain your spirit and resist divine order, dare to speak. This plan, not planted by my Father, now dissolves. I am free and lifted into perfect alignment with my true good. Then step aside and allow Spirit to remove or transform the situation swiftly and peacefully, often delivering new partnerships or work that overflow with both joy and prosperity. Know this, every release, when coupled with spoken substitution, is a magnetic act that draws divine increase without delay. Nothing you surrender in faith is ever truly lost. It is multiplied and returned to you in higher form. As you live these decrees, practicing non-resistance and substitution in thought, word, and deed, you will find yourself no longer striving to command money. It will appear of its own accord. Opportunities will flow toward you effortlessly. Wealth will gather from unseen directions, and you will walk as one who knows the silent power of letting go and receiving without struggle. The law cannot fail, for it is the very rhythm of spirit itself, and when you align your speech and actions with it, abundance becomes as natural and unstoppable as the turning of the earth beneath your feet. To fully embody this divine law and walk as one who effortlessly receives abundance, you must go beyond single moments of surrender and substitution. You must reforge the entire pattern of your inner being until non-resistance becomes your natural state and substitution your automatic response. For as long as your subconscious mind clings to the old reflex of grasping, fearing loss, and wrestling with appearances, you will find yourself returning to the same narrow prisons of lack, no matter how often you speak words of release. Mental reprogramming is therefore essential, for it transforms not only your speech, but the deep and hidden convictions that drive your every reaction to life. Until this transformation is complete, you will speak of letting go while secretly bracing for ruin. You will affirm substitution, yet quietly doubt that anything better will truly take the place of what you have surrendered. The subconscious is a faithful servant, but it cannot create beyond what it has been taught. If it has been nourished for years on fear, convinced by early experiences that losing something is a tragedy, that releasing control means chaos, that those who do not fight for every coin are doomed to poverty, then even as you consciously declare non-resistance, the subconscious will sabotage your freedom. It will whisper to you at night, "Hold on tighter." It will stir anxiety when you try to step away from conflict. It will fill your heart with dread at the thought of giving away possessions or leaving old, lifeless ventures behind. Like a vine twisting around a tree, these old impressions must be untangled and replaced with radiant, living truths that root you permanently in the effortless law of divine compensation. Begin this reprogramming with deliberate and repetitive declarations, spoken with emotion until they sink beneath the surface of awareness and become unshakable convictions. Stand before a mirror each day and look deeply into your own eyes, speaking as though addressing the eternal spirit within you. I am now permanently released from every false belief in loss or deprivation. I know with certainty that nothing real can ever be taken from me. Every release makes me richer. Every vacuum is instantly filled with greater good, and every appearance of loss is divinely transformed into multiplied increase. As you speak, visualize bright light flooding your mind, burning away the shadows of fear and weaving golden threads of trust through the fabric of your subconscious. Imagine old memories of loss or betrayal dissolving into mist, replaced by scenes of restoration, of treasures returned sevenfold, of peace and freedom reigning where chaos once dwelt. Throughout the day, whenever old reflexes try to rise, when you feel the familiar tightening of resistance in your chest or hear the anxious thought that says, "You cannot let this go, nothing better will come," pause and counter it immediately with substitution. That is a lie of fear, and it has no power. Infinite Spirit is my unfailing supply. The moment I release, heaven fills my hands with treasures far greater than before. I am always safe, always provided for, always enriched by every change. Speak this softly if you are in public or aloud with strength if alone, but speak it every time until the subconscious learns this is the only truth it is allowed to obey. In moments of quiet reflection, practice imagining yourself letting go of burdens without pain or loss. Picture yourself joyfully walking away from old debts, outdated possessions, suffocating jobs or relationships, and watch in your inner vision as divine substance instantly rushes in to replace them with luminous new blessings. A home filled with peace and beauty, wealth flowing easily from inspired opportunities, companions who uplift and cherish you. Engage all your senses in this inner rehearsal until it feels as real as waking life, for the subconscious cannot distinguish between vivid imagination and actual experience. The more you rehearse this effortless exchange, the more your inner self accepts it as natural law, and soon your outer life must mirror this inner transformation. I have witnessed people trapped for decades in bitter clinging to wrong conditions finally master this mental reprogramming. One woman, terrified of losing a job that drained her spirit, practiced these affirmations daily until one morning she felt a deep calm wash over her and declared, "This role no longer belongs to divine order. I release it joyfully, knowing my perfect work and abundant income appear now." She left without fear, and within a week was offered a position twice as rewarding in pay and joy, arranged through connections she could not have planned. Another man, entangled in endless disputes over money owed to him, affirmed for weeks that every injustice was dissolving and divine recompense was flowing. He ceased all resistance and lawsuits, trusting Spirit to act. Unexpectedly, the debt was not only paid, but multiplied through a separate business opportunity that arose the moment he let go of vengeance. Such transformations are not exceptions, they are evidence of the law. When your subconscious is fully reprogrammed to trust non-resistance and practice substitution instinctively, you will no longer even think to grasp or fight. The thought of clinging to what is wrong for you will feel unnatural, letting go will feel like breathing, and every release will be followed by a swift inflow of divine supply. In this state, commanding money to appear requires no strain. It becomes as simple as opening your hands to receive what heaven is already pouring forth. The law cannot fail. For it is not a matter of human chance, but eternal spiritual principle. Whatever you release in faith must be returned to you multiplied, and whatever space you clear in trust must be filled with divine abundance beyond what you dared to imagine. You have now walked with me through the three immutable divine laws that command money to appear: the law of the spoken word that shapes substance into visible wealth, the law of divine right action that moves your feet along the golden path prepared by infinite intelligence, and the law of non-resistance and substitution that opens the gates for rivers of abundance to flow where once fear had built dams of limitation. Yet knowing a law is not the same as living it. Speaking affirmations in moments of calm, dreaming of wealth in quiet hours, or nodding in agreement with truth does not yet crown you with spiritual dominion. There must come a holy moment where you rise from the dust of old identity, where you stand clothed in the majesty of divine authority, and where you speak with such conviction that heaven and earth, substance and circumstance, debts and obstacles, all bow before the decree that issues from your lips. This chapter is not for listening alone. It is a command to stand, to speak, and to challenge every shadow that has dared to suggest you are anything less than the wealthy, victorious heir of the kingdom of God. Too long have you prayed as a beggar, knocking timidly at doors that were never locked, whispering requests to a Father who has already given all. Too long have you waited for signs while divine supply waited for you to claim it. Too long have you looked at unpaid bills, empty purses, and denied opportunities as though they held more power than the living word that created worlds. I now challenge you to throw off the rags of fear and put on the robe of spiritual mastery. Lift your head high, for you are not a creature of chance tossed about by winds of circumstance. You are the living temple of the Most High, a king, a queen, vested with the authority to speak riches into existence and to dissolve every mountain of lack with a single word of truth. I say to you now, stand up. Yes, physically rise as you hear my voice. Plant your feet as though standing upon the throne room floor of heaven itself. Stretch forth your hand, palm open toward the unseen, and begin to speak aloud, for this is no time for silent wishes. I am the rich child of a rich father. The boundless treasury of heaven is mine to command. Money now flows to me from every direction, swiftly, easily, and abundantly. Every debt is erased, every account is filled, every purse is overflowing. I speak, and substance obeys. I decree wealth, and wealth appears now, under grace, in perfect ways. Speak it with such force that every atom in your being trembles, that the air itself seems to part before you, that you feel the ground beneath your feet humming with the vibration of obedience to your word. Now turn and face those debts and unpaid obligations that once mocked you. Visualize them spread before you like an army of shadows threatening your peace. Lift your hand again and say, "You have no power over me. I do not owe you anything but love, and love has already paid every account in full. Infinite Spirit now wipes away every trace of debt. Checks, payments, and divine provision rush to me this instant. I am free, prosperous, and lavishly supplied. Imagine as you speak that letters marked "paid in full" cascade down around you like snow, that creditors smile and extend hands of goodwill, that every heavy burden of owing vanishes into radiant light. Feel the truth of it vibrating in your bones until no trace of fear or doubt remains. Next, face every lie of poverty that ever whispered in your mind that you were unworthy of wealth, that riches were reserved for others, that divine favor would not choose you. Confront it as though staring into the eyes of a serpent that has coiled around your life for years. With blazing authority declare, "I cast you out now. These lies have no place in my divine consciousness. I am worthy of every blessing of heaven. I am the chosen heir of limitless supply. The windows of heaven are open above me, and wealth pours out in rivers that no man can dam and no shadow can stop. I banish forever the thought of lack, and I walk henceforth in eternal abundance. Picture that serpent dissolving into dust, blown away by a heavenly wind, leaving you crowned in golden light, radiant, unstoppable. You are not finished. Now envision every unopened door of opportunity, every promotion denied, every inheritance withheld, every treasure buried. Stretch out both arms as though swinging wide mighty gates and command. Every blocked channel now bursts open. Opportunities that belong to me by divine right are revealed and delivered this very moment. Wealth that was delayed is now multiplied and flows to me unhindered. No man can shut the doors that God has nailed open for me. I walk through them now into vast, unending prosperity. In your mind's eye, see doors flying from their hinges, safes unlocking, streams of gold and silver rushing toward you, and multitudes of divine helpers ushering you into halls of riches prepared since the beginning of time. This is the moment where you stop hoping and start knowing. You no longer wait for signs, you speak and create signs. You no longer pray as one outside the gates, you decree as one seated in the throne room. The shadow of old identity is burned away by the fire of truth, and you emerge clothed in the mantle of divine command. Walk henceforth as one who knows the laws, who wields them with joy and certainty, and who manifests wealth not by toil or chance, but by spiritual dominion. Say now, one final time with power, I am master over money, not servant to it. Wealth is my obedient servant. It flows to me without strain, without limit, and without delay. I live in overflowing abundance, and nothing and no one can take it from me. Stand in silence for a moment and feel the atmosphere shift around you. It has heard your decree. The unseen has moved, channels are opening, supply is rushing, and before long, your outer world must bow to the inner authority you have just claimed. From this day forward, you are no longer the person who asks. You are the one who commands, for you have remembered who you are, the divine child of eternal wealth, endowed with the power to speak and see your word made manifest. Now that you have stood in your divine authority and cast down the illusions of lack, we must engrave this truth so deeply into your consciousness that nothing in heaven or earth can shake it. Affirmations are not idle repetitions, nor are they charms whispered into the air, hoping to persuade an unwilling God. Affirmations are divine decrees, spiritual chisels that carve truth into the very stone of your subconscious mind, etching radiant patterns that the unseen realm must obey until they blaze forth in material reality. When spoken with faith, with rhythm, and with the fire of knowing, affirmations do not drift away like smoke. They strike like lightning, igniting the law of spirit to act immediately on your behalf. In this sacred moment, we will speak together a sequence of declarations so charged with divine law, so saturated with spiritual certainty, that they will become living forces marching before you, clearing every obstacle, drawing to you riches upon riches, until money itself bows as your obedient servant. Lift your head now and breathe deeply, feeling the presence of infinite intelligence pulsing through your being. Place your hand over your heart and speak aloud. God is my unfailing supply. Large sums of money now come to me quickly, easily, and in perfect ways. Let these words not merely pass your lips, see them as golden streams flowing from your mouth into the unseen, weaving bridges that carry wealth from every direction straight into your life. As you speak, imagine checks arriving in the mail, deposits swelling in your accounts, unexpected gifts pouring into your hands. Feel the joy of receiving, the freedom of abundance, and know that as surely as you are breathing, this word has set the law into motion. Without pause, let your voice roll into the next affirmation. Every wrong condition now dissolves. Divine substance fills every space of my life. Visualize every shadow of debt, every unpaid bill, every form of lack crumbling into dust, swept away by a mighty wind of spirit. In its place, see radiant light expanding outward, filling every room of your home, every corner of your affairs, every aspect of your future with shimmering wealth and divine order. Speak this with rising confidence, for you are not hoping for change. You are commanding transformation, and it is happening now. Raise your arms as though swinging wide the gates of heaven and declare, "The floodgates of abundance open wide. Nothing is withheld from me." Imagine colossal gates made of radiant gold swinging apart before you, releasing torrents of riches cascading like waterfalls of light. See rivers of gold coins rushing toward you, treasures long stored bursting forth from invisible vaults, and angels of provision carrying gifts beyond measure to your doorstep. Feel the force of it, unstoppable and overflowing, sweeping away every trace of limitation as you stand triumphant in the center of this divine flood. Step forward boldly and speak with unshakable poise. I walk in divine order. The Spirit directs my every step to endless riches. Picture a luminous path stretching before you, each stone glowing with divine light, each step magnetically drawing you closer to treasures predestined for your hands. See doors swinging open of their own accord, opportunities aligning in perfect harmony, and unseen guides leading you effortlessly into realms of wealth you never dared to imagine. As you affirm this, let peace wash over you, knowing that you can no longer miss your good. It is already guiding you, carrying you, lifting you higher with every step you take. Clench your fist with renewed determination and decree, "No man takes from me. What is mine by divine right now appears." Speak it with the authority of a royal decree. Visualize every attempt to rob you of your good, every withheld payment, every delayed inheritance dissolving under the blazing power of divine justice. See your rightful blessings, properties, wealth, positions of influence, breaking free from the grip of obstruction and flying to you as though borne by wings of light. Know that nothing and no one can steal what heaven has already written in your name, and as you say these words, feel it being delivered to you in full measure, unstoppable and sure. Finally, place both hands upon your heart and proclaim with fierce joy, "I stand fearless in wealth consciousness. Money is my obedient servant." As you utter this, see yourself crowned in golden radiance, sitting upon the throne of spiritual mastery. Visualize money flowing toward you in endless streams, bending and swirling at your command, serving every divine purpose of your life. Feel every trace of fear or doubt vanish, replaced by a serene, immovable knowing that abundance is not fleeting or fragile. It is eternal, and you are its rightful master. Let these affirmations roll from you again and again, each repetition louder, more certain, more alive with divine energy. Speak until your voice feels like a trumpet blast echoing through unseen realms, until you feel currents of power rushing through your body like fire, until you sense that something monumental has shifted in the invisible. For it has. Angels have taken flight at your command. Wealth has been stirred from hidden places, and every word you have spoken now walks before you like an army of light, ensuring that money, opportunities, and treasures will manifest without delay. Stand now in silence for a few moments, breathing deeply. Feel the change in the atmosphere around you, as though reality itself has bent to your word. Know that from this moment on, your subconscious mind is permanently sealed with wealth consciousness. It cannot return to fear, it cannot replay the old records of lack. It now vibrates only with certainty, magnetizing endless prosperity into your life. The affirmation sequence has written a new destiny upon your soul, one where abundance is no longer pursued but possessed, commanded, and expressed in every corner of your existence. Now that you have walked with me through the sacred gates of divine law, spoken the words that command wealth, aligned your steps with heavenly guidance, released every chain of resistance, and declared with royal authority that money is your obedient servant, you must not allow this transformation to flicker and fade like a candle left in the wind. This is not a momentary spark meant to warm you for a night and leave you wandering in darkness again. This is the dawn of a new life, a life where you walk perpetually clothed in divine abundance, where every breath you take carries the rhythm of wealth consciousness, and where every word you speak bends unseen substance to obey. The work we have done together must be sealed, strengthened, and shared, for truth, when spoken and embodied, multiplies like loaves and fishes and nourishes countless souls hungering for freedom. I invite you, beloved child of infinite riches, to take this message into your daily walk as a living practice. Do not let the world's noise or the shadows of old beliefs pull you back into the smallness you have now outgrown. Each morning when you rise, declare with the same fire that has been lit within you, I am the rich child of a rich Father. This day, divine supply flows to me without limit. I am led in perfect steps, and every action I take manifests greater wealth and freedom. As you go about your day, continue to speak to money as a faithful servant, directing it to your good works, your dreams, your divine assignments, knowing that Spirit has already prepared overflowing channels of provision for you. In the evening, before sleep, give thanks aloud. Infinite Spirit, I rejoice and give thanks for the abundant blessings of this day and for even greater riches rushing toward me now. These practices are not rituals of desperation, but seals of dominion, hammering truth deeper into your subconscious until it becomes the only law by which you live. I urge you also to share your journey here, not as empty testimony, but as a living monument to the glory of Spirit's unfailing law. Write your affirmations and revelations below this message. Let your voice be heard by others who are still wandering in deserts of lack, unsure that divine abundance could ever reach them. Your words will be seeds, planted in the soil of their spirits, awakening them to the same power that now burns within you. Comment with bold declarations of wealth and freedom, not only to claim them for yourself, but to send ripples of truth across unseen waters, guiding others to these eternal laws that cannot fail. If this message has shattered chains and opened gates for you, and you know that it has, then walk with me further. Return to these teachings often. Let your mind be washed again and again by the rivers of divine law until there is not a trace of old poverty consciousness left in you. Let this voice be a companion on your journey, a reminder that you are never again to kneel before lack or bow to fear. And if you wish to remain in this fellowship of faith, where daily we speak, decree, and walk together in Spirit-led prosperity, join this circle fully. Let us continue building a realm on earth where divine law rules, where wealth is no longer chained by human limitations, and where every child of God remembers and lives their rich inheritance. And now, as this sacred time together draws to its gentle close, I speak one final decree over your life. Silver and gold are mine, saith the Lord of hosts, and I share my treasury with my children now. Feel these words sink into your very bones, vibrating in every cell, rewriting every thought of limitation until it is obliterated by eternal truth. Imagine a heavenly vault swinging wide above you, radiant light cascading down as endless streams of money, resources, and opportunities flow directly into your life. Know that this is not a promise for tomorrow, but a reality for today, already set in motion by the power of your word, already unfolding through divine right action, already multiplied by the law of substitution and the majesty of non-resistance. Walk now as the heir you were born to be. Speak daily as master over money, and let your abundance be a shining testimony to the unfailing, unstoppable, unbreakable laws of Spirit that command wealth to appear without delay, under grace, and in perfect ways. Now, before we move forward, I want you to fully grasp the law that governs this reality shift you are about to experience. You see, the concept of time that we have been taught, the idea that things take months, years, or even lifetimes to manifest, is rooted in a false belief, a belief that has kept many trapped in cycles of waiting, striving, and never truly seeing the fruits of their labor. But divine law, The law of divine manifestation does not function according to the limitations of human time. It does not recognize the clock, the calendar, or the passage of seasons in the same way we do. Divine law is timeless, and the moment you align your words, your faith, and your intention with that law, time itself bends and shifts in service to your command. What you've been taught to see as delay is nothing more than a mental construct, a barrier that exists only in your perception. The truth is, divine timing is never delayed. When I speak of divine timing, I do not mean a slow and gradual unfolding of events, as time would suggest. I mean that the moment you speak with authority and faith, everything in your life is shifted instantly, in ways that you may not even fully comprehend. The law of divine timing is not bound by the human limitations of waiting. It is a law of instant manifestation, a law that is always in motion, always ready to bring your desires into reality the moment you align yourself with it. You may have been taught that things must be earned or worked for, but I am here to tell you that the universe, in all its abundance, is already prepared for your every need. It has always been waiting for you to recognize your own divine authority, your own ability to command the flow of good into your life. Let me give you an example from Scripture, one that perfectly illustrates how divine law transcends the passage of time and the limitations we place on ourselves. In 1 Peter 1:25 it is written, "But the word of the Lord endureth forever." This is the power of the word, the divine word, which has the ability to manifest and create. The word of the Lord does not grow old, does not wither with time, and does not lose its power. It is timeless. Similarly, in Luke 1:37, we are reminded that, with God, nothing shall be impossible. There is no situation, no delay, no limitation that can withstand the power of the spoken word in alignment with divine law. You see, this law operates outside of the boundaries that we typically associate with time. When divine law is called upon, it breaks through those boundaries, and the manifestation you've been waiting for comes into your life not in months, not in years, but immediately. And this is where the shift begins. When you speak, you invoke this divine law of timeless manifestation. Your spoken word, aligned with the divine truth of who you are, is the key to unlocking the floodgates of the universe. The moment you align yourself with the eternal, unchanging power of the divine, time no longer has a hold over your reality. This is why, when you speak with authority, your life shifts in an instant. The law bends time, collapsing the very thing that has kept your good from you. Imagine, for a moment, that time itself is a fabric, stretching before you, woven with threads of your past, present, and future. When you speak the divine word, it is like taking a scissors of divine law and cutting through that fabric, creating a pathway where only your highest good can enter. This is what divine timing does. It collapses the space between where you are now and where you desire to be, pulling your manifestation from the future into the present. This is the magic of divine law. And when you speak in alignment with divine law, heaven responds immediately, just as the walls of Jericho fell the moment the people of Israel spoke their words of command. This story from the Bible, Joshua 6:20, illustrates the power of faith-filled words spoken in divine authority. The Israelites did not have to wait for the perfect conditions. They did not have to wait for the right time to be ready. They spoke, and the walls came down. So too will the walls of delay and limitation in your life come down when you align your words with divine law. Time will no longer hinder your progress. It will bend, it will fold, and it will yield to the divine truth that your good is already prepared for you. The only thing left to do is speak. Now let me share with you a story that illustrates the tremendous power that comes when you speak the divine word, the transformative word, and allow divine law to reset your destiny, just as it can for you today. There is a woman I know, someone who, like many of you, had spent countless years struggling with seemingly endless setbacks. She struggled with her finances, she struggled with her health, and she struggled in her relationships. No matter how hard she worked, no matter how much effort she put in, the results were always just out of her reach. Her financial situation seemed to deteriorate with every passing month. Her body was plagued with illness that no doctor could cure, and her relationships seemed to fall apart no matter how hard she tried to hold them together. She was like so many people, living in the shadows of frustration and waiting for the world to change, waiting for her circumstances to finally shift. She felt as though everything she tried had no real impact. Her faith wavered, her hope began to fade, and she thought to herself, "What is the point of trying? I've done everything I know to do. What else is there? What am I missing?" But here is where the story changes. One day, in a moment of deep desperation, she decided to take a step of faith, a bold step in alignment with divine law. She decided that she would no longer allow her reality to dictate the terms of her life. She decided that she would stop waiting for something to happen and start commanding it to happen. She called upon the divine law and she spoke, "I am now in alignment with my divine destiny. I command the floodgates of abundance, health, and love to open, and within 48 hours, I see the manifestation of my good." These words, spoken with authority, faith, and absolute conviction, were the catalyst for the most incredible transformation in her life that I have ever witnessed. It didn't take weeks. It didn't take months. It didn't even take a full day. Within 48 hours, everything in her life began to change. She received a financial breakthrough that came from a completely unexpected source. An opportunity that had been out of her reach for years suddenly materialized, and money she had long given up on receiving showed up in her bank account. She experienced a miraculous healing in her body, as symptoms that had plagued her for years simply faded away, never to return. And her relationships, once fractured and strained, began to heal and align in the most beautiful ways, bringing her a peace she had longed for but never thought would come. The change was not the result of years of hard work or battling with the world. It was the result of one thing, and one thing alone: the spoken word. One divine word spoken in faith set into motion a cascade of miracles, transforming her reality in less than 2 days. And this, my friends, is the power you hold in your own hands. You may have believed, like she did, that nothing could change, or that you had to wait for the right time or the right circumstances. You may have believed that your good was always just beyond your reach. But I am telling you now, this moment is the right moment, and this word is the key to unlocking the floodgates of your divine inheritance. You may be wondering, how did this happen? How did one spoken word bring about such dramatic change? The answer is simple. Divine law responds to faith-filled words. It's not about effort. It's not about struggle. It's about recognizing the authority you have as a co-creator with God and speaking the word with conviction, knowing that divine law will always respond. This is not some wishful thinking. This is the power of faith in action. Divine law obeys the word, and when you speak it, the universe aligns with your declaration. And let me make this absolutely clear. This is not just her story. It can be your story. What happened for her can happen for you, and it will happen in the exact same way. The process is the same. Speak the word. Speak it with authority. Speak it with unwavering faith, and watch as your life begins to transform before your eyes. Time, as you have known it, will no longer be a barrier. It will no longer keep you from what is rightfully yours. It will bend to the power of the divine law, and in the next 48 hours, you will see your life reset. I want you to take a moment right now and ask yourself, what have I been waiting for? What good have I been hoping for, but have not yet seen manifest? Now, I want you to realize this truth. It is already yours. It has been waiting for you to speak it into being. Today, I am giving you that word. The divine word that will change everything, if you speak it. Now that you understand the power of the spoken word, it is time for you to step into the role you were always meant to occupy, the role of the master of your destiny. No longer are you a passive observer in your life, hoping and praying that something will change. Today, you become the active commander of your reality, and I will show you how to unlock the floodgates of divine law that will bring your good into manifestation in the next 48 hours. You have the authority to shift your circumstances in the blink of an eye, and it all begins with one simple yet powerful ritual: the spoken word. This is not just about thinking positive thoughts or hoping for a miracle. It is about taking command with absolute certainty that the change you seek is already yours and that you are the one who brings it into existence by speaking with divine authority. What you speak with conviction, with faith, and with alignment to divine law will always manifest. And this is why we are going to speak these words with the energy and the authority that aligns with the divine truth of who you are. I want you to pause for a moment, close your eyes, and take a deep breath. As you inhale, imagine drawing in all the power of divine energy, filling your body with confidence and strength. Let that energy fill you up, grounding you in the certainty that the time for waiting is over. You no longer have to toil or struggle, because you are now in alignment with the flow of divine law, and you are about to reset your life in the next 48 hours. Now, as you breathe out, release any doubts, any fears, and any attachments to past failures. These are no longer part of your reality. They have no place in the future you are about to create. The moment you speak the word, you are commanding the universe to align with your desires, and it will obey. This is the power you hold. This is the divine authority you have been given. Now, I want you to speak the following words with me. Say them out loud with power and conviction. This is not a passive statement. This is a command. I command my destiny to align now, and within 48 hours, I see the manifestation of my good. Say it again, louder this time. I command my destiny to align now, and within 48 hours, I see the manifestation of my good. Feel the power of those words as they flow from your lips. Each time you speak them, they release the chains of delay and bring you closer to the life you've been longing for. Allow the words to vibrate through every fiber of your being, knowing that every cell in your body is responding to these words with absolute certainty and alignment. Now, let's go deeper. I'm going to guide you through a ritual of repetition, a sacred process that will ingrain these words into your subconscious mind and draw the forces of the universe into your reality. As you say the words, I want you to breathe deeply between each repetition, allowing the words to sink in and feel the energy intensify with each repetition. Let's begin. I command my destiny to align now, and within 48 hours, I see the manifestation of my good. Say it again, with even more authority. I command my destiny to align now, and within 48 hours, I see the manifestation of my good. Breathe deeply, feel the power rise within you. I command my destiny to align now, and within 48 hours, I see the manifestation of my good. Again, I command my destiny to align now, and within 48 hours, I see the manifestation of my good. Breathe in, breathe out. With every breath, know that you are creating a divine channel for your desires to flow into your life. You are drawing in the abundance, health, and success that you've been waiting for. It is already yours. Say it with more conviction now. I command my destiny to align now, and within 48 hours, I see the manifestation of my good. Say it with absolute faith, knowing that the universe is already aligning to your word. Feel the shift happening. The walls of delay are crumbling before your very eyes. Time itself is bending to accommodate your divine command. Continue this rhythm. Feel the energy building. Each word you speak brings you closer to the reality that is already yours. This is the divine law at work. This is your word, setting the course of your future. Speak it again, louder and with even more belief. I command my destiny to align now, and within 48 hours, I see the manifestation of my good. Feel the shift. Breathe deeply and feel your body respond to the command. The power is in your hands. The change is happening right now. This is your moment. You have taken the first step in shifting your destiny, and with every word you speak, you are creating a new reality. The divine law responds to your command, and in the next 48 hours, you will see this transformation take shape before your eyes. The time is now. Now that you have spoken the divine word with authority, it's time to make a profound shift, not just in your circumstances, but in your identity. You see, the moment you speak a command of faith, everything begins to change, not just around you, but within you. Who you are in the Spirit, who you are in divine truth, is vastly different from the person who has been bound by time, limitation, and struggle. It's time to fully step into the truth of your divine identity and to recognize that you were never meant to be a passive observer in the game of life. You were never meant to wait, to watch, or to wonder if things would ever change. You are meant to command. You are meant to create. You are meant to shape your destiny by divine authority. The struggle you felt, the frustration that has plagued you, has come from one fundamental misunderstanding. You have seen yourself as a victim of circumstances, a victim of time, a victim of the world around you. You've seen yourself as someone who has to work harder, wait longer, fight more battles in order to get what is rightfully yours. But that is not your divine identity. You are not a victim. You were created to govern, to command, to shape your reality with your spoken word. This is the truth of your being. The divine law is your inheritance, and you are the vessel through which it operates. Today, in this very moment, I am calling you to step into that identity. You are no longer someone who waits for things to happen. You are no longer someone who thinks that abundance is something to be earned through struggle and delay. You are a co-creator with God. You were born to bring forth the good that is already waiting for you. All you need to do is speak it into being, and the universe will respond. Take a deep breath right now and close your eyes for a moment. Picture yourself as the master of your life, not as a person caught in the whirlwind of time, but as the governor of divine law, standing firm and confident, knowing that your words are irresistible, your commands are absolute, and the world must align with your divine will. This is who you are. This is the truth of your identity. It is time to claim it. Now, I want you to say this with me, out loud, with every fiber of your being. I am no longer bound by time. I command the time to manifest now. I am the master of my destiny. I operate in divine timing, and my word is my wand. Say it again, and let it sink deep into your soul. I am no longer bound by time. I command the time to manifest now. I am the master of my destiny. I operate in divine timing, and my word is my wand. Feel the power of those words. Let them wash over you. This is who you are now. You are no longer the one who waits for a miracle. You are the one who creates miracles with every word that leaves your mouth. You are the master of your reality. You have divine authority, and you are stepping into that power today. I want you to repeat this again, but this time, say it with even more conviction. I am the master of my destiny. I operate in divine timing, and my word is my wand. These words are shifting your inner world, and as you shift internally, the external world begins to shift as well. As you declare this new identity, you are laying the foundation for the life you were always meant to live. A life of ease, a life of abundance, a life of divine manifestation. Time no longer governs you. You govern time. It's time to erase the old identity, the identity of someone who is stuck, the identity of someone who struggles, the identity of someone who has been waiting for change. That identity is gone. You are no longer that person. You are now the person who speaks with authority, the person who declares their reality, the person who commands their destiny. This is who you are. Now, say it one more time with me, for it is done. I am no longer bound by time. I command the time to manifest now. I am the master of my destiny. I operate in divine timing, and my word is my wand. This is your new identity. Embrace it, own it, live it. Now that you have reclaimed your rightful identity as the master of your destiny, we must seal this transformation in your spirit. This is the moment where you solidify your new reality, where you impress upon your subconscious mind the truth of who you are and the power you now wield. You have spoken the divine word with authority, you have stepped into your role as the governor of your own reality, and now it is time to reaffirm this truth through powerful, life-affirming declarations that will rewire every part of your being. These affirmations are not mere words, they are the keys to unlocking your destiny, and they will act as constant reminders of your divine authority. As you repeat each affirmation, let it resonate deeply within you. Feel every word sink into your very being, reaching into the depths of your soul where transformation occurs. Let these words become truth in every part of your being, body, mind, and spirit. Know that as you speak these words, you are not just repeating phrases, you are shaping your reality. You are aligning yourself with the divine flow of the universe, and you are giving permission for the floodgates of abundance, prosperity, and healing to pour into your life. These words are not just about the future, they are about what is happening right now. Right now, divine law is aligning itself with your word, and everything is beginning to shift. I want you to say these words with conviction, with certainty, and with the knowledge that what you are declaring is already coming into existence. These affirmations are powerful beyond measure, and as you speak them, they become a part of you. They rewrite the story you've been living, and they set into motion a new path, one where everything you desire is already on its way to you. Let's begin. Repeat after me and feel the power of each word as you speak. I am aligned with divine timing. I operate in the flow of God's perfect timing, and all things come to me with ease and grace. Say it again, this time feeling the truth of those words deep in your soul. I am aligned with divine timing. I operate in the flow of God's perfect timing, and all things come to me with ease and grace. Now feel the energy of abundance rising within you as you speak these next words with unwavering faith. My good comes to me swiftly. Every need is met. Every desire is fulfilled. I am a magnet for abundance and success. Feel the affirmation take root within you. Know that you are a magnet for all that is good and divine. Everything you have asked for is on its way, and nothing can stop it now. Say it again, and feel the power of the words as they vibrate through your body. My good comes to me swiftly. Every need is met. Every desire is fulfilled. I am a magnet for abundance and success. As you speak this next affirmation, visualize your good already in your life. See the abundance, the peace, the health, and the success. See it in vivid detail. Speak it from the place of certainty that it is already yours. I am the master of time. I command all things to align with my divine good. Nothing is impossible for me. I create my reality with my words. Feel the shift within you as you claim your power. You have the ability to create and shape your destiny through the spoken word. You are the one who holds the keys to your future, and the moment you speak, the universe listens and responds. Let the following affirmation be an anchor for you. Repeat it with all your heart. My word is my wand, and it brings my desires into reality. Every word I speak manifests in perfect time. I am in control of my destiny, and nothing can stop my good from flowing to me. Feel the power of these words echoing throughout your life, setting into motion everything you have asked for. These affirmations are planting the seeds of your transformation, and with each repetition, you are reaffirming that this is your truth. Speak it once more and own it with every fiber of your being. My word is my wand, and it brings my desires into reality. Every word I speak manifests in perfect time. I am in control of my destiny, and nothing can stop my good from flowing to me. Now, we will take this even further. Let these words of truth solidify your new reality as you speak them with unshakable faith and power. Let the words flow freely and allow them to penetrate every part of your consciousness, releasing any doubts or limiting beliefs. I am divinely guided. Every decision I make leads me to my highest good. My life is filled with abundance, health, love, and success. All things are working together for my good. I am in perfect alignment with divine law. Feel the affirmation of divine alignment settle within you. This is your truth. You are a co-creator with God. You are aligned with divine law, and you are stepping into a reality where everything you desire manifests swiftly. Let the final affirmation be one of total empowerment and confidence. Speak these words as a declaration of who you are now, knowing that this is the truth of your being. I am the divine master of my reality. I speak the word, and it is done. I command my destiny, and it manifests perfectly in divine timing. This is my truth, and nothing can change it. Now take a moment to breathe deeply and feel the power of these affirmations as they settle into every part of you. Know that these words are rewriting your destiny right now. Everything you have spoken is already beginning to manifest. Divine law is responding to your words, and you are in alignment with the flow of your highest good. As you continue to speak these words, they will continue to transform your life. You have activated divine law, and the universe is now working on your behalf to bring all your desires into reality. It is already done. Now that you have spoken the affirmations that have already begun the miraculous transformation in your life, we come to the final, decisive command, the one that seals your new reality, the one that finalizes your shift into the full expression of divine law. This is not a mere suggestion, nor is it a hopeful wish. This is the moment where divine authority becomes a permanent fixture in your life, where you establish your dominion over your circumstances and step fully into your divine role as a creator, as a commander of time, space, and all that is in your life. As you speak this command, know that the universe cannot deny the word spoken in divine authority. You are not just wishing for change or asking for permission. You are demanding the universe to align with your divine decree. The law of the universe responds immediately to such a command because, in truth, the universe is not just waiting for your word, it is waiting for you to speak it. Your word, spoken in alignment with divine truth, is the most powerful force in existence. This is not hyperbole. It is the foundational reality of how divine law operates. When you speak, the universe must respond. It has no choice but to align with the divine authority you claim in your words. Your spoken word is not merely a sound. It is a force that activates change. So now, with deep conviction and unshakable faith, I want you to declare these words with the full power of your soul. Feel the truth of them as you say them, deeply, powerfully, and authoritatively. You are not just saying these words, you are commanding them. As you speak them, let them resonate not only with your voice, but with every cell in your body. Let the truth of these words activate every dormant possibility in your life, opening doors, removing barriers, and bringing about the manifestation of all that is yours by divine right. Repeat after me, and let your voice carry the full weight of divine authority. In the name of divine law, I now declare my destiny has been reset. It is done. It is already done. My good is flowing to me now, without delay. My word is my wand, and it is powerful beyond measure. I speak the truth of my reality, and the universe responds to my command. It is done. Spirit performs it now. My reality is shifting, and there is nothing that can stop it. I now step into the fullness of my destiny, and it is here. It is done. Feel the power of these words as they reverberate throughout your entire being. Feel the walls of limitation fall. Feel the flow of divine law rush into your life. Feel the gates of abundance swing open wide, and let the manifestation of your desires begin to pour into your life. Do you feel that? That's divine law in motion. That's the universe aligning itself to your divine authority, responding to your words, to your faith, to your command. The moment you speak, the universe moves in harmony with you. Now say it again with even more power, knowing that every word you speak is bringing you closer to the life you have commanded. In the name of divine law, I now declare my destiny has been reset. It is done. It is already done. My good is flowing to me now without delay. My word is my wand, and it is powerful beyond measure. I speak the truth of my reality, and the universe responds to my command. It is done. Spirit performs it now. My reality is shifting, and there is nothing that can stop it. I now step into the fullness of my destiny, and it is here. It is done. There it is. That's the final command. This is where your reality shifts. This is where everything you've been asking for begins to manifest, where the impossible becomes possible. You have spoken your word, and now the universe has no choice but to align with your divine decree. This is the truth of divine law, the truth that has always been in place, and now it is active in your life. You are no longer waiting. You are no longer wondering when or if your good will arrive. It has already arrived because you have commanded it. It is done, and nothing can take that away from you now. The universe has already begun to move on your behalf, and in the next 48 hours, you will begin to see the manifestations of your divine decree unfold before you. The breakthrough you've longed for is already in motion. Everything is shifting now, and it is all happening for you because you have claimed your power and spoken your word. It is done. Now that you have made your declaration, now that you have spoken with divine authority and sealed your destiny with the power of your words, I invite you to take the next step, the step that will anchor this transformation deep within your being. This is not just a video. This is a turning point in your life. Everything you've done up until now, every challenge, every struggle, every obstacle has brought you to this moment. And this moment is where everything changes. What I'm asking of you now is simple, but it is powerful beyond measure. Write your decree below as your spiritual vow to the universe, to God, and to your highest self. You have spoken these words with faith, with conviction, and with absolute belief in their power. But now, it is time to affirm that what you have declared is already done. When you write it below, you are affirming it publicly. You are sealing your commitment to divine law, and you are setting the universe into motion. Your words, spoken in faith, hold the power to shift everything in your life. But now, when you write this decree, you are solidifying it in your heart and in your mind. You are reminding yourself of your divine authority and reminding the universe that you are in perfect alignment with your destiny. The moment you write your decree, you are claiming it, and you are sealing this divine shift that has already begun in your life. This is your spiritual contract. As you write it, feel the weight of your words. Know that this is not just a statement. It is a command to the universe, a declaration that nothing can stop your good from flowing to you now. You are the master of your reality, and today you are reaffirming that truth. You are shifting the fabric of time. You are collapsing the limitations that have kept you in waiting, and you are stepping into a life that is already designed for you. And once you write your decree, do not stop there. I want you to speak it aloud every day for the next 3 days. Say it with faith. Say it with power. Say it knowing that everything you desire is already on its way to you. I want you to say it 21 times a day, morning, noon, and night, speaking it into existence with every breath. As you say it, feel the resonance of those words vibrating within you. Let them reach the deepest places of your soul, and let them ignite the divine spark that lives within you. This is not just about repeating words, it is about activating the energy of your command. Now, this is not just about waiting, it is about expecting. You are calling forth your good, and the universe is already responding. Expect the manifestation. Expect to see the doors open. Expect to see the money flow. Expect to see the health, the peace, and the success that you have been waiting for finally come to you. In the next 48 hours, the shift will be undeniable. The floodgates will open, and everything you have asked for will begin to pour into your life. It is already done, and it is only a matter of time before the physical manifestation catches up to the spiritual truth you have already declared. So I ask you, with all my heart, to write your decree below. Write it as if you are sealing your fate, because you are. Write it as if you are declaring to the universe, I am ready for my good. I am ready for the full manifestation of my desires. Write it as a spiritual vow, a promise to yourself, a promise to the universe, and a promise to God that you are now the master of your own destiny. Once you write it, I want you to speak it out loud every single day, and do this for 3 days. Speak it with conviction. Speak it with faith. Speak it with the certainty that your good is already on its way. And as you speak, feel the energy of divine law responding to you, aligning your life with the word you have spoken. There is no time for delay. The moment you spoke your word, everything began to shift. And now, as you write your decree and speak it into existence, you will begin to see the results sooner than you ever imagined. This is your turning point. This is the moment that changes everything. Speak the words, write them down, claim them, and wait for the miracle. Because it is coming. Your destiny has already been reset, and you will see it unfolding in the next 48 hours. As we journey deeper into the profound power of the spoken word, I want you to understand something very important. What you have experienced here today, what you have done with your spoken word, is not just a simple act or a one-time ritual. This is the beginning of a profound transformation, not only in your circumstances, but in your entire way of being. For the spoken word, when aligned with divine law, is not merely a tool, it is a bridge to the divine, a conduit through which the infinite wisdom, power, and abundance of the universe flows into your life. This is not theory. This is not something that works for some people and not others. This is the eternal law, rooted in the very fabric of existence, and when you understand it, when you truly understand how to wield it, you will realize that there is no limit to the transformation that can take place in your life. The power of the word is not just something spoken by a select few or used occasionally in moments of deep spiritual insight. It is the foundational principle of reality itself. In the beginning, as we are told in John 1:1, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The Word is not just a symbol of thought, it is the very essence of creation. God, in all his infinite power, spoke the universe into existence. He spoke the light into being. He spoke the mountains into place. He spoke the oceans into their vast and powerful depths. And it is the same with you. When you speak, you are not just repeating words. You are engaging in the creative process of the universe itself. You are tapping into the eternal law of manifestation, and as you speak, the very fabric of existence rearranges itself to bring your desires into reality. In Matthew 21:22, Jesus said, "And all things, whatsoever ye shall ask in prayer, believing ye shall receive." The key here is belief, for without belief, your words are but empty sounds. But when you speak with absolute faith, when you speak with a conviction that transcends doubt and fear, your words become a powerful force. They become the very vibration that shapes your world. This is why the divine word works so powerfully, because it is imbued with the power of belief. You see, the word itself carries the infinite potential of the universe, but it is belief that activates that potential. When you believe in the truth of your words, when you believe in the power you carry, those words become a living force, a force that cannot be stopped. The universe must align with your belief, for your belief is the channel through which divine law works. Now, let me share with you a personal example, one that highlights the incredible power of the spoken word. Many years ago, I was facing a challenge, one that seemed impossible to overcome at the time. I had been dealing with a significant financial setback, a situation that left me feeling uncertain and anxious about the future. I tried every possible avenue, working harder, strategizing, seeking help, but nothing seemed to shift. The more I struggled, the more elusive the solution became. It wasn't until I had a moment of divine clarity, a moment when I realized that all the work, all the effort, was not the answer. I was working against divine law rather than in harmony with it. In that moment of realization, I took a step back, and I spoke these words aloud. I am now in perfect alignment with divine abundance. All of my needs are met, and I receive wealth, health, and prosperity now. At the time, it felt as if I were speaking into the void. There was no immediate evidence that anything would change, no physical manifestation to confirm that my words had any real power. But I did not falter. I spoke those words every day, with unwavering belief, despite the outward circumstances. And within a matter of days, the most miraculous things began to unfold. Opportunities that I had not seen before appeared. Financial blessings came from unexpected sources. People who had once seemed indifferent to my situation began offering support. The key, however, was not in the things that came to me. The key was in the power of the spoken word. I had activated a divine law. I had spoken life into my situation, and the universe responded. I hadn't just spoken words. I had spoken with faith, and that faith, that belief, opened the floodgates of divine manifestation. This is the power you have within you right now. It is the same power that Jesus spoke of, the same power that has existed from the beginning of time, the same power that is the essence of God's creation. And it is within your reach. You have the ability to speak into existence everything you desire. The moment you align with divine law, everything you've been waiting for begins to unfold. It is not about waiting for time to pass or for the right set of circumstances. It is about speaking the right word, the divine word, and allowing that word to set the universe into motion. You might wonder, how can I be sure that this will work for me? How do I know that my words will carry the same power as those of the great teachers, the great leaders, the great masters of the past? And I will tell you this: your words are just as powerful. You have been given the same divine authority, the same access to divine law. There is no limitation in the power of your words except the limitations you place upon them. When you speak with absolute faith, divine law cannot refuse you. The only thing that stands in your way is doubt, and doubt has no place here. You are a co-creator with God. You are here to create, to manifest, and to shape your world through the power of your spoken word. So, let me ask you again, what do you desire? What do you wish to see manifest in your life? The moment you speak with faith, that desire is already on its way to you. The law is already in motion. And as you continue to speak the divine word with belief and conviction, the manifestation of your good is not a matter of if, but a matter of when, and that when is already happening now. Now that we have set the wheels of divine law into motion and have spoken our powerful declarations, it is time to explore another crucial aspect of spiritual mastery, the law of non-resistance. This is a law that many may find difficult to understand at first, especially in a world that often teaches us to fight, struggle, and resist in order to obtain what we desire. But in the realm of divine law, resistance is not only unnecessary, it can be counterproductive. Non-resistance, in fact, is one of the most powerful tools you can employ in your spiritual practice to accelerate the manifestation of your desires. You see, resistance arises from fear. It is the belief that the universe is working against you, that your desires are somehow outside your reach, and that in order to obtain them, you must fight for them, work harder, push against every obstacle, overcome every difficulty. This belief creates a block in the flow of divine energy. When you resist, you are essentially saying to the universe, I do not trust that my good is coming to me. I must fight for it. And by doing this, you create a barrier, a wall that prevents your good from flowing freely into your life. But non-resistance is the exact opposite. It is the practice of allowing your good to come to you effortlessly, of trusting that the universe is already working on your behalf, and of knowing that your good is inevitable. Non-resistance is not about sitting idly by and doing nothing. It is about trusting the divine timing of your manifestations and surrendering to the flow of the universe. It is about letting go of control, not by being passive, but by being actively open to receiving. It's about recognizing that the universe is infinitely more capable of bringing about your good than your human efforts ever could. This is where the spiritual concept of faith becomes so powerful. True faith is not simply hoping that something will happen. It is trusting, with absolute certainty, that what you desire is already yours, and that the universe is simply bringing it to you in the perfect way and in perfect time. Faith without resistance allows the divine flow to reach you in the most miraculous ways, often in ways that your limited human perspective could never have imagined. Think about this for a moment. What would happen if you let go of resistance in your life? What would happen if you stopped trying to force things to happen and instead simply trusted that everything is unfolding as it should? Imagine the peace you would feel, knowing that your desires are already on their way to you and you don't have to chase them. Imagine releasing the burden of making it happen and instead letting it happen effortlessly. This is what it means to live in alignment with divine law and to practice the law of non-resistance. The Bible gives us many examples of non-resistance in action, but one of the most powerful and transformative stories is found in Matthew 5:39, where Jesus said, "Resist not evil, but whosoever shall smite thee on thy right cheek, turn to him the other also." Now, at first glance, this might seem like a message of passivity, of being a doormat, so to speak. But in truth, it is a profound spiritual principle. When Jesus said, "Resist not evil," he was not telling us to allow harm or negativity into our lives. Rather, he was teaching us not to resist the circumstances that come our way, because in resistance, we only reinforce their power over us. When we resist, we are essentially fighting against what is, and this resistance drains our energy, making it more difficult for us to receive the good that is already on its way to us. But when we practice non-resistance, we allow ourselves to be open channels for divine energy, and we stop fighting against life itself. Instead of pushing against the flow of the river, we allow ourselves to be carried by it. The water does not fight the rocks and the currents, it simply flows. And by flowing, it eventually carves out its path. This is how divine law works. It flows toward you, bringing with it all of the blessings you've asked for, but only when you stop resisting the flow. Now, I want to take a moment to acknowledge something very important. Non-resistance does not mean passivity. Non-resistance does not mean you are not taking action or that you are not doing your part. It does not mean sitting idly by while your good waits to find you. No, non-resistance means that you are actively participating in the flow of your life, but you are doing so with trust and faith, knowing that the universe is already orchestrating the perfect events for your good. When you stop resisting, you make space for divine action to take place. You trust that every situation, every challenge, and every obstacle is simply an opportunity for the universe to show you something greater. Imagine for a moment that you are standing in the middle of a raging storm. The wind is howling, the rain is coming down in torrents, and you feel as though the world is against you. You could choose to resist the storm, to fight against the elements with all your strength, but no matter how hard you try, you can't stop the storm. In fact, by resisting, you only exhaust yourself and make the situation worse. But what if, instead of fighting the storm, you simply stood still? What if, instead of struggling, you allowed the storm to pass through you, knowing that it would eventually subside and that, on the other side, you would emerge into clear skies? This is the power of non-resistance. It is not about fighting what is. It is about allowing what is to pass through you so that you can emerge into the life that is waiting for you on the other side. Now, I want you to think about your own life. What areas are you resisting right now? Is there an aspect of your life where you are trying to force a solution, trying to make something happen, trying to control the outcome? What if you released the resistance? What if you surrendered to divine timing and allowed the universe to bring your desires to you in its own perfect way? What if you trusted that everything is already in perfect alignment and that your good is already on its way? Non-resistance is a spiritual practice that frees you. It frees you from the struggle, from the anxiety, from the feeling that you have to make things happen. And when you let go of that burden, when you allow divine law to work its magic, you will experience a peace that transcends all understanding. Take a deep breath now and allow yourself to surrender. Trust that divine law is already working on your behalf. There is nothing you need to do, nothing you need to force, and nothing you need to fight against. Your good is already on its way to you, and the universe is bringing it to you in the perfect timing. This is the law of non-resistance, and it is the key to unlocking the full power of your spoken word. As we near the conclusion of this transformational journey, it's essential that we take a final step, a step that will seal everything we've spoken into our reality, a step that will anchor the shift in our consciousness and firmly plant our feet in the divine truth that our desires are not just possible, but inevitable. Today, you have spoken with power. You have declared with unwavering authority. You have realigned your identity with divine law and set the stage for the unfolding of your desires. Yet there remains one final act of faith, one final declaration that will lock everything into place. This is the moment when the energy of all that you've spoken is brought together, when the final thread of divine manifestation is woven into your life. Now, take a deep breath. Inhale deeply, as if you're breathing in the very power of divine law itself. As you breathe, feel that divine power flowing into your being, filling you, strengthening you, reminding you that you are a co-creator with God, that you are a vessel through which the entire universe flows, bringing everything you've desired into being. This breath is not just air filling your lungs, it is the very breath of life, the breath of divine will, and the moment you exhale, you will exhale the old identity of limitation, the old identity of waiting and wondering, and instead you will exhale the truth of your divine authority and your divine inheritance. You were never meant to wait for your good to come. You were meant to command it into being, and you have done so with each word you've spoken today. Now, I want you to say this final declaration, the one that will seal all that you've done, with the utmost confidence and authority. This declaration is not a wish. This declaration is not a hope. This declaration is a spiritual law in motion, a law that cannot fail when spoken in alignment with your highest truth. When you speak these words, you are not simply uttering sounds. You are creating. You are shaping your reality, and the universe, God, Spirit, or whatever you call the divine force that flows through you, will respond. I want you to speak these words out loud, with all the conviction of your being. This is my divine reset. It is done. Spirit performs it now. I have spoken the divine word, and it is already manifesting in my life. Nothing can stand in the way of my good. My desires are already here, already in motion, already on their way. I declare it now, and it is done. My destiny has been reset, and I step fully into the fullness of my divine inheritance. I command my reality, and it responds. It is done. Feel the power of those words as they flow through your being. Feel the shift in the universe as your words, spoken with authority and faith, align with divine law and bring your desires into existence. This is not a passive statement. This is a command. The moment you speak with such authority, the universe cannot ignore you. Your words are unshakable and undeniable, and they must come to fruition. Let the truth of this declaration fill your being, knowing that this is not just something you hope for, it is something that has already been set into motion. It is already happening. The universe is moving in alignment with your word. Say it once more, but this time, let the words come from the very depth of your soul, knowing that these words are the final key to the transformation you've been waiting for. This is my divine reset. It is done. Spirit performs it now. I have spoken the divine word, and it is already manifesting in my life. Nothing can stand in the way of my good. My desires are already here, already in motion, already on their way. I declare it now, and it is done. My destiny has been reset, and I step fully into the fullness of my divine inheritance. I command my reality, and it responds. It is done. Feel the weight of those words. Feel the shift within you, the certainty that what you have spoken is already happening. There is no more delay. There is no more waiting. It is done, and it is happening now. The universe is responding to your decree. Spirit has already begun to perform it, and in the next 48 hours, you will witness the transformation you've been waiting for. It is inevitable. In this moment, you have not just spoken a word. You have claimed your divine authority. You have commanded the universe to align with your desires, and the universe cannot deny you. It will move mountains on your behalf. It will part the seas to bring you what is rightfully yours. Nothing is out of reach. Nothing can stop you. The doors you once saw as closed are now wide open, and everything you've asked for is coming to you now. Take one final moment to breathe in deeply. With each breath, know that your good is already on its way. It is done. And as you breathe out, feel the peace that comes with this knowing. You have spoken your truth. You have aligned yourself with divine law. And now, everything that was once held up is being brought to you in perfect timing. There is nothing left for you to do but to receive. Open your heart, open your mind, and allow the manifestations of your desires to flow to you. It is done. Now that you have made your declaration, now that you have commanded the universe to align with your divine truth, it is time to embrace the final principle that will allow you to fully receive all that is coming your way, the principle of surrendering to divine flow. You see, it's one thing to speak the word, to declare your desires, to command your good. But to fully activate the manifestation of all that you've asked for, you must allow the divine flow to move through you without interference. Surrender is not about giving up. It is about letting go of control and allowing divine law to work freely in your life. It is about recognizing that what you desire is already on its way, and it is time to receive it without hesitation, without resistance, and without doubt. In this world, we are often taught to fight for what we want, to chase after our desires, and to make things happen through effort and force. But in divine law, the opposite is true. When we speak the word in faith, we set into motion a force that is far greater than any human effort. We open ourselves up to a flow of divine abundance, and the only thing we must do is trust that it is already coming to us. This is where so many people get stuck. They speak the word, but then they continue to chase, to struggle, to try and control the process. They fear that if they don't keep pushing, they will lose what they've commanded. But the truth is, once you've spoken the word, once you've declared your reality, your good is already on its way to you. It is inevitable. The only thing you must do now is trust the divine flow and receive. Think of divine law as a mighty river flowing abundantly through the universe with everything you need: wealth, health, success, love, peace, already within it. The moment you speak your word, it is like you've cast your boat onto that river, and the current is carrying you toward your desires. But if you start paddling against the current, if you start trying to steer the boat yourself, you will find yourself struggling, working against the flow, and resisting the very abundance that is meant for you. The key to receiving everything you've asked for is to surrender to the flow, to trust that the river knows the way, and to allow it to carry you effortlessly toward your good. I want you to imagine for a moment that you are standing on the edge of that river. The waters are clear, and you can see the treasure of your desires floating just ahead. Your boat is waiting for you, and you know that if you simply get into the boat, you will be carried effortlessly toward your goal. But instead of stepping into the boat and allowing the river to carry you, you hesitate. You stand there, watching the river flow, and wonder if it will really take you where you need to go. You wonder if it will be safe, if it will be fast enough, if you will truly reach your destination. This is where resistance lives. In doubt, in hesitation, in fear that you are not in control, that you cannot trust the flow of divine abundance. But I am here today to tell you, with absolute certainty, that you can trust the divine flow. It is perfect. It is unstoppable. Everything you need is already moving toward you with divine precision. Your good is already on its way, already making its way toward you, and all that is required of you now is to surrender to the flow, to trust that what you have spoken into being is already unfolding as it should. Think of it this way. The river of divine abundance is already running toward you. All that is required of you is to stop resisting it, to stop doubting it, and to allow it. If you stand on the banks of the river, holding onto the shore, you will never experience the fullness of the river's flow. But the moment you step into the boat, the moment you surrender to the current, the moment you let go and trust that you are being carried in the right direction, you will feel the ease, the peace, and the grace of divine law working for you. And as the boat moves effortlessly down the river, everything you need will show up. The opportunities will come to you. The abundance will flow to you. The people who can help you will appear in your life. Everything you need is already making its way to you. Now, I want you to close your eyes for a moment and imagine yourself stepping into the boat. Feel the peace that comes with letting go of control. Feel the confidence that comes with trusting the divine flow. Imagine yourself being carried down the river of divine abundance, knowing that everything you've asked for is on its way, and you don't have to do anything but trust the process. There is no need for struggle. There is no need to paddle against the current. All you need to do is relax and allow the river to carry you to your destination. This is what surrender looks like in action. It is not giving up. It is not abandoning your desires. It is about trusting that what you desire is already making its way to you. The moment you let go, the moment you stop trying to control how and when it happens, you open yourself to the full power of divine law. You release the resistance that has kept you stuck and open the floodgates to the good that is already on its way. Take a moment now, in the stillness of your spirit, and let go. Release all fear, all doubt, all control. Allow yourself to surrender to the divine flow of abundance. Know that everything you desire is already yours, and the universe is simply aligning itself to deliver it to you in the perfect way, at the perfect time. All you have to do is trust the flow, step into the boat, and allow the river to carry you to your destination. The river of divine abundance is flowing toward you now. You are already in the boat, and the current is carrying you effortlessly to the life you have always dreamed of. Relax into it. Trust it. Receive it. Every morning, beloved soul, heaven itself stands at attention, waiting, not for toil, not for frantic action, not for human cunning, but for your word. As dawn breaks and light stretches across the horizon, infinite spirit leans close, listening for the command that will set the day in divine motion. This is no idle notion or poetic dream. This is law, immutable and eternal. By thy words thou shalt be justified. Yet how many wake each morning imprisoned by yesterday's burdens? They roll from their beds already defeated, already entangled in the false belief that life is fixed, that fate is immovable, that circumstances dictate destiny. They rise with heavy hearts, fearing the hours ahead, believing they must brace for battle rather than stand in dominion. And so the day unfolds like a storm-tossed sea, each wave of trouble seemingly greater than the last. But hear this higher truth. You were never born to be tossed by life's currents. You were created to command them. The very first words you speak upon waking are not whispers into empty air. They are spiritual decrees, living forces that shape every encounter, every opportunity, every outcome that fills your day. Life does not bend through human struggle. Life bends because spiritual law responds unfailingly to divine authority spoken through you. Florence Scovel Shinn taught this timeless principle. Your word is your wand. A wand does not beg. It does not hope. It directs with certainty. So too must your morning words be. For the moment you speak with faith, the entire unseen universe moves like an obedient servant to fulfill your decree. Angels go forth to open doors that seemed locked. Infinite intelligence orchestrates events you could never plot or plan. The day, once hostile and unpredictable, bows to your spoken word, reshaped into harmony with your highest good. Pause and feel this truth. As the sun rises, the heavens are not indifferent to you. Divine favor surrounds you as a shield. Every atom in creation, every unseen current of energy is waiting for your word to command it. You need not stumble through mornings burdened and powerless. Stand up, beloved soul. Open your mouth with authority. Speak, and watch life itself bend in your favor. This is where transformation begins, not with frantic effort, but with a single, faith-filled word that aligns you with spirit. From this day forward, you do not wake to react to the world. You rise to direct it. You do not beg for favor. You declare it. The first light of morning is not just the sun breaking darkness, it is your spirit breaking limitation, wielding the creative power of the spoken word. Speak it, and the day cannot help but obey. Beloved soul, let us turn and face the quiet ache that so many carry as they awaken each morning. There are those who open their eyes not to greet a new day filled with divine possibilities, but to meet the same walls of limitation that have shadowed them for years. They rise from restless sleep, hearts already heavy with dread for what awaits, stacked bills on the table, strained relationships unresolved, health weighed down by exhaustion, opportunities once hoped for now faded like morning mist. This silent suffering goes unspoken, but it is real. You may have felt it yourself, the sense that no matter what you do, no matter how hard you push or how faithfully you try, life remains unmoved, like an unyielding stone lodged in the path of your destiny. You have whispered prayers in the night, promising to do better, to work harder, to be more patient, only to wake to find the same chains still coiled around your future. And in these moments, a shadow of despair creeps in. The whisper of defeat says, "Perhaps this is simply my fate. Perhaps I was not meant for abundance or joy. Perhaps life bends only for others, but not for me." And so mornings become battles before the first step is even taken. The rising sun no longer feels like a promise, but a cruel reminder that you are trapped in cycles you cannot break. But hear me, beloved. These feelings, though they seem overwhelming, are not truth. They are phantoms of fear, illusions of separation, lies whispered by a world that has forgotten divine law. They tell you that life is rigid, fixed, stacked against you, when in fact life is a supple vine, waiting for the word of spirit to guide its every twist and bloom. Your longing for change is not weakness, it is the stirring of the Christ within you, yearning to awaken and speak your reality into divine order. Florence Scovel Shinn said, "Nothing stands between man and his highest ideals and every desire of his heart, but doubt and fear." Each morning that you wake with dread or hopelessness is not proof of divine neglect. It is simply the echo of words unspoken, of truth yet undeclared. The power to command the day has never left you. It has only lain dormant, like a sword resting in its sheath. Feel this now. Your longing for freedom, your aching for favor and blessing, is the whisper of heaven calling you to remember your authority. That ache is not meant to lead you into despair, but to stir you into action, to remind you that when morning comes, you have the choice to remain silent or to speak words that bend life itself. The door out of limitation has never been locked. It has only awaited the sound of your divine command. This is why you are here, listening now. Not to be told that change is possible in some distant tomorrow, but to awaken to the truth that this very morning, the power to command your destiny is in your tongue. Heaven is poised, the unseen universe waits, your own soul is ready to rise and declare the life you were meant to live. The pain of your past mornings is the soil from which a new dawn will spring. And now, together, we will plant the words that break every chain and shape every day into divine victory. Now that we have faced the ache of waking powerless, let us lift the veil and step into the light of divine revelation. For Florence Scovel Shinn, this was no abstract concept, but the living, breathing law by which the universe moves. Your word is your wand. With this wand, you do not strike at fate or wrestle with circumstance. You direct unseen forces with holy certainty, and life reshapes itself to obey. Think of it. Each morning is not a blank page of chaos, but a living canvas that responds instantly to the brushstrokes of your spoken word. The subconscious mind, like a fertile field, waits in stillness for the seed you plant as the day begins. The very first thought, the very first phrase you speak upon rising, becomes the rudder steering the great ship of your life. You may have wondered why days seem to repeat like a grim echo of yesterday. It is because the same words, the same defeated thoughts, have been spoken again and again, setting the same weary course. But here is the law revealed. As surely as night follows day, the spoken word shapes reality. When you rise each morning and speak words of divine authority, truths rooted in spirit rather than fear, the subconscious receives these commands as law. And once impressed upon it, the subconscious becomes an unyielding servant, working tirelessly, aligning circumstances, summoning people and opportunities, bending every condition to reflect the decree it has been given. Imagine a mighty river flowing before you. Untamed, it rushes where it will, carving paths of its own design. But the moment you speak with faith, you become as one who builds channels and bridges, directing that river with precision, allowing it to water fields of prosperity, joy, health, and success. Without your word, the river runs wild. With it, the river bends to serve your divine purpose. Jesus himself revealed this eternal principle. Whosoever shall say unto this mountain, Be thou removed, and shall not doubt in his heart, but shall believe that those things which he saith shall come to pass, he shall have whatsoever he saith. Notice, he did not say, Whosoever shall wish, or whosoever shall hope. He said, Whosoever shall say. The law of spirit moves not on silent longing, but on the commanding word spoken in faith. Florence declared, The invisible forces are ever working for man, who is always pulling the strings himself, though he does not know it. Every morning, you have pulled invisible strings with careless words or fearful silence. But once you awaken to this law, you no longer speak idly. You wield your tongue as a sacred instrument of creation. With it, you cancel old decrees of failure and issue new royal commands of victory. From this moment, see mornings not as passive hours that happen to you, but as divine workshops where you and infinite spirit craft the day together. As dawn breaks, heaven leans close, awaiting your word. And once you speak it, strong, unwavering, aligned with divine law, the very fabric of life bends to bring it to pass. Understand this fully. You are never a victim of your mornings or your days. You are their author, and with each sunrise, you hold the wand of spiritual authority in your hand. Speak truth and watch as unseen forces, ever obedient to divine law, transform every step of your day into a pathway of favor and abundance. Beloved soul, let us now open the sacred scroll of Scripture and behold the unshakable foundation upon which this entire teaching rests. We do not rely on human optimism, nor on fleeting inspiration, for divine favor is not a temporary breeze. It is an eternal law, rooted in the very nature of God Himself. The psalmist declared with holy certainty, "For you, Lord, will bless the righteous. With favor you will surround him as with a shield." This is not mere poetry. It is a statement of spiritual principle, a revelation of how Spirit moves to protect, guide, and prosper those aligned with divine truth. Favor is not an occasional stroke of luck. It is the atmosphere of heaven that clings to every child of God. Like the air you breathe or the sunlight that warms your skin, favor is ever present, waiting for recognition and acceptance. The problem is not its absence, but the blindness of human fear, which refuses to see and speak it. When you awaken each morning, heaven has already wrapped you in this shield of favor. Angels of guidance have already been dispatched to clear obstacles from your path. Doors that seem closed are already being unlocked. The law of divine harmony is already aligning circumstances for your highest good. Yet if you rise speaking words of defeat or dread, you turn your back on what has already been given. Jesus, the master metaphysician, affirmed this law when he taught, "What things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them." Notice the tense, believe that you already receive. Divine favor is not a future hope, but a present reality. Each morning when your feet touch the ground, you stand not in lack or uncertainty, but in the center of this favor, surrounded as by a radiant shield, invisible to the senses yet more real than the earth beneath you. Florence Scovel Shinn understood this law deeply. She wrote, "Faith knows it has already received and acts accordingly. To speak morning declarations is not to beg for favor or strain to create it. It is to acknowledge what Spirit has eternally decreed." You are not trying to summon blessings from afar. You are stepping consciously into the stream of favor already flowing around you, claiming your rightful place as co-heir with Christ in the kingdom of abundance. Picture this. As you awaken, unseen hands lay before you a royal robe embroidered with threads of divine opportunity, perfect health, radiant joy, and inexhaustible provision. Every moment of your day is meant to be guided by heavenly wisdom, shielded from harm, and prospered in every endeavor. To ignore this robe is to stumble through the day clothed in the rags of fear and doubt. But to rise each morning, declare the word of truth, and put on this robe is to walk as one who knows. God's favor is upon me, and everything in my day bends to serve my highest good. When you speak words of faith each morning, you activate this law consciously. Like a lamp plugged into an eternal power source, you shine with divine certainty, and the world cannot help but respond. Encounters that might have brought conflict dissolve into peace. Obstacles that once stood firm crumble like dust. Opportunities that seemed impossibly distant draw near as if pulled by unseen hands. This is not magic, nor human manipulation. It is the unbreakable law of divine favor at work. Beloved, stop rising as though you are alone in a hostile world. Begin to wake as one divinely escorted, surrounded on every side by heavenly protection and guidance. Speak it aloud, feel it in your soul. This morning, I awaken clothed in divine favor. Every step I take is shielded by heaven's blessing. Infinite Spirit has gone before me, making my way smooth, prosperous, and divinely ordered. The moment these words leave your lips in faith, the day itself reshapes to fulfill them, for divine favor is not fragile. It is law, and law always holds. Beloved soul, having unveiled the divine law of favor, let us now tear away the greatest deception that has kept you from living in its fullness, the illusion of powerlessness. From the moment you were born, the world began weaving this lie around your mind, whispering that you are subject to chance, to circumstance, to the whims of fortune. It told you that you must struggle endlessly, strive without rest, and accept defeat as part of life's cruel game. And every morning, as the sun rose, this lie chained your spirit tighter, convincing you that you are but a pawn on life's great board, pushed and pulled by forces you cannot control. But hear me now, this belief is a mirage. It has no truth, no power, no spiritual foundation. Powerlessness is a shadow cast by fear and ignorance. It is not part of the divine plan for your life. Florence Scovel Shinn declared, "Fear is only inverted faith. It is faith in evil instead of good." When you rise each morning overwhelmed, dreading the day ahead, it is not because life is against you, but because faith has been misdirected. You have believed more in appearances than in the eternal law of spirit. Think of a leaf tossed in the wind. It flutters helplessly, carried wherever the gust blows. Many live like this every day, convinced they have no anchor, no control, no say in their destiny. But you are not a leaf, beloved. You are the wind itself. The same divine breath that spoke galaxies into existence flows through your very being. The power that commands seas and moves mountains has been entrusted to your word, to your faith, to your spiritual authority. The only chains that bind you are the ones you have unknowingly forged with fear, doubt, and self-condemning thoughts. Florence once told the story of a woman trapped in endless misfortune. Each morning she rose expecting struggle, speaking words of defeat, rehearsing fears that became her reality. Yet the moment she learned to rise and declare, "I have a magical day in a magical way. Everything I desire and require is released to me under grace in perfect ways," her entire life shifted. Doors opened where walls once stood. Opportunities appeared without human effort. Favor met her like sunlight streaming through once locked shutters. The world had not changed. She had changed. She had laid down the illusion of helplessness and picked up the scepter of divine command. This is what morning declarations do. They awaken you from the hypnotic trance of powerlessness. They remind you that you are not at the mercy of outer conditions. Life bends not because the universe takes pity on you, but because spirit responds to your spoken word, reshaping matter and circumstance to mirror the divine authority you reclaim each dawn. See this now in your own life. How many days have been lost to the echo of this illusion? How many mornings have been surrendered to fear before the first word was even spoken? Yet even in those moments, heaven never withdrew its promise. Infinite Spirit waited patiently for you to awaken, to remember, to speak as the divine heir you are. From this day forward, you will no longer rise as a powerless observer of your own destiny. You will wake as a ruler seated on a throne of spiritual law, issuing decrees that command every moment of your day to align with divine harmony. When fear tries to whisper that you are helpless, you will speak louder. "I am not moved by appearances. I command my day with divine authority. Infinite Spirit moves through me, bends life in my favor, and makes my path smooth and victorious." The illusion of powerlessness crumbles the moment you speak these truths. Chains of limitation shatter, shadows flee, and you stand revealed as what you have always been, a being of divine dominion, entrusted with the power to command each morning, to bend life itself through the living word of spirit. Now, beloved soul, having torn away the veil of powerlessness, let us paint a vision upon your inner canvas, a metaphor that reveals your true position in the grand symphony of life. Imagine the world as a vast orchestra, countless instruments playing their parts, the hum of commerce, the rhythm of relationships, the melodies of health and creativity, the harmonies of opportunity and provision. For many, this orchestra plays without guidance, a cacophony of clashing sounds, each day a discordant improvisation of chaos and reaction. But you, awakened child of infinite spirit, were never meant to sit as a silent spectator in this concert. You were created to stand at its helm as the divine conductor, baton in hand, directing every instrument with authority and grace. From the moment you open your eyes each morning, the orchestra awaits your signal. With a mere gesture of faith, with a word spoken in harmony with spiritual law, you cue the strings of prosperity to swell, the trumpets of opportunity to sound, the gentle flutes of peace to sing through your day. Picture it, a vast concert hall stretching beyond sight, filled with the unseen forces of creation, every musician attuned to your inner command. When you speak in fear, the instruments falter, producing dissonance and delay. But when you rise and declare divine truth with confidence, the orchestra responds instantly, shifting into perfect harmony. Every note aligns, every rhythm syncs with heaven's timing, and what was once noise becomes music so divine it bends the very fabric of reality in your favor. Florence Scovel Shinn wrote, "Man must prepare for the thing he has asked for when there isn't the slightest sign of it in sight." The morning is that preparation. It is the rehearsal before the masterpiece unfolds. Just as a conductor lifts their baton before the first note is played, so must you lift your word before the day begins. It is in this silent command, this morning declaration, that the entire symphony of your life is set into motion. Understand this. You do not need to know every musician or control every instrument. The infinite composer has already scored the music of your destiny. Your task is only to take your rightful place as conductor, aligning your intent and your speech with the divine composition already written for you. When you do, unseen players, the right people, resources, ideas, and circumstances rise from their seats and play their parts flawlessly, ushering you into divine success without strain. Now see yourself there, standing upon that podium of spirit, clothed not in doubt or hesitation, but in radiant authority. The morning sun is your spotlight, shining upon you as heaven hands you the baton of the spoken word. One declaration from your lips, and the music begins. Harmonious, majestic, bending every note of life to serve your highest good. This is not imagination alone, it is spiritual reality. Every morning you awaken, you stand in this concert hall, baton in hand. The question is not whether the orchestra is present, it is whether you will conduct it or allow it to play without your divine direction. From this moment, vow never again to leave your orchestra leaderless. Begin each dawn by raising your voice, issuing commands that set the tempo for miracles, guiding the harmonies of abundance, directing the crescendos of favor and joy. Speak as a conductor of divine forces, and watch as the discord of former days gives way to symphonies of triumph. For heaven itself responds to the one who knows their role, and when you conduct with faith, life has no choice but to play the music of your divine design. Beloved soul, now that you have awakened to your authority as divine conductor of the day, let us take the baton in hand and begin to speak the words that will summon heaven's orchestra into perfect harmony. These are not mere phrases or hopeful wishes. They are living decrees, spiritual commands carried on the breath of infinite spirit itself. When you speak these words, the universe listens, the subconscious mind obeys, and every unseen force begins to bend life in your favor. Stand or sit tall as you awaken to a new morning. Feel the earth beneath your feet, steady and holy, as though you are stepping onto sacred ground. Let your shoulders roll back and your chest open wide, for this is not the posture of defeat, but of dominion. Breathe deeply, drawing in divine energy, and as you exhale, release every remnant of fear and doubt into the nothingness from which they came. Now, repeat after me, slowly, deliberately, allowing each word to vibrate through your being. This morning, I awaken as a child of the Almighty. Infinite Spirit flows through me, and I command my day with divine authority. I am fearless. I am free. I am one with the substance of heaven, and every moment of today is filled with favor, joy, and overflowing good. Pause and let that settle deep within you. Feel it imprint upon your subconscious like a royal seal pressed into wax, unbreakable and eternal. The angels of provision have already begun moving at your command. Continue with me. The light of God shines upon my path, guiding my every step. I speak divine order into this day, and everything unfolds in perfect timing. Every person I meet is a golden link in the chain of my good. Every opportunity that belongs to me now finds me, and I walk through open doors prepared by infinite intelligence. See it now with your inner vision. Golden light illuminating your way, obstacles dissolving like morning mist, doors opening effortlessly, welcoming you into spaces of blessing and expansion. Speak this next declaration with strength. I declare that wealth, success, and happiness flow to me this day from every direction. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. I give generously, I receive joyously, and I am richly supplied in every way. Let the truth of it resonate. Imagine blessings rushing toward you like rivers converging into a mighty ocean, your hands and heart wide open to receive without resistance. Now, finish with gratitude, the highest form of faith. I give thanks that this day is already victorious. Infinite Spirit has gone before me, making my way smooth and prosperous. I walk in divine confidence, knowing that life bends now and always in my favor. Remain still for a moment. Feel peace envelop you like a radiant cloak. Know that these words are not empty sounds drifting into the air. They are creative forces that cannot return void. The subconscious mind has received its instructions, and the law of spirit has already begun shaping the day into alignment with your spoken word. Walk forward now, beloved, knowing that heaven itself moves to obey the decree you have just spoken. Beloved soul, let us now rise into an even higher current of faith and power as we continue with the second part of these guided morning declarations. The first wave of words has cleared the path and awakened the subconscious to divine direction. Now we will pour spiritual substance into every aspect of life: health, relationships, timing, and purpose. These words will not only bend life in your favor today, but establish a continual rhythm of blessing that resonates through every dawn yet to come. Stand in stillness for a moment and place your hand over your heart. Feel its steady beat, the divine metronome placed within you by Infinite Spirit. Know that as surely as your heart beats without your conscious command, spiritual law moves unfailingly to fulfill every faith-filled word you speak. With this knowing, lift your head and declare, I am filled with divine life and radiant health. Every cell of my body vibrates with perfect harmony. I am strong, energized, and glowing with the light of Infinite Spirit. I give thanks that I move today in perfect health, free from all limitation or infirmity. Feel healing warmth spread through your body, cleansing every shadow of weakness. Imagine divine light like liquid gold pouring into every organ, every joint, every muscle, restoring balance and strength beyond human understanding. Now, speak over your relationships, for harmony and connection draws blessings more swiftly than isolated striving. Every relationship in my life is blessed with divine love and understanding. I am surrounded by people who uplift and support me. Infinite Spirit draws to me those who are part of my divine plan and removes with grace and ease those who are not. I give and receive love freely, joyously, and without fear. Visualize yourself meeting others today with kindness shining from your eyes and warmth radiating from your presence. See conflicts resolving effortlessly, old wounds mending in silence, and new friendships blooming with golden light. Move now to the timing of your blessings, for divine design knows no delay. All that belongs to me by divine right now flows to me swiftly and perfectly. There is no power that can hinder or delay my good. Infinite intelligence arranges every detail of my life with precision and ease. I am always in the right place at the right time, guided unfailingly by Spirit. Picture yourself walking through the day as though carried by invisible hands, arriving at each moment not by chance, but by sacred orchestration. Feel peace wash over you as you release every thought of being late, missing out, or losing what is yours. The divine plan cannot be thwarted, and today it unfolds flawlessly. Finally, let us speak over your purpose and perfect self-expression. I am now fulfilling my divine purpose with joy and enthusiasm. My unique gifts shine brightly and bless the world. Infinite Spirit expresses through me with power and clarity. Everything I do today prospers, and every word I speak carries the vibration of truth and blessing. See yourself moving through the hours ahead like a beacon of light, every action inspired, every task flowing with ease, every effort magnified by divine energy. Now, bring all of these truths together into a crescendo of gratitude and assurance. I give thanks that I live this day in divine favor and overflowing abundance. Infinite Spirit has set all things in order for my highest good. I am fearless, faithful, and victorious. This day bends in my favor now and always, and I walk in the joy of heaven made manifest. Take a deep breath and let these words sink into your subconscious like seeds planted in rich, holy soil. Know that even now, spiritual law is moving silently and surely to bring forth their harvest. Today cannot and will not resist your divine command. You have spoken truth, and truth has reshaped the very structure of the hours ahead. Go forth clothed in certainty, beloved soul, for life has already bent to obey your morning decree. Beloved, now that your morning words have been declared, let us go deeper, beyond the audible voice, beyond conscious thought, into the sacred chamber of visualization, where spiritual substance begins to take visible form. Florence Scovel Shinn taught that man must prepare for the thing he has asked for when there isn't the slightest sign of it in sight. That preparation begins not with outer effort, but with inner vision, for what you can see with your spirit, you can hold with your hands. Close your eyes. Take a slow, deep breath. Let the air move through you like wind through an open temple. As you exhale, release every lingering tension from your shoulders, your jaw, your spine. Let your body rest in peace, for now your spirit will take the lead. Now, see yourself standing at the doorway of your day. The morning light has broken, not with haste or pressure, but with soft brilliance. Before you stretches the road of your day, not chaotic or uncertain, but illuminated with golden light. You take a step, and the ground beneath your feet feels sacred, as though heaven has gone before you and smoothed every stone, cleared every thorn, and straightened every crooked path. You move forward now, not as one reacting to the world, but as one who commands it in harmony with divine law. See doors ahead of you, once locked, once delayed, swing wide on golden hinges. These are the doors to opportunity, favor, wealth, healing, and perfect timing. You do not knock. They open as you approach, for your presence is charged with divine authority. Feel your shoulders rise in confidence. Your head is lifted high. Every cell of your being radiates expectancy. You meet people throughout the day, and they respond to you with grace, warmth, and generosity. Not because you ask, but because you are walking in divine overflow. Every conversation flows easily. Every task unfolds smoothly. Every challenge dissolves before it even reaches your feet. You are not pushing the day into order. You are allowing heaven to orchestrate it around your spoken word. Now see one specific miracle, a desire you've long held in your heart. Perhaps it is a financial breakthrough, a healing in your body, the restoration of a relationship, or a long-awaited opportunity. See it now, not as distant, not as unreachable, but as already here. Picture yourself receiving it with joy and grace. Feel the moment in your body, your heart lifting, your smile breaking, your spirit soaring as it arrives. Whisper within, "It is done. It has found me. I receive it now." Finally, look back on this day, not as one waiting to see if it will be blessed, but as one standing at its conclusion, giving thanks for how richly it has unfolded. See yourself at peace, filled with joy, marveling at how every moment bent in your favor. Say within, "I knew it, I spoke it, I saw it, and the law has fulfilled it. Take another deep breath. Let the vision anchor in your soul. When you open your eyes, know this: your inner world has been activated. The law has been set in motion. The day ahead has already been shaped by your faith, and now it must yield its fruit. Walk in it boldly, for life cannot help but follow the blueprint of spirit that you just revealed. Beloved soul, let me share with you a living testimony, a story that stands as a shining monument to the power of morning declarations and the spiritual law that never fails. This is the story of a woman weighed down by years of unending struggle. Each morning she awoke with a heart heavy from yesterday's defeats, eyes clouded with dread for the day ahead. She felt as though life had marked her for hardship, as though an unseen force conspired to hold every door closed, every opportunity just out of reach. She tried everything: endless toil, careful planning, desperate prayers. But still the pattern repeated. Bills piled high, relationships crumbled, and her health withered under the strain of constant anxiety. One day, in the midst of her despair, she came across the teachings of Florence Scovel Shinn. She read the words, "Your word is your wand. The words you speak create your reality." At first, these words seemed too simple, too wondrous to be true. Could the power to change her life truly rest in the words she spoke each morning? But something stirred deep within her spirit, an ancient remembrance that this was truth. So, the very next morning, instead of rising in fear, she placed her feet firmly on the ground, lifted her head, and declared with trembling yet resolute faith, "I am divinely guided. Favor surrounds me like a shield. I walk today in perfect order, and every step I take leads to overflowing good." She felt a shift within her, as though invisible chains were loosening from her soul. For the first time in years, she faced the day not as a helpless victim, but as a child of the Almighty, clothed in spiritual dominion. And what happened next seemed nothing short of miraculous. That same day, a call came from an old acquaintance she had not spoken to in years, offering her a role in a project that aligned perfectly with her talents. A role that would eventually transform her finances and restore her confidence. Strained relationships began to mend without force or struggle. Health issues that had long plagued her started to ease as peace and joy replaced constant tension. Doors that had remained sealed for decades now swung wide on golden hinges, as though a hidden hand was guiding every event in her favor. But here is the deeper truth. These events were not miracles born from luck or sudden divine whimsy. They were the natural response of spiritual law to the word she had spoken. Each morning, as she continued to declare divine truth, her subconscious mind was being rewoven with a new pattern of victory. The invisible forces of spirit, always waiting and willing, finally had direction. Life itself bent, not reluctantly, not partially, but fully and joyously to match the decree of her faith-filled words. Months later, this woman would say with radiant certainty, "My life did not change because I fought harder or begged louder. It changed because I finally spoke as one who knew her power in spirit. I spoke it every morning until my world had no choice but to obey." This story stands as a beacon to you now. If life has seemed unmovable, it is not because divine favor is absent. It is because the word of command has not yet been spoken with full authority. The law cannot act on unspoken truth or faith choked by fear. But the moment you rise and speak as one who knows that infinite spirit has already ordered your day, unseen powers move. Circumstances shift, people respond, opportunities appear. What was rigid and unyielding softens like clay in the hands of the master potter, bending to form a masterpiece of divine order and abundance. Beloved, this is not her story alone. It is yours waiting to unfold. Every morning is a new chance to wield the wand of your word and see life bend joyfully in your favor. You do not need years of struggle, only the courage to rise tomorrow and declare truth with unwavering faith. As Florence said, "Bless your day and expect miracles, and you shall have them." The testimony has been given, the law has been proven. Now it is your turn to step into its power. Beloved soul, let us now clothe these truths in sacred imagery, for the subconscious mind feasts on symbols, and spirit speaks in divine metaphors that bypass resistance and sink directly into the heart of belief. Morning is not merely a natural event, it is a living parable of spiritual law, a silent teacher whispering every day that you hold the power to command your destiny anew. See the sunrise breaking through darkness. All night the earth was cloaked in shadow, and yet, without strain or noise, light returns, sweeping darkness away effortlessly. This is the power of morning declarations. The shadows of fear and limitation may loom large, but as you rise and speak with divine authority, you usher in spiritual dawn. Darkness has no strength of its own. It is simply the absence of light. The moment you speak words of truth and favor, it is as if the sun itself has risen within your consciousness, flooding every crevice of your day with light that bends even the most stubborn shadows out of existence. Picture the dew settling gently upon the fields at dawn. Each blade of grass glistens with countless droplets, jewels formed silently through the night. They are not the result of toil or effort. They simply appear as a gift of nature's design. So it is with divine grace each morning. The moment you awaken and speak your word, invisible blessings begin to gather, resting gently upon the hours ahead, unseen yet undeniably real. By midday, these blessings will have nourished the soil of your life, bearing fruit that others will call miraculous, though you will know it as the quiet work of spirit responding to your decree. Envision a king stepping into his throne room as the morning light streams through tall windows. Courtiers bow low, messengers rush to carry out his commands, and every subject awaits his word to set the affairs of the realm in motion. You, beloved, are this king or queen of your own divine kingdom. The kingdom of your life waits each morning for your decree. If you rise and remain silent, the court disperses without order, and the day becomes a muddled improvisation. But if you rise and speak with conviction, declaring abundance, peace, success, and perfect timing, your court leaps into motion, arranging every detail of your kingdom in alignment with your spoken word. Imagine also the farmer who knows that the morning is not for idle wandering, but for sowing seed. The land will only produce what is planted. If he sows thorns, he cannot expect wheat. If he scatters nothing, he cannot expect a harvest. And so it is with your words. Each morning is fertile ground, awaiting the seed of your decree. Every affirmation, every declaration of truth is a seed of divine substance that cannot fail to bear fruit. The harvest may not appear within the hour, but by spiritual law, it is guaranteed. You need only rise and plant with faith, and life itself bends to produce the crop your words have sown. Finally, consider the mighty river at dawn. All through the night, unseen currents have been moving, carrying water from distant mountains, replenishing every tributary, preparing to surge forward with renewed strength as the sun rises. This river is divine favor, flowing constantly beneath the surface of your life. When you awaken and speak truth, you do not create the river, you simply open the channels that allow it to flood your day. Barriers that once dammed the flow crumble, and what seemed like a dry riverbed suddenly overflows with rushing water, carrying you effortlessly toward blessings prepared long before you spoke. Let these metaphors sink into your subconscious. Each morning is a sunrise of truth, a throne room of command, a field awaiting seed, a river ready to burst forth. You are not at the mercy of chance or chaos. You are the conductor of these forces, the royal heir to a kingdom that obeys your voice. Rise tomorrow and remember, when you speak divine words at dawn, you do more than start your day. You bend all of life to harmonize with the music of heaven. Beloved soul, as you awaken to the power of morning declarations, know this. The path to divine mastery does not always glide smoothly at first. Like a garden long neglected, the soil of your subconscious may be choked with weeds of fear, stones of disbelief, and old roots of limitation that resist the seeds of truth you now sow. Resistance and doubt are not proof that spiritual law has failed. They are simply echoes of the past, remnants of the false self struggling to hold its place as the divine self begins to rise in full authority. Florence Scovel Shinn spoke often of appearances, the external conditions that seem unmovable, the delays that whisper, "This is impossible." She said, "Never do today what intuition says to do tomorrow." And likewise, she taught that appearances must never dictate your speech or your faith. When you begin declaring divine favor each morning, there will be moments when nothing seems to change. The bills may still arrive. The phone may remain silent. Relationships may not yet blossom into harmony. In these moments, the old self tempts you to retreat, to abandon the word, to conclude that it has no power. But hear this truth: spiritual law always works, always moves, always fulfills the decree of faith. The apparent stillness is only the unseen roots pushing deeper into the soil before breaking through into visible bloom. Imagine a gardener who plants seeds in spring. Day after day, she waters the earth, yet for weeks sees no sign of life. Would she tear up the soil to see if the seed has failed? No. She trusts the law of growth, knowing the invisible process must complete itself before it appears in form. So must you trust spiritual law as you continue to speak truth each morning. The subconscious mind is fertile, but years of fearful speech have built strong patterns that take persistent light to dissolve. Do not mistake temporary resistance for permanent impossibility. Doubt often rises like a shadow in these moments. It says, "Who are you to command life?" Look at the facts, see how little has changed. But this shadow has no substance. It is only fear attempting to reclaim its throne. You conquer it not by reasoning with it, but by speaking louder with truth. As Florence declared, when man can wish without worrying, every desire will be instantly fulfilled. Replace doubt with gratitude before you see the manifestation. Replace fear with declarations of faith when appearances suggest failure. Each morning, as these old voices arise, you answer with divine authority. I walk by faith, not by sight. The law of spirit is at work, and my good rushes to me even now. Visualize resistance like a thick fog. In the early hours, it clings heavily to the land, obscuring vision and chilling the air. But as the sun rises and light pours over the horizon, the fog cannot hold. It dissolves silently, revealing the beauty of the landscape that was always there. Morning declarations are this light. Each spoken word of truth is a ray that pierces the fog of doubt. At first, the fog may seem dense, unyielding. But keep speaking, keep shining, and inevitably the fog lifts, revealing the garden of abundance that has been growing in the unseen all along. Remember also, beloved, that resistance is a sign you are moving in the right direction. Old patterns resist change because they sense their end is near. The subconscious may protest, the ego may tremble, but this is only evidence that divine law is breaking through the walls of limitation that once kept you bound. Speak boldly into this resistance. I release every false belief. I uproot every thought of lack. I now stand in perfect faith, knowing that infinite spirit has already prepared my victory. Trust the process. Continue watering the garden of your day with declarations of favor. Ignore appearances and resist the urge to measure progress by outward signs alone. Like a sculptor chiseling a masterpiece, much of the work is unseen until suddenly the form emerges in breathtaking beauty. Your mornings are reshaping your destiny, one word at a time, and soon life will bend so dramatically in your favor that you will look back on these moments of doubt and smile, knowing they were only shadows fleeing the eternal light of truth you dared to speak. Beloved soul, as you rise each morning and speak with divine authority, know that you are not calling forth a random future, nor grasping at fleeting desires. You are aligning yourself with divine design, the perfect blueprint of your life that infinite spirit has already written upon the fabric of eternity. Florence Scovel Shinn revealed this sacred truth. There is a divine design for each man. The perfect pattern of his life is in the superconscious mind, the realm of inspiration. When you declare spiritual truth at dawn, you are not forcing life to bend against its nature. You are bending yourself into harmony with that higher pattern, allowing spirit to unfold your destiny without resistance or delay. Imagine your life as a magnificent tapestry woven by divine hands. Every thread is intentional, every color chosen in perfect wisdom. Yet, through fear and doubt, many live as though they were stray threads, tangled and disconnected from the grand design. They rise each morning wondering if life will favor them or forsake them, unaware that they are already part of a greater artistry beyond comprehension. Morning declarations are the way you take your place in this masterpiece consciously, allowing infinite intelligence to weave you back into the perfect pattern meant only for you. This alignment is not about striving or struggle. It is about releasing every false pattern you've accepted from the world, patterns of lack, failure, and limitation, and stepping fully into the spiritual architecture designed for your highest good. Divine design includes all that your heart truly desires: right work, perfect health, harmonious relationships, abundance, joy, and peace that cannot be disturbed. Nothing that belongs to your true pattern can ever be withheld, delayed, or destroyed. As Florence said, there is a supply for every demand. When you awaken and speak words of faith, you are signaling to infinite spirit that you are ready to receive what is already yours by divine right. Consider a musician tuning their instrument before a great concert. If even one string is slightly off pitch, the melody cannot soar as it was written. Likewise, if you awaken and remain in fear or speak words of defeat, you are like an untuned instrument, discordant with divine harmony. But when you rise and declare, "I am in perfect alignment with divine design. Every step I take is guided by infinite wisdom. My highest good now unfolds in miraculous ways," you allow spirit to tune every aspect of your being to the symphony of heaven. The music of your destiny begins to play without strain, and life itself becomes a flowing masterpiece of divine orchestration. This alignment also dissolves every notion of competition or comparison. What is designed for you cannot belong to another, and what belongs to another cannot fulfill you. There is no need to grasp or fear, for divine design ensures that your supply is unique, abundant, and delivered in perfect timing. When you rise each morning and speak words of alignment, you quiet the noise of envy and doubt, resting in the certainty that your path is unlike any other and leads unfailingly to triumph. Picture now the invisible hands of spirit arranging every thread of your day according to this divine pattern. Even as you speak, unseen forces move to connect you with the right people, open the perfect doors, and orchestrate events beyond human planning. By midday, you may encounter a conversation or opportunity that seems accidental, but is, in truth, the gentle weaving of divine design manifesting in visible form. Beloved, this is why morning declarations hold such power. They do not conjure miracles from nothingness. They awaken you to miracles already scripted in the eternal plan for your life. Each word you speak is like stepping into a current of divine order, allowing it to carry you with ease into the fulfillment of promises written for you long before fear ever spoke its first lie. Speak it boldly tomorrow. I now align with divine design. The pattern of my life is perfect and complete. Infinite Spirit directs every step, and all my good appears now in divine order. As these words imprint upon your subconscious, know that you are tuning every note of your being to heaven's melody, and life cannot help but bend to play the song of your divine destiny. Beloved soul, having aligned yourself with the divine design, let us now enter into a morning covenant with Spirit, an unbreakable bond, a sacred agreement renewed with every dawn, where you consciously walk under the mantle of divine favor and dominion. A covenant is not a weak promise, nor a fleeting hope. It is a binding law between you and infinite spirit, a spiritual contract sealed in faith, declaring that every step you take is guided, guarded, and glorified by divine power. When you awaken each morning and speak this covenant aloud, you are not simply starting your day. You are stepping into a holy partnership where heaven and earth unite to fulfill your highest good. Visualize yourself at sunrise, standing on sacred ground bathed in golden light. The sky glows with hues of promise, as though creation itself pauses to witness this moment of holy alignment. You lift your gaze to the heavens and place your hand upon your heart. Feel the quiet strength of spirit pulsing within you, steady as the beat of eternal love. As you inhale, you draw in divine wisdom. As you exhale, you release every shadow of fear and uncertainty. The morning becomes a temple, and within this temple, you and infinite spirit meet as one. Now speak this covenant with reverence and authority. Infinite Spirit, I rise this morning in full remembrance of my divine heritage. I am one with you and walk in harmony with your perfect law. I covenant this day to think, speak, and act in alignment with divine truth. I declare that favor surrounds me as a shield, that provision flows to me abundantly, and that every step I take is ordered in heavenly wisdom. In return, I trust you completely, resting in the assurance that all things are working together for my highest good. Feel the words settle into your soul like a seal pressed upon ancient parchment. This covenant is not made with frail human intention. It is bound by spiritual law, irrevocable and eternal. Every force of heaven recognizes it, and unseen powers rush forth to uphold it. Angels take their places at your side as guardians and guides. The path ahead, once uncertain, now shines with divine illumination. Florence Scovel Shinn declared, "When man is faithful to his vision, the invisible forces of spirit move to bring it into visibility." This covenant is your daily act of faithfulness. It is the act of rising each morning not as one uncertain of the day's outcome, but as a divine heir walking into a world already prepared for victory. Through this covenant, you declare that you no longer live as a beggar of blessings, but as a partner with infinite intelligence, co-creating a life filled with abundance, joy, and miraculous unfoldment. See now the covenant's power as you step into your day. Every word you speak is backed by heaven's authority. Every decision is guided by intuition, sharpened by divine insight. Every challenge that dares approach dissolves before it reaches you, unable to stand against the law of spirit sealed upon your life. Even the smallest details, a meeting delayed, a stranger's kindness, a message arriving at just the right moment, bear the signature of divine orchestration. And as you close each day, you will look back in awe, recognizing the invisible hands that moved silently to shape your experiences into a masterpiece of grace. The covenant you spoke in the morning will echo through every hour, reminding you that you are never alone, never unguided, never outside the circle of divine provision. Beloved, do this each morning. Rise, enter the temple of dawn, and speak this holy covenant with unshakable faith. Let it be your first thought, your first breath, your first word to the universe. And know that when heaven hears such a covenant, it does not delay, it does not waver, it moves instantly, bending all of life to uphold the promise sealed between you and infinite spirit. Walk forth as one under divine contract, and watch as miracles unfold, not as exceptions, but as the natural expression of your unbroken partnership with God. Beloved soul, as we draw near the conclusion of this sacred teaching, it is time to rise fully into your spiritual dominion and take hold of the mantle of power that has been waiting for you all along. Everything you have heard, the law of the spoken word, the revelation of divine favor, the release from powerlessness, the alignment with divine design, and the holy covenant of the morning, has been preparing you for this moment of final empowerment. This is where you step out of the old story of hesitation and into the living reality of spiritual authority. where you no longer question if heaven hears you, because you know that the forces of spirit move the instant your word goes forth. Stand now in the temple of your own soul. Feel the energy rising within you like a holy fire that cannot be quenched. That fire is the Christ within, the indestructible presence of infinite spirit that knows no defeat, no delay, no lack. You are not a fragile being tossed by circumstance. You are the divine commander of your destiny, a living co-creator with God, a vessel of light sent to demonstrate the law of abundance and harmony on earth. Every morning that you awaken, you hold in your hands the scepter of spiritual dominion. This scepter is your word, and when spoken in faith, it is more powerful than armies, more decisive than chance, more enduring than time itself. Florence Scovel Shinn declared, "The game of life is a game of boomerangs. Man's thoughts, deeds, and words return to him sooner or later with astounding accuracy." From this moment, you will speak only words that create life, words that call forth victory, words that bend every hour of your day into alignment with divine perfection. Declare with me now, beloved, in the full might of your spiritual authority, "I set my day in divine order and favor now. Infinite Spirit goes before me, preparing the way. No power opposes me, for I am surrounded by a shield of heavenly protection. I walk in abundance. I move in joy. I radiate light and attract only that which belongs to my highest good. I am fearless. I am faithful. I am triumphant, for God within me is victorious in all things." Let these words echo in every corner of your being. See them etched in golden letters across the sky of your consciousness. Know that as you speak them each morning, life cannot do otherwise than obey. Doors will open, rivers of provision will surge toward you, and opportunities will appear in perfect timing. Even obstacles that once seemed immovable will collapse like walls of sand before the tide of divine law moving through your decree. This is your call to action. Rise each day not as one who hopes, but as one who knows. Do not let a single dawn pass without speaking your authority into the silence. Before you touch your phone, before you rehearse yesterday's troubles, step into the temple of morning light and issue your decree. Speak to the mountains of fear and watch them move. Speak to the rivers of blessing and watch them flow. Speak to every hour ahead and watch it bend to serve your highest destiny. No longer do you walk as one pleading for favor. You walk as one who carries favor as your divine inheritance. No longer do you stumble in uncertainty. You move in perfect rhythm with infinite spirit. No longer do you live as a victim of fate. You are a victor of divine law, crowned with glory and clothed in majesty as you command your mornings, and through them command all of life itself. Beloved, hear this final truth. The word you speak in the morning is the spark that lights the fire of destiny. Speak it with conviction. Speak it with love. Speak it as a king, as a queen, as a divine heir of infinite intelligence. And as you do, heaven will rise to meet your faith, earth will bow to your decree, and every day of your life will unfold as a living testament to the unstoppable power of the spoken word. Beloved soul, let us now enter the stillness and seal this sacred teaching with a closing spoken word prayer. Not as a ritual, not as a hope, but as a holy command, a declaration sent forth into the unseen with the full authority of Spirit. You are not speaking to a distant God, but to the infinite presence that lives within you, around you, and as you. This prayer is the sacred flame that lights the altar of your morning, the final note that sets all of heaven's orchestration into motion. Let it pour from your lips like an offering of gold, a fragrant oil of truth, an unshakable decree that life bends now, this day, in your favor. Close your eyes, take a slow and steady breath, and let your heart expand. Let the peace of God, which passes all understanding, settle over your mind, your body, your home. Let the rush of thought be still, For you are no longer a seeker, you are a speaker of truth. You are now the voice of divine law, the scribe of your destiny, the prophet of your own unfolding good. Now pray with me, word by word, from the eternal temple of your soul. Infinite Spirit, this day I rise in sacred remembrance of who I am. I am one with divine power, one with divine wisdom, one with divine favor. I give thanks that every hour of this day is clothed in light and ordered by love. I declare that my steps are guided, my hands are blessed, my words are anointed, and my path is paved in peace and prosperity. I walk not alone, but with the full force of heaven moving before me. Let your spirit lean deeper now into trust. Release all resistance. Feel the gates of heaven open wide as you continue. I cancel every false belief spoken over me. I erase every mental picture of lack, fear, struggle, or delay. They are powerless. They are nothing. I speak now the truth that sets me free. I am a magnet for all that is mine by divine right. I live in the overflow of goodness. I receive from expected and unexpected channels. I prosper without toil. I succeed without fear. I rise without resistance, for I am aligned with the rhythm of divine law. Breathe deeply as these words take root. Picture them wrapping around your day like golden threads in a robe of power. I forgive the past. I bless the present. I claim the future. I walk in divine timing, divine wisdom, divine order. Every encounter today is holy. Every action today is prosperous. Every word today is life-giving. No weapon formed against me can prosper, for I dwell in the secret place of the Most High and abide under the shadow of the Almighty. Feel yourself rising now, your spine lengthening, your heart softening, your soul glowing like the sun at high noon. Thank you, Infinite Spirit, that it is already done. Thank you that life now bends in my favor. Thank you that this day is blessed, anointed, overflowing with the evidence of divine love. I call this day good. I call this day rich. I call this day peaceful, powerful, and perfect in every way. I go forth with joy, with boldness, and with the assurance that my good cannot be delayed, denied, or diminished. It is mine now and forever. Pause in silence. Let the prayer echo. Let it ripple through every layer of your being. You are now the vibration of divine success. You are now the expression of spiritual authority. You are now the living word of favor made flesh. As you open your eyes and begin your day, remember, this prayer is not behind you. It walks with you, before you, and through you. Speak it as often as needed. Let it be the staff in your hand, the fire in your heart, the compass of your decisions. With this spoken word, life cannot help but rearrange itself in your favor. With this prayer, the day is sealed. The covenant is active. The promise is kept. This morning, your life bends. This morning, the word has gone forth. This morning, divine overflow has begun. And so it is. Amen. Every morning is a spiritual bank, and what you deposit into it determines what is drawn out across the day. You've been taught to check your phone, your schedule, your inbox, or your balance sheet as soon as your eyes open. But I tell you, none of those things have ever held your true supply. The first words you speak upon waking are the seeds of your experience. And if you do not plant wealth, if you do not plant divine increase, if you do not speak favor and multiplication, then by default, you allow the weeds of fear, doubt, and lack to grow wild across the fields of your day. Before your feet touch the floor, your mouth must open in dominion. The tongue holds the pen that writes the story of your day. And I say, begin by writing wealth. You've been waking into an invisible fog, a fog of old beliefs, past disappointments, and inherited patterns that tell you it's going to be another hard day, another dry season, another postponement of the blessing. That is not truth. That is hypnosis. And I am here to break the trance. You've been waking into a world of facts instead of a world of faith. You've been listening to the ghost of yesterday's bank account instead of the spirit of divine supply. But today, this morning, you awaken into a new order. A spiritual economy where God is your source, the law is your servant, and your word is the transaction that opens every invisible account. There is a lie that has settled into your bones like cold, that you must earn your good, fight for your good, beg for your good, compete for your good. But I speak from the mountaintop of truth, and I say, no. You were never meant to labor under the curse of scarcity. You were created in the image of the infinite source, and wealth is your inheritance by divine right. Not because you worked for it, not because you earned it, but because you agreed with it. The law of wealth is the law of agreement, and agreement begins with speech. Every dollar you manifest, every opportunity that arrives, every stream of income that opens is the outpicturing of something first declared, spoken, decreed. You do not need a better plan, you need a better word. This morning, I confront the habit of waking in fear, the habit of scanning your life for what's missing instead of commanding what's moving. You say, I can't afford it. You say, I'm so behind. You say, I don't know what I'm going to do. And the law says, as you have spoken, so it is. But today, you will speak no more curses. You will not wake up and prophesy defeat. You will rise with a sword in your mouth, the sword of the Spirit, which is the spoken word of God. You will speak prosperity, peace, provision. You will say, this is a day of financial breakthrough, and that word will go forth to prepare the path before your feet. For too long, the morning has belonged to fear, but no more. Now, the morning belongs to faith. Now, the morning belongs to the word. This is the day the Lord hath made. I will rejoice and be glad in it. Psalm 118:24. Do you hear it? That is not passive observation. It is active choice. This is the day, the appointed day, the anointed day, the day that did not come to break you, but to bless you. But you must claim it, with your voice, with your breath, with your word. And I give you this charge, this command, this sacred instruction. The moment your eyes open, speak your wealth. Say it before you feel it. Say it before you see it. Say it before the doubt creeps in. Say, divine supply greets me this morning. Money moves in my direction now. New streams open with ease. God is my instant, constant, lavish source. I prosper wherever I turn. Say it, not once, not weakly, but with rhythm, with boldness, with certainty. Speak your financial breakthrough before the world has a chance to offer its illusions. Speak before you scroll. Speak before you worry. Speak before you check what man says. Say what God says. For you are not just waking up into a new day. You are waking into a new decree, a new dominion, a new demonstration. The word has gone forth, and the word cannot return void. The moment between sleep and wakefulness is not just a blink in time. It is the holy corridor between the unseen and the seen. It is the moment where the veil is thinnest, where the subconscious mind has not yet remembered yesterday's illusions, and the conscious mind has not yet re-entered its habitual trance. In this sacred space, the law is waiting, waiting for instruction, waiting for decree, waiting for the soul to remember its dominion. Most people roll out of bed into worry. They wake up rehearsing yesterday's problems, speaking casually about what they lack, allowing the same mental loop of fear and struggle to resume like an old record dropped on a spinning turntable. But spiritual law is impersonal. It listens not to your tone, but to your command. It moves not by how you feel, but by what you speak. And I tell you plainly, what you say when you rise is the blueprint for how your day will unfold. This is why the ancients prayed with the sunrise. Why Scripture said, "Give us this day our daily bread," not as a plea for survival, but as a metaphysical directive. a claim to divine provision assigned for that specific 24-hour window. That verse was not written for beggars. It was written for believers, for those who understand that spiritual supply is ever available, ever present, and always in circulation, waiting only for agreement. And agreement is always activated through word. Morning is not the time to drift. Morning is not the time to react. Morning is the time to rule. As you speak in the first light, so shall the light of the day be shaped. The law of morning declaration is the law of origination. You do not wait to see what the day brings. You tell the day what it must contain. You say, "Today is a day of abundance." You say, "Divine ideas come to me now." You say, "Everything I need is now appearing on time and with ease." You don't say it because it's already visible. You say it because your word is the root from which all visibility grows. This is the law of the spoken word, the law of expectancy. And the law does not ask, "Did you feel powerful this morning?" It asks only, "What did you decree?" You must stop waiting for the facts to give you permission to feel secure. Stop letting your bank account be your prophet. Stop letting your job title dictate your worth. The world taught you to look around before you look within. But divine mind waits on no condition. It responds only to truth. And the truth is this: the first sound that leaves your lips each morning is not a sound. It is a seed. And what you plant will manifest. Most people plant by default. I'm so tired. I have so much to do. This is going to be a hard day. And so it is. Not because it had to be, but because they spoke it. But you, beloved soul, are waking up differently now. You are not waking into the facts. You are waking into faith. You are not checking what the world says. You are commanding what the law must do. Speak it and let it be so. Speak it before coffee. Speak it before worry creeps in. Speak it while the sun is still quiet in the sky. For those who declare early receive early. Those who decree boldly receive richly. This is not poetry. This is the structure of the universe. This is the word made law. Say, "The law of divine compensation is activated in my life today. The wealth of heaven is moving through new channels. My income is increasing. My debts are dissolving. My harvest is inevitable." Speak it not for comfort, but for creation. Speak it as a builder speaks over blueprints. Speak it as a king speaks over a kingdom. You are not wishing, you are ruling. And every time you say it, you raise the standard of what the law is allowed to deliver. Let the first words out of your mouth each morning be words of power. Let them be declarations of divine economy, statements of spiritual wealth, commands to the unseen forces that shape your visible experience. And do not stop. Do not say it once and wait. Say it every day until it becomes the only reality you know. For repetition is the rope that ties your conscious mind to the infinite. And with every repetition, you make the truth louder than the lie. Speak now. This is a day of financial overflow. My morning word shapes my day in favor. I command abundance now, and it appears. This is how you rise. This is how you begin. This is how the day bends to serve you. The most dangerous contract is the one you didn't know you signed. And I say to you now, many of you have made silent, unconscious agreements with lack, not because you intended to, not because you wanted to, but because you repeated the words of the world until they became your internal script. You began to believe that limitation was realistic, that struggle was spiritual, that just enough was holy. And so every morning you rise and unknowingly reaffirm that silent contract by the words you speak, the thoughts you allow, and the identity you wear like an old coat that no longer fits. I can't afford that. Money is tight. Maybe one day. You think these words are harmless. You think you are just being practical. But I tell you, these are not casual statements. They are commands, orders, authorizations stamped with the seal of your consciousness and mailed directly to your subconscious, where they are received, accepted, and carried out without resistance. The subconscious does not judge. It does not edit. It does not ask whether you meant to say what you said. It only obeys. And it obeys with perfect precision. It hears, "I can't afford it," and says, "Very well. Block access to supply." It hears, "I never get ahead," and says, "As you wish." Repeat the cycle. The subconscious is the servant of your speech, and when your speech is poisoned by unworthiness, by resignation, by habit, then you are not just delaying your blessing, you are denying it at the door. Many pray for financial breakthrough while simultaneously speaking words that barricade the gate. You do not need more faith. You need fewer contradictions. Your mouth must not cast spells against your own increase. It must not become a tool of sabotage. You cannot speak debt and expect demonstration. You cannot declare lack and then fast for overflow. It is not the fasting of food that brings miracles. It is the fasting of false words. And the most powerful fast you can commit to is this: I refuse to speak lack. I refuse to repeat the language of limitation. I refuse to sign my name to the vocabulary of poverty. For every word carries vibration. Every phrase carries frequency. And the universe, being made of vibration and frequency, will mirror whatever note you sing. You've been programming a locked vault and blaming the bank. You've been cursing the effect and forgetting the cause. But let the scales fall from your eyes. You are the cause, and you are the cure. Every "I can't" must be replaced with "God can." Every "I lack" must be replaced with "I receive." Every "I'm broke" must be replaced with "I am rich in the wealth of divine mind, and my good now appears." It may feel unfamiliar at first. It may feel like a costume. But you are not dressing up. You are dressing in truth. And truth, once worn consistently, reshapes reality. You do not need to scream. You do not need to plead. You need only to agree with truth, with divine provision, with supernatural sufficiency. And that agreement begins with a word that aligns your subconscious with the law of increase, a word that breaks the cycle of inherited fear, a word that ends the drought not just in your wallet, but in your spirit. Say this now, and say it until it becomes your native tongue. I am divinely provided for. All that is mine by right now rushes toward me. I no longer agree with lack. I agree with law. I agree with wealth. I agree with overflow. When you speak this, heaven hears it. The subconscious hears it. And the law begins to rearrange your visible world to match your spoken agreement. This is not about pretending. It is about proclaiming. Proclaiming that you no longer belong to limitation. Proclaiming that you no longer carry the curse of not enough. Proclaiming that you are no longer a hostage to facts. You are a speaker of truth. And every truth you speak becomes a key that unlocks the vault you didn't know you sealed with your own mouth. Doubt has a sound. And the tragedy is, it often sounds like you. It sounds like your voice, laced with casual cynicism, hidden fear, cloaked resignation. It creeps into your morning not as a scream, but as a whisper. And it doesn't always come dressed as panic. It comes as routine, as the groan when the alarm clock goes off, as the sigh before your feet hit the floor, as the quiet internal refrain of "not again, nothing's changed, just get through the day." But I tell you this, those words are not neutral. They are not harmless. They are the opening lines of a spell. And the spell is this: that what you spoke will return to you multiplied. The moment you awaken, your field is still fresh. Your soul is soft with possibility. Your subconscious, still open, still fertile, still ready to be planted. And instead of planting divine certainty, most plant doubt. They plant sarcasm. They plant survival. And then they wonder why their day blooms with obstacles, with disappointments, with unfruitful labor. They think the problem lies in their bank account or their boss or the bills. But no. The problem began with what was spoken before the toothbrush touched the sink. The world doesn't move first. The word does. And what you declare when your consciousness first rises is not just a thought. It is a throne. And someone will sit upon it. either the voice of fear or the voice of faith. You may not realize this, but every morning you are making a throne with your speech. And the question is, who are you crowning? Are you crowning lack, crowning doubt, crowning inherited fear, masquerading as realism? Or are you crowning divine intelligence, infinite supply, the living presence of God within you who declares, I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, to give you hope and a future. The law cannot override your own coronation. It will honor the king you place upon that throne. And if doubt is crowned, then doubt shall reign. But if truth is crowned, truth shall rule, and the kingdom shall be called increase. Most people don't even know they've spoken doubt. That's how subtle the habit has become. I don't know if it'll work. Let's just see what happens. Hopefully, something good will come. These words are coded in spiritual uncertainty. They lack command. They lack conviction. They are offerings made on an altar of hesitation. But the law does not respond to hesitation. It responds to certainty. And certainty is built on the word, spoken consistently, rhythmically, morning after morning, until it becomes the only voice that speaks inside you. You have been taught to be careful, not to speak too soon, not to count your blessings before they arrive, not to believe too big lest you be disappointed. But I say to you, speak now, speak early, speak boldly. Do not wait for proof, be the proof. Do not wait for the breakthrough to speak abundance, and the breakthrough shall obey. Doubt delays the harvest, but the word accelerates it. You do not need to be polite with the law, you need to be precise. Say this now, and let it pierce through every morning habit of despair. I do not serve doubt. I do not speak from fear. I rise in faith. I rise in favor. I rise in the overflow of divine supply. This is not a mantra. It is a hammer. It shatters the cycle of spiritual hesitation. It breaks the loop of speaking small and living smaller. It dethrones every false authority that has dared to claim your morning for itself. From now on, when your eyes open, your mouth must open in power. Before the world has a chance to speak over you, you must speak over the world. Before the headlines, the news, the bills, or the doubts speak into your soul, you must flood your atmosphere with truth. Not timid truth, commanding truth. Not whispered hope, thundering decree. Say, I speak wealth into this day. I crown this day with financial favor. I release all doubt and install divine certainty. This day obeys the sound of my voice. And so it is. You have spoken so much worry, beloved soul. You have declared so much doubt, not as a choice, but as a reflex. The mouth has repeated what the world showed you instead of what the Spirit told you. But now, I say, this is the hour of reversal. This is the day you begin again. For the spoken word is not bound by time. It does not care how long you've spoken lack, how many years you've been under the illusion of not enough. One true word, spoken with conviction, can burn down years of delay. One decree, anchored in spiritual law, can uproot the old programming like a fire ripping through a dead forest to make space for new growth. This is not about effort. This is about frequency. The frequency of dominion, the frequency of wealth. And frequency is changed not by hoping, not by working, but by speaking a new sound into the atmosphere of your life. Let me teach you how to repattern your financial life through your morning decree, not through affirmations that flatter the ego, but through declarations that command the law. Declarations that are spoken not from want, but from knowing, not from desperation, but from identity. For the law responds to identity, and identity is always revealed by the tongue. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. You do not say this as a request. You do not say this as a suggestion. You say this as a verdict, a final word that no appearance can argue with. This statement is a cornerstone in the house of divine wealth. Every time you speak it, you are laying foundation, framing structure, installing windows into a new financial future. Then say, God is my immediate and unfailing supply. This cuts off the lie at the root. The lie that says your job is your source. The lie that says the economy dictates your life. The lie that says help is far away, immediate and unfailing. That means now. That means certain. That means you no longer look to man to meet your need. You no longer rely on human channels to bring you what already belongs to you by divine right. Say it again. God is my immediate and unfailing supply. And feel the burden lift, because it is no longer yours to carry. Then declare, new channels of income are now open to me, not will be, not someday. Now this is where the repatterning begins to multiply, because most people believe only in what they've already seen. But you must now believe in the unseen, in the doors you don't yet know exist, in the opportunities that have not yet taken shape in the visible world, but are already complete in the realm of divine mind. You are not making money come. You are opening the gate. And your word is the key that turns the lock. I am a spiritual millionaire walking in divine surplus. Speak it. Say it with no shame. For you are not speaking greed. You are speaking law. You are not claiming to be better than others. You are claiming to be in right relationship with the infinite supply that God has already declared yours. The world told you to hide your desire, to tone down your vision, to be humble in your expectation. But humility is not thinking small. It is knowing the source is big. And when you speak the truth of divine surplus, you are not boasting, you are aligning. And alignment with truth is the beginning of overflow. Then speak, every dollar I spend comes back multiplied. This shifts you from the vibration of fear to the vibration of circulation. You are no longer losing when you give. You are no longer spending in anxiety. You are now circulating in the economy of spirit, where every outflow is matched with inflow. You are removing the dam of fear and allowing the river of money to flow freely through your life, knowing that what goes out under grace returns pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Say this also, what is mine by divine right cannot be kept from me. This is the declaration that erases competition, cancels fear of loss, and ends the illusion of being blocked. It puts you in the flow of divine justice. It tells the universe, I do not chase what's mine, I claim it. It tells the subconscious, I no longer live in delay, I live in receipt. You do not need to manipulate people or force outcomes. What is yours will find you the moment you stop contradicting it with fear, and declare finally, I prosper wherever I turn. This installs the expectation that no matter what door you walk through, no matter what phone call you make, no matter what client you serve or what place you enter, you prosper, not by chance, not sometimes, but wherever you turn, because you bring the wealth with you, you bring the frequency of favor with you, you carry the mantle of multiplication, not as a visitor, but as an embodiment. Now I tell you this, these declarations are not suggestions, they are weapons, they are tools of construction, they are daily assignments you hand to the law, and the law fulfills them without fail. But you must speak them aloud. Do not merely think them, do not whisper them with hesitation. Speak them with rhythm, speak them with cadence, speak them like you mean them because you do. And speak them before anything else, before the headlines, before the phone, before the world. Make your decree the loudest sound in your morning, and let that sound become the frequency that shapes your financial day, for your outer life is always the shadow of your inner word. Change the word, and the world follows. Say it now, with me. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. God is my immediate and unfailing supply. New channels of income are now open to me. I am a spiritual millionaire walking in divine surplus. Every dollar I spend comes back multiplied. What is mine by divine right cannot be kept from me. I prosper wherever I turn. Say it daily. Say it boldly. And say it until it becomes the only language your life speaks. Let me tell you what happens when a man stops worshiping the facts and begins to serve the truth. Let me show you what shifts when someone changes the first sound they make in the morning, from groaning, from doubting, from forecasting struggle, to commanding the law with spiritual certainty. There was a man who came to me once, worn down by the weight of unmet expectations. He worked faithfully. He followed every rule they gave him. He checked every box. He studied every financial plan. But still, it felt as if increase was locked in a room with no door. Each morning, he would wake up with a lump in his chest and the same pattern of thought looping in his mind. Nothing is working. I'm behind. I can't catch up. And of course, the day would unfold exactly as he had spoken. Not because he was cursed, but because he was consistent in the wrong direction. He had faith, but it was inverted. It was faith in delay, faith in limitation, faith in appearances. And the law, being impersonal and exact, gave him the fruits of his faith. Then he came across one of my affirmations, not as entertainment, not as another idea to collect, but as an instruction, a mandate, a divine prescription to speak boldly, rhythmically, and early, before anything else could hijack his day. I told him, "Don't touch your phone, don't open your banking app, don't check the numbers, speak first, and speak as one who already possesses the wealth." At first he hesitated. His reasoning mind resisted. "It feels fake," he said, and I told him, "Of course it does. You've been trained to speak what you see, but now you will speak what is true." So he began. Every morning before his feet hit the floor, he said, "God is my immediate and unfailing supply. Large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways." He said it aloud. He said it with power. He said it until his voice no longer trembled. He said it not as a question, but as a decree. And though nothing seemed to change at first, something was already shifting. Not outside, but within. For every word was carving a new groove in the subconscious. Every declaration was dissolving the residue of inherited lack. Every morning decree was breaking up the soil where old disappointments had hardened his faith. And after 3 days, he saw the first crack in the old wall. An unexpected refund arrived in the mail. Money he had forgotten was owed to him. Then a former client reached out with a proposal. "I don't know why I thought of you this morning," they said, "but your name just came to me." And within a week, a new stream of income had opened. Not by his hustle, not by his struggle, but by the alignment of his word with divine law. The difference was not in the market. The difference was not in the economy. The difference was in the morning decree. The moment he spoke from dominion, dominion began to respond. This is not a fantasy. This is not motivational fluff. This is spiritual law. This is the power of the spoken word, activated at the most critical hour of the day, when your mind is still soft, your spirit still clear, and your faith still uncontaminated by the static of the world. You do not need to understand how. You need only to speak. You do not need to figure it out. You need only to declare. The law is not looking for effort. It is looking for instruction. So I say to you now, let this be your shift. Let this be your moment of reversal. Before you begin to scroll, before you drink your coffee, before you even open your eyes fully, speak your word. Speak the word of wealth. Speak the word of provision. Speak the word that opens gates and unlocks new income, new favor, new timing. And know that the law is listening, not to your feelings, not to your fears, but to your decree. Say, "This day begins with divine provision. The gates of supply swing open. Money flows to me in perfect ways. What I seek is seeking me now." And the moment you do, the atmosphere begins to rearrange. The unseen becomes visible. The law begins to move. And like that man, you too will one day say, "It started the moment I spoke differently." The great lie of this world is that fear is rational, especially where money is concerned. But I tell you, fear is never rational. It is spiritual amnesia. It is forgetting who you are, what you carry, and what law governs your life. Fear is not merely an emotion, it is a false agreement with lack. And nowhere is that fear more subtly destructive than in the quiet hours of the morning, when your soul is waking and the veil between thoughts and spirit is still thin. The ego wakes early. It is the first to rise. Before your spirit has had a chance to speak, the ego whispers, "There's not enough. You're still behind. What if it all falls apart today?" And if you do not speak first, fear will. That is why the morning must belong to God. It must belong to the Word. It must belong to your declaration, not your doubt. Because once fear gets a foothold, it rewrites the entire script of your day. Your energy dims, your faith grows quiet. Your subconscious takes its orders and begins to seek only more evidence of struggle, of delay, of separation from supply. But hear me now. The fear is not fact. It is residue. It is the echo of a world that taught you to rely on appearances, to measure your worth by numbers, to equate your bank account with your safety. And when you wake up and immediately start looking at those appearances, checking balances, refreshing accounts, calculating what hasn't come, you are placing your trust in the illusion and bowing once again at the altar of facts. But facts are not truth. They are snapshots of former words made visible. If you want different facts, you must speak a different word. Do not wait for the fear to subside before you speak. Speak into the fear. Speak through the fear. Your declaration is not weak because fear is present. Your declaration is the remedy. It is the light that dissolves the fog. It is the sound that cancels the static. You say, "But I still feel afraid." And I say, "It doesn't matter." The law does not move by your feelings. It moves by your decree. Your job is not to feel ready. Your job is to speak with power anyway. Because fear only wins when silence reigns. You've been entering the temple of the morning with fear instead of faith. You've been waking up and bringing lack into your spiritual sanctuary. But now we cast it out. Now we declare the house clean. Now we reclaim the morning altar. Say it with me, not as a suggestion, but as a sacred order. I cast the burden of debt on the Christ within, and I go free. This is not just a nice phrase. This is a sword. It severs your tie to the illusion that money is your master. It reestablishes your identity as one who is ruled by spirit, not shortage. Say also, there is no fear in divine mind, only circulation, increase, and overflow. And let the vibration of those words begin to wash over the subconscious patterns that have been carved into you since childhood. Let it cleanse every thought that once said, "You'll always struggle. There's never enough. You're too late." These are lies. And lies cannot live in the light. Your morning word is that light. And now speak. My word cancels all appearance of lack. That means your spoken decree is stronger than your visible reality. That means the moment you say it, the law begins to rearrange what you thought was fixed. That means even if the bills are real, the delay is not. Even if the numbers seem final, the truth is fluid. The word overrides. The word rewrites. The word reorders everything to match its vibration. You must understand, when you speak divine provision in the morning, you are not just thinking positively. You are engaging in spiritual warfare. You are dismantling the throne of fear and reestablishing the reign of truth. And every day you do it, that fear gets smaller, quieter, less persuasive, until it is nothing more than a memory of a voice you no longer answer. The angels go to work while your conscious mind shuts down. They await the word. They await the decree. They are not moved by your panic. They are moved by your power. Give them something to act upon. Let them carry your declarations into the places you cannot see, into the offices and inboxes and financial systems you don't even know are being activated. You don't have to know how. You just have to speak. Now I offer you a sequence. A rhythm of truth to be spoken while the sun is still low, while the fear still knocks, while the ego still stirs. Say it boldly. No weapon formed against my finances shall prosper. I will lie down and not be afraid, and I rise with spiritual certainty. I wake up into answered prayer. My provision is already secured. I cast out the voice of lack and crown this day with wealth. I speak and the law responds. I decree increase, and it appears. Let these words become your armor. Let them become your breath. Let them become the shield you raise before the world begins to speak. And when fear rises tomorrow, it will not find you unguarded. It will find you dressed in light, cloaked in truth, and speaking the language of the wealthy in spirit, the language that fear cannot translate. Overflow is not a dream. It is not a fantasy reserved for the select few, the naturally lucky, the ones born into fortune or riding the wave of perfect timing. No. Divine financial overflow is the natural result of spiritual alignment. It is what happens when your inner word matches the rhythm of divine mind, when your declarations align with the truth of supply rather than the illusion of struggle. It is not loud, though it may be grand. It does not always arrive with a trumpet, though its effects are undeniable. Overflow is quiet, confident, unshakable. It is the feeling that everything you need already exists and is moving toward you even now. You must understand what this overflow looks like so you may recognize it, not miss it. For the ego has trained you to only recognize provision in the form of cash or checks, but overflow comes in many forms. It may arrive as a sudden inspiration that turns into income. It may appear as a cancellation of debt you didn't expect. It may come as favor with a person who opens a new stream of access. It may unfold as perfect timing, divine rerouting, opportunities so aligned they cannot be manufactured by effort alone. You wake up, speak your word, and then, seemingly by coincidence, you're at the right place at the right time. But I say, it's not coincidence. It's consequence. Consequence of the word spoken. Consequence of the alignment maintained. Overflow may look like peace where you once panicked, clarity where there once was confusion, wisdom in decision-making that protects your wealth before it's even generated. And yes, it will come as visible financial increase too, because divine supply is not symbolic. It is real. It pays bills. It multiplies income. It opens doors that men have shut. But its root is not in the visible. Its root is in the spiritual, and that root is watered by your word. Overflow is what occurs when your vibration becomes inhospitable to lack. When your spirit becomes so saturated with truth that doubt can no longer find a foothold. When you become a match for abundance, not because of your hustle, but because of your declaration. Many think overflow will come through the next job, the next launch, the next promotion. But divine overflow does not wait on conditions. It begins the moment you stop agreeing with limitation. It begins the moment you stop crowning the external world as your source. You must stop looking at your bank account to determine what is possible. Your account is a reflection of past consciousness, not a prophecy of your future. The prophecy of your future is spoken by your mouth each morning. That is where overflow is born. Not in the numbers, but in the narrative. So I ask you, what are you narrating? Are you narrating struggle? Are you narrating just enough? Are you rehearsing how hard it is, how long it's been, how tired you are? Or are you narrating truth? I walk in the rhythm of wealth. Divine supply knows my name. Money flows in perfect time, through perfect channels, without strain or delay. This is what overflow looks like before it manifests. It looks like the sound of a soul who knows. It looks like the frequency of one who is not begging, but commanding. Imagine a life where nothing feels out of reach, where the next step appears before you need to take it, where every investment is guided, every expenditure is blessed, every idea carries profit, every door opens before you knock. That is not fiction. That is not reserved for the few. That is your inheritance, but you must align with it. And alignment begins each morning. It begins not with what you do, but with what you speak. Remember this, divine overflow is not something you chase, it's something you host, and your speech is the invitation. It does not rush, it does not struggle, It arrives where there is room, room made by consistency of truth, rhythm of declaration, surrender to the invisible order of wealth. It does not require force, it requires voice. Say this now, and let it anchor deep into your daily reality. I live in the flow of divine wealth. I am a steward of spiritual abundance. Every need is met. Every channel is open. Every desire fulfilled. Overflow is my new normal. Say it. Speak it. And soon you will not only believe it, you will live it. If you want to shift your finances, shift your mornings. For the morning is not just a beginning. It is a blueprint. It is not a routine. It is a realm. The hours just after waking are sacred. The veil is thin, and the law is listening. This is not the time for scrolling through illusions or replaying yesterday's defeats. This is the time for throne speech, for commanding the day before it commands you. Before you speak to anyone else, before you speak to your spouse, your phone, your bills, or even your breakfast, you must speak to the law. You must speak to your own spirit. You must speak to your supply. For the word you give in those first few minutes becomes the architecture of your entire day. You don't need a complicated ritual. You need a divine protocol. Simple, powerful, law-rooted, uncompromising. It begins before your feet touch the floor. Before your mind remembers what the world calls real, you awaken into spirit. And spirit must speak. You wake, and before you ask how much, when, or from where, you declare what is. And what is wealth. What is supply. What is provision moving toward you without resistance. So you speak, not from fear, not from doubt, but from knowing, from dominion, from the upper room of consciousness where all things are already done. Step 1. Speak your word aloud. Let your voice be the first sound your mind hears, not your thoughts, not your doubts, your voice. Declare, this is a day of divine increase. I am surrounded by unexpected blessings. I walk in the rhythm of wealth. Money comes to me now, quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Let your voice become a vibration that ripples into every unseen dimension and begins the rearrangement of matter. Say it before you think about how. Say it before you look at what's due. Say it as the architect of your atmosphere. Step 2. Do not check your phone. Do not check your email. Do not scroll. The moment you allow external voices to enter your space before truth is established, you have already surrendered your throne. The ego wants to rush into action, into checking, into controlling. But the spirit operates in rhythm, not in panic. Trust that what must come will come, but only after you speak. Step 3. Repeat 3 to 5 of your core financial declarations, not mindlessly, not softly, but with rhythm, with conviction. Let them be old truths spoken in fresh power each morning. Choose them as you would choose your clothes, deliberately. Let them dress your day in spiritual certainty. Say, God is my immediate and unfailing supply. Every dollar I spend comes back multiplied. New streams of income now open to me. I prosper wherever I turn. What is mine by divine right cannot be kept from me. Let these words become as habitual as brushing your teeth, because they are cleaning something far more powerful, your frequency. Step 4. Visualize. See the law in motion. See money moving toward you. See solutions unfolding. See the bills paid, not from anxiety, but from abundance. See the door open, the phone call coming, the unexpected miracle delivered, not as fantasy, but as law in demonstration. For whatever image you hold with feeling becomes a mold for the invisible to take form, and the morning is the most potent time for molding. Step 5. Seal it. Say, this is a day of financial favor and divine provision. I expect it. I command it. I walk in it. Then rise, not to chase, not to strive, but to receive. Walk through your day as one already chosen, already supplied, already wealthy in spirit. Watch how the doors respond to your vibration. Watch how people speak differently to you, how opportunities find you, how solutions reveal themselves, not because you worked harder, but because you spoke earlier. You are now living by a new standard, a new rhythm, a new protocol. And this protocol is not based on discipline. It is based on dominion. You do not need to beg. You do not need to prove. You need only to declare, daily, consistently, until the frequency of wealth is no longer a practice. It is your default state. So commit this to memory. Speak before action. Declare before doubt. Envision before movement. Seal before stepping. And if you forget, return. Return to the word. Return to the rhythm. Return to the throne room of morning where wealth is made and days are ordered. Say now, and say it loud, I rise as one with divine supply. This day is already blessed. I speak the word, and the law obeys. I am wealth in motion. And then, go live it. Now that you have cleared the soil and laid the foundation, it is time to plant the seed. Deep, rhythmic, truth-charged affirmations that do not beg, do not wish, do not seek approval, but declare spiritual fact with absolute authority. These are not affirmations in the casual sense of the world. These are spiritual codes, keys, invocations that realign your vibration with the infinite source of all wealth. When you speak them, speak as if heaven has already agreed, because it has. Speak as if the law is already in motion, because it is. Speak as if the invisible has already begun forming visible supply around you, because the moment the word is spoken, the process begins. Let your breath carry these words. Let your voice find its rhythm. Let your cells hear the command. Let the air around you vibrate with certainty. This is not repetition for the sake of volume. It is repetition for the sake of dominion. Each phrase is a hammer. Each phrase is a river. Each phrase is a pillar in the temple of financial demonstration. Let these words be written into your morning. Let them be the gates you walk through every day before the world offers you anything. Say with me now, this is a day of divine increase. Not just someday, not in the future. This day. The law does not operate in delay. It responds to now. Let your declaration be present, and your supply will be present with it. Money comes to me from expected and unexpected places. This speaks to the boundlessness of God. You do not need to know the how. The supply is not limited to the methods you understand. Declare this, and you will find streams opening where there were none, favor appearing where you least imagined. All channels of supply are now open. All. Not some. Not the few you can control. Speak this, and the law begins to reroute, redirect, and redesign your access points. Doors you never considered begin to unlock because the word gave permission. I walk in the rhythm of financial favor. You are not catching up. You are not struggling forward. You are walking in divine time, divine flow, divine alignment. The rhythm of heaven governs your steps, and favor moves with you like a wind at your back. I am divinely guided to wealth. You are not lost. You are not confused. Divine intelligence within you knows exactly where to go, what to say, who to call, what idea to pursue. Say this, and watch how clarity floods your path. I am a faithful steward of divine abundance. This is not just about receiving, it is about identity. You are one who carries wealth well. You are trusted by the law. You are aligned not only to increase, but to wisdom. Speak this, and the law will trust you with more. Now, seal the sequence. Raise your voice in truth, with no hesitation, no apology, no doubt. Let the last word be the loudest. I rise in power. I walk in overflow. I speak wealth, and it appears. Again, I rise in power. I walk in overflow. I speak wealth, and it appears. Again, I rise in power. I walk in overflow. I speak wealth, and it appears. Let these words be the crown of your morning. Let them be the final chisel stroke in the sculpture of your financial reality. They are not decorations. They are design. The law is now instructed. The angels are now activated. The vibration has been raised. Go forth and let the world rearrange itself in response to the truth you just declared. If this word stirred something in you, if it awakened a memory of who you truly are, of what you truly carry, of what is truly yours by divine right, then you must return. Not because I need your presence, but because your spirit craves the rhythm. The law thrives on consistency. The subconscious requires repetition. Faith is strengthened not by scattered bursts of inspiration, but by daily fire. Return here, not for motivation, but for maintenance. Not for hype, but for harmony. Return to remember that you are not alone in this truth-speaking, wealth-declaring, dominion-walking life. You are part of a collective, a divine body of declarers who rise early to speak order, who rise early to plant increase, who rise early to anoint the day with authority. Subscribe not just to a channel, but to a frequency, a way of being, a way of beginning. Let every morning you spend here be a holy return to the throne room of speech, where nothing is missing, nothing is broken, and every spoken word becomes a living thing. Comment if you must. Write your declaration and make it public. Let the echo of your faith ripple through this digital temple. Speak your word into this space, and let it be sealed with the agreement of thousands. Let the algorithm become an altar. Let the scroll become sacred ground. Let the comment box be a chorus of faith that the universe cannot ignore. And above all, remember this: you are not a beggar. You are not an orphan. You are not behind. You are a speaker of truth, a vessel of wealth, a spiritual architect. You do not sleep in fear. You do not rise in doubt. You do not walk in desperation. You speak. You rise. You receive. Return here each morning. Speak this word, and let overflow meet you before your second cup of tea. Beloved, I speak to you now with the urgency of a trumpet blast at dawn. In the next 24 hours, your purse, whether the leather one you carry in your hand or the invisible one you carry in the treasury of your consciousness, can overflow without end. This is not a poetic exaggeration, not the wishful dream of one hoping for a lucky turn, but a decree anchored in the unshakable law of supply. For my God shall supply all your need according to his riches in glory by Christ Jesus. Philippians 4:19. And those riches are not rationed, not delayed, not stored in vaults to which you have no key. They are here now, moving in invisible currents, ready to take form as money, as opportunity, as unexpected channels of provision. But the law moves in response to recognition, and until you declare the purse full, it will appear to you as empty. The magic purse is not merely an object. It is a symbol, a living emblem that tells your subconscious, supply is infinite, and it flows to me now. When you speak into that purse, whether aloud or silently, you are not talking to fabric and thread. You are addressing the infinite storehouse within, instructing it to pour forth into form. And I tell you this: when your word is spoken with faith, the outer must rearrange to match the inner decree. Money that seemed delayed will be released, avenues you thought closed will open, and provision will appear in ways so perfect you will know they were ordered by the hand of God alone. Stand ready, for as we walk through this message together, you will receive the exact affirmation that turns your purse into a channel of divine riches, and you will not only speak it, you will watch it work. You are not broke, you are blocking the flow. I say this with love, but with the firmness of one who has seen too many live beneath their divine privilege because they have mistaken a temporary appearance for an eternal truth. Poverty is not a condition decreed by God. It is the shadow cast when the mind turns away from the source. Money is not absent from your life because the supply has failed. It is absent because the channel of your consciousness has been narrowed by fear, by resentment, by the habit of speaking lack into every conversation and rehearsing shortage in every thought. When you tell yourself you are broke, you are, in truth, placing a padlock on the gates of your own abundance. You are commanding the current to slow, the inflow to halt, the river of God's provision to pool up behind the dam of your disbelief. I tell you plainly, remove the block and the flow will return instantly. for the stream has never ceased to run. It is as constant and inevitable as the tide. The magic purse is your instrument for unblocking, for retraining the subconscious to expect only fullness, only overflow. Each time you open it with a word of gratitude and a declaration of plenty, you widen the channel through which the supply rushes in. But you must stop contradicting yourself. You cannot bless the purse in the morning and curse your finances in the afternoon. You cannot affirm, "My purse is full," while secretly nursing the belief that there is never enough. Today, we will tear out that double-mindedness by the root and replace it with the single eye Jesus spoke of. The unwavering focus on supply as infinite, immediate, and already yours. You are not a beggar scraping for coins. You are the steward of a treasury connected to the limitless riches of the kingdom. The moment you know this and act as though it were true, your purse will prove it. Money is God in action, the visible, tangible, materialized form of divine circulation, and it moves unerringly toward the consciousness that welcomes it without fear, without guilt, without the poison of unworthiness. You have been taught to see money as something separate from spirit, as though it were a carnal necessity to be endured rather than a divine provision to be embraced. But I tell you this: money is simply the servant of the law, the obedient messenger carrying substance from the invisible into the visible, from the kingdom's storehouse into your hands. It is not greedy to welcome it, it is godly to steward it, for in stewarding it, you prove the faithfulness of God's supply and become a channel for blessing others. The law is precise. What you prepare room for will come, and what you shut the door to cannot enter. If your heart is locked by fear, your tongue speaks words of lack, your imagination pictures unpaid bills and dwindling accounts, you are quite literally telling the substance of God, "There is no place for you here." But when you see money as the action of God, moving, flowing, multiplying, bringing harmony to the affairs of life, and when you keep your purse, both inner and outer, open in gratitude, you become irresistible to the current of supply. Think of it as a river seeking the lowest open channel. It rushes naturally toward the place prepared for it. Prepare your consciousness, bless the very idea of money, welcome it as you would a trusted friend sent to help fulfill your divine assignment. When you understand this, you stop chasing money and start attracting it, not by toil, not by anxious grasping, but by aligning your mind with the truth that all the wealth of heaven is seeking a willing instrument. And I tell you, when you become that instrument, your magic purse is no longer a poetic image, but a living reality, always full, always replenished, always ready to meet the need at hand. What would change, beloved, if you knew, not hoped, not wished, but knew that your purse could never empty? Sit with that vision for a moment, and let it fill the chambers of your imagination. Picture yourself opening that purse at any hour of the day, for any righteous need, and finding it always full, bills folding crisply into your hand, coins gleaming, the weight and sound of provision answering you without hesitation. Imagine the quiet confidence with which you would live if the fear of running out was erased from your vocabulary, if the thought of not enough never again darkened the door of your mind. How differently would you walk into the marketplace? How boldly would you say yes to the opportunities God places before you? How joyfully would you give when you see a need, knowing that the act of giving only proves the law that the purse refills instantly? This is not a fantasy. It is the exact consciousness. The magic purse affirmation is designed to create a consciousness that refuses to equate outer appearance with inner truth. You see, the purse in your hand is a symbol, but the real purse is your consciousness, and when that inner purse is conditioned to believe in endless supply, the outer must obey and reflect it. The law of manifestation is mercilessly consistent. As within, so without. If the within is full, the without must overflow. If the within fears emptiness, the without will mirror that fear and lack. So I ask you again, not as a rhetorical flourish, but as the key to unlocking this teaching. What would change if you lived each moment convinced that your purse could never be empty? Every word that follows in this message is meant to bring you into that unshakable knowing until you find yourself living it as naturally as breathing. Before we move deeper into the laws that govern supply, I want you to know exactly where we are going. For the Spirit has already shown me the moment you will take hold of the very words that will alter the landscape of your finances. By the time we reach the appointed place in this message, you will not only hear the sacred magic purse affirmation that Florence Scovel Shinn herself gave, but you will understand why it works unfailingly, how to speak it so that it vibrates through your entire being, and how to anchor it in your daily affairs until the purse, your outer one and your inner one, responds with visible, measurable, undeniable increase. I will show you how to use the purse as more than a container for coins and bills. It will become a holy symbol, a reminder carried in your hand of the limitless storehouse within your consciousness. You will learn the exact steps to infuse it with the magnetic current of divine supply, so that every time you touch it, open it, or even think of it, you trigger the law to release more substance into your experience. And you will not be left to wonder whether you've done it right, for you will see results sometimes within hours that will convince you the law is already at work. There will be a moment near the close of this teaching when you will speak the affirmation aloud with me, sealing it as your public decree, your sacred contract with the law of supply. From that moment forward, each time you open your purse, you will be reminded of that decree, and the flow will continue without interruption. Stay with me, for we are about to move into the foundation of this law, and once you grasp it, the affirmation will not be mere words, it will be the key that turns the lock on the treasure house of your abundance. The entire truth of your financial freedom can be compressed into the unshakable promises of Scripture. My God shall supply all your need according to his riches in glory by Christ Jesus, and the Lord is my shepherd. I shall not want. These are not poetic niceties to be recited in moments of stress. They are statements of spiritual law, eternal in their certainty, as binding in their operation as the law of gravity in the natural realm. If God himself is your source, and he is, then the idea of lack is as foreign to your true nature as darkness is to the sun. The magic purse that Florence Scovel Shinn speaks of is not magic in the sense of superstition. It is the outward token of an inward truth, that your supply is infinite because its source is infinite. When you understand that the purse is but a symbol of your own consciousness, you cease to measure your wealth by the coins or bills it contains in the moment, and you begin to measure it by the inexhaustible stream that fills it again and again. I liken it to a spring-fed, well, the bucket may come up empty if it is unused, but the water beneath never ceases to flow. You can draw from it in the morning, at midday, and in the quiet of the night, and still it is as full as when you began. The purse, like the well, does not create its own contents. It receives from the hidden source, and the act of drawing only proves the source's abundance. This is why I tell you, stop guarding an empty purse as though it were your master, and start blessing it as your servant, the faithful carrier of the wealth your consciousness has called forth. And there is, beloved, one single line, a sentence of such perfect vibration that turns your purse into a living channel for divine riches, a line we will reach together, and when you speak it with understanding, the law will have no choice but to obey. Scarcity thinking is nothing more than a hypnotic spell, a mental fog cast by years of agreeing with appearances and repeating the mantras of lack taught by those who did not know the law. It convinces you that wealth is rare, that it belongs only to a select few, that it must be wrestled from the grasp of a reluctant universe. But the truth is far more astonishing and far more liberating. Your wealth is already yours, sealed within the vault of your divine consciousness from the moment God breathed life into you. This vault is not empty. It has never been empty. It is filled to the brim with ideas, opportunities, channels of provision, and actual substance ready to take form as money and resources. The only reason you have not withdrawn from it is because you have believed falsely that the key was lost, or worse, that you were unworthy to hold it. That key is faith, and faith is not a fragile hope but a deliberate decision to agree with God's promise above every other voice. Picture this vault, heavy and immovable in the world of appearances, yet already unlocked the moment you place your hand, the hand of faith, upon its door. The tumblers click into place not because you force them, but because your belief aligns perfectly with the law that governs supply. Conviction comes when you realize you have been standing in front of the vault all along, blaming life for its emptiness while never turning the handle. Hope surges when you grasp that nothing and no one can keep it shut against a consciousness that insists on its divine right to abundance. Once you see this, lack becomes laughable, a shadow pretending to be substance. You do not beg shadows for light, you turn toward the sun. And so I tell you, turn toward the truth that your vault is full, that the key is in your possession, and that your magic purse is simply the portable extension of this eternal treasury. Bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be meat in mine house, and prove me now herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open you the windows of heaven, and pour you out a blessing, that there shall not be room enough to receive it. This verse from Malachi is not merely about giving. It is about participation in the divine circulation, the unbroken movement of substance from God to you, through you, and out into the world, only to return multiplied. The windows of heaven are not far-off portals in some distant sky. They are the openings of your own consciousness, the points at which you allow the infinite to pour into your finite affairs. And the act of proving God is not a test of His willingness, it is the demonstration of your own alignment with His law. You prove the law by speaking in harmony with it, by affirming the truth of your abundance before your eyes can see it, by blessing the purse while it still appears empty, until your words and your faith have magnetized it to receive the pouring out that is already prepared. To speak to fill is to acknowledge that money is not drawn by need, but by recognition. It is to treat your purse as if it were already connected to the limitless storehouse, which in truth it is. Every declaration of fullness sends a signal to the subconscious, and through it to the infinite substance that you are ready, willing, and able to receive. And I tell you now, before we close this teaching, you will be given the exact purse-full sentence, the sacred line that Florence Scovel Shinn herself declared, and you will speak it with me in such a way that the windows of heaven will swing wide over your affairs. From that moment, the law will be set into motion, and you will not be able to keep the blessing from pouring in ways, through channels, and by means you could not have planned, yet all under grace and in perfect ways. There is no depletion in divine supply. Therefore, my purse cannot empty. Let these words settle into you as more than a hopeful affirmation. They are a decree backed by the full authority of spiritual law. Divine supply is infinite, eternal, and unchangeable. It cannot be exhausted, it cannot run dry, and it cannot diminish. It is not a reservoir that slowly drains as you draw from it. It is a spring-fed source, overflowing from the depths of the infinite, forever replenished because its nature is circulation. When you declare that there is no depletion in divine supply, you are aligning your thought with the reality that God's provision has no shortage, no delay, and no dependence on outer conditions. The purse in your hand may look small, the numbers in your account may seem fixed, but the law is not bound by appearances. If the source is inexhaustible, the channel your purse, your consciousness must reflect that truth once you accept it without contradiction. Say it aloud with me now, slowly and deliberately. There is no depletion in divine supply. Therefore, my purse cannot empty. Speak it again, and as you do, imagine every false belief in lack dissolving like mist in sunlight. Feel the strength of those words, replacing the tremble of uncertainty with the poise of assurance. Each repetition is a hammer blow, breaking apart the old mental structures that taught you to expect decline and to fear running out. This is not wishful thinking. This is the conscious reprogramming of your subconscious mind, commanding it to release the record of emptiness and replace it with the law of perpetual fullness. From this moment, when you look at your purse, you will not see a container that can run dry. You will see a symbol of an unending stream, and that stream will respond to the image you hold. Speak it once more, anchoring it deep. There is no depletion in divine supply, therefore my purse cannot empty. This is your truth now, and the law must bear witness to it. We now move from denial into affirmation, for it is not enough to sweep the house clean of error. It must be filled with truth, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. To affirm is to plant new seed in the fertile soil of your subconscious. To speak as one who knows the harvest is already on its way. Let us establish the rhythm of constant inflow, for money is not meant to trickle in sporadically like drops from a leaky faucet. It is meant to flow as the great rivers flow, steady, abundant, and without interruption. Imagine the mighty current of a river, fed by countless streams and springs, always returning to the sea, never fearing that the waters will fail. This is the way of divine supply. It moves toward you from sources seen and unseen. It fills your purse and your affairs, and it returns again and again because circulation is its very nature. Speak with me now in the cadence of certainty. Divine supply flows to me constantly. Money comes to me in perfect ways. I receive with joy, I give with joy, and the flow returns to me multiplied. Feel the beat of these words, as you would the steady pulse of a drum. Let each repetition build the rhythm within you until your consciousness moves to it as naturally as your heart beats. You are not coaxing the river to flow. You are aligning yourself with its current, removing the rocks of fear and the debris of doubt so nothing impedes its movement. Each time you affirm, you strengthen the banks of your faith so that the waters can rise without overflow or loss. And as you live in this rhythm, receiving without guilt, giving without fear, you will discover that the inflow and the outflow are one. That to spend in faith is to invite the return, that every coin and bill you bless becomes part of the great circulation rushing back to you. Keep this river before your mind's eye, and let its unceasing flow be the picture that fills your purse, within and without, at all times. One of the most insidious blocks to the flow of money is the hidden fear that to receive is somehow to take from another, that your gain must mean another's loss, as though the supply were a fixed sum to be divided among the deserving. This lie has bound many souls in needless lack, for it creates guilt at the very point where joy should rise, and guilt is a closed gate through which no abundance can pass. Let me tell you plainly, in divine supply, there is no competition, no scarcity, and no theft. The wealth of the kingdom is inexhaustible, and when you receive from it, you do not lessen another's portion, you simply draw from the infinite store that is as available to them as it is to you. This is why the Master declared in Luke 6:38, "Give, and it shall be given unto you. Good measure, pressed down and shaken together, and running over, shall men give into your bosom." Giving and receiving are not separate events, but one continuous act, like the inhale and exhale of breath. You cannot give without receiving, and you cannot receive without having something to give. When you take a deep breath, you are not stealing the air from someone else. You are drawing from a source so abundant that it instantly replenishes itself. So it is with money in the hands of those aligned with divine law. The magic purse operates in this same principle. The more you bless it as full and release from it freely, the more swiftly it is refilled, for you have demonstrated your trust in the endless supply behind it. Begin now to renounce the thought that your prosperity could harm another. Say aloud, "My gain blesses all, my receiving opens the way for others to receive. I live in the endless circulation of giving and receiving under grace and in perfect ways." As this truth takes root, you will find not only your own purse swelling, but the joy of knowing that in divine mind, your abundance contributes to the abundance of the whole. There is, beloved, one sentence that will make your purse a magnet, drawing to it the visible form of supply as inevitably as iron is drawn to the lodestone. It is not a sentence born of human cleverness, nor is it a phrase to be recited casually like a charm. It is a line that vibrates with the truth of divine law, that tells your subconscious in no uncertain terms that you are ready, willing, and able to receive without limit. The moment you speak it in faith, you will feel a shift, subtle perhaps at first, like the turning of a key in a lock, and yet from that moment, the law begins its swift and perfect work. I will not unveil the sentence yet, for it must come to you when your consciousness is prepared to hold it without contradiction. But I will tell you this. Every declaration we have made so far, every denial of lack and affirmation of fullness, has been clearing the static, tuning the frequency, and preparing the channel so that when you speak the sentence, it will strike the chord of immediate manifestation. And now, as a step toward that moment, I call you into your second spoken checkpoint. Stand if you can. Lift your purse in your hand, whether it is filled, nearly empty, or purely symbolic, and speak aloud with me. Divine supply flows to me now. My purse is a magnet for money. Every bill and coin it receives multiplies under grace in perfect ways. Say it again, and as you do, picture money moving toward you from every direction, coming through expected and unexpected channels, appearing in perfect timing, arriving in greater measure than you release. With each repetition, you are not simply hoping. You are instructing the law to conform your outer affairs to the inner image you now hold. This is how a magnet works. It does not chase the iron. It simply holds its nature, and the attraction is inevitable. Hold this nature now, and know that the final sentence, when spoken, will be the seal upon this magnetic current you are setting in motion today. Now we weave the truth into the fabric of your consciousness with layered declarations, for a single thread can fray, but a tapestry woven with many is strong enough to endure any strain. These declarations are the warp and weft of your new financial reality, each one reinforcing the others until there is no seam through which lack can slip. Speak them with me now, not in haste, but with the steady authority of one who knows the law, responds instantly to the voice of conviction. Money comes to me now, under grace, in perfect ways. Again, every channel is open, every need is met before I am even aware of it. Once more, the substance of God flows to me freely, abundantly, and without interruption. And to seal the sequence, all that is mine by divine right now appears with perfect timing and perfect ease. With each phrase, you are building a structure in the unseen, a framework into which the substance of supply can settle and take form. You are telling your subconscious, this is the pattern, and nothing else is permitted. And because the subconscious accepts what is repeated without argument, it will now act tirelessly to reproduce these declarations in your outer life. But before this pattern can hold without being undermined, we must address the old one, the insidious poverty spell that has been running like a background program in your mind, whispering that money is scarce, that wealth is for others, that need must always come before fulfillment. This spell was not cast by a sorcerer in a tower. It was sown by words spoken in ignorance, by thoughts inherited from those who lived outside the knowledge of the law. And just as it was woven in through repetition, it will be broken by the repetition of truth. As we step into the next section, we will strike at the very root of this falsehood, replacing it with a new, unbreakable pattern of prosperity thinking. The poverty spell has had its day, and its day is done. Before the mind can be filled with the steady song of abundance, it must first be cleared of the old, discordant tunes that have played in its halls for years, sometimes generations. These are the poverty programs, inherited beliefs about money that were handed down not as blessings but as burdens, often wrapped in the false virtue of resignation. You may have heard them spoken in your childhood home. Money doesn't grow on trees. We can't afford that. Rich people are greedy. It's selfish to want more. These phrases, repeated by those who loved you yet did not know the law, settled into your subconscious as commands, as limitations written into the very code of your thought life. And because the subconscious mind is obedient to whatever is planted in it, it has worked faithfully to make those statements true in your experience, even when your conscious mind longed for more. But you are not bound to live under these inherited edicts. Today, we bring the gavel of truth down upon them, and we strike them from the record. Stand in the authority of your divine sonship and speak this denial with me. Each word a hammer blow shattering the stone tablets of lack. I smash the record of lack. I dissolve every belief in poverty. I erase the false law that money is scarce. I renounce every lie about my worthiness to receive. Feel the power of these words move through you, as though a great wind is sweeping through the corridors of your mind, blowing away the cobwebs, scattering the dust, carrying out the broken remnants of every untrue thought. The room is being cleared, the air made fresh, the stage prepared for a new script to be written, one in which your purse is always full, your supply is always flowing, and your life bears witness to the abundance of the kingdom. This is the turning point, beloved, where the old program is not just paused, but permanently deleted, and once it is gone, the law will rush to fill the space with the truth that was yours from the beginning. Now that we have shattered the false record of lack, we must immediately replace it with the true record of supply, for the subconscious abhors a vacuum. If you do not fill the cleared space with truth, the old weeds will try to grow again. We will fill it so completely that there is no room for any return of the former lies. Let us call back to the images we have already planted in your mind, the spring-fed well, the sealed vault, and the great river, for these are not mere illustrations but living anchors for your consciousness. See again the well that never runs dry, fed from hidden sources deep beneath the earth, as you draw bucket after bucket and still it overflows. Picture again the vault, not cold and empty, but heavy with treasure, its great door swinging open at the sound of your faith, revealing wealth that was always there, waiting for your recognition. Feel again the pull of the river, steady and unhurried, carrying gold and silver in its current, returning to you again and again no matter how much you give from it. These are the pictures you must return to daily, for the mind responds to images more quickly than to abstract reasoning. And as we hold these visions, let us speak the affirmations that will fuse them into the bedrock of our subconscious. The well of supply within me overflows. The vault of my consciousness is open and full. The river of divine substance flows through me in an endless current of giving and receiving. Say them with the certainty of one, describing the scene before their eyes. For in the law of mind, to see it within is to set in motion its appearance without. Feel the satisfaction as you declare them, the inner nod of agreement that tells you the law has heard and obeyed. In this way, you are not just imagining abundance, you are authorizing it, directing it, and living in the stream of it right now. There is an old parable I have told to many who came to me in the grip of fear over money, and I tell it to you now, for its truth is as alive today as when it was first spoken. A woman once came to understand the law of the magic purse, but her purse was nearly empty. A few coins and a crumpled note were all she possessed. Yet, instead of cursing its barrenness, she chose to bless it each day. She would reach into the purse, and in her mind's eye, she saw there a single invisible coin, a coin that, according to her faith, could never be spent away. For the moment it left her hand, it would return multiplied. Each time she opened the purse to pay for something, she would say softly, "This coin returns to me increased, under grace, in perfect ways." She spent without fear, for she believed the invisible coin was as real as any metal or paper she could touch. And soon, something remarkable happened. Unexpected payments arrived, small sums at first, then larger. Gifts came through friends. Opportunities opened that brought in steady income. Her purse was never empty again, and she lived the rest of her days in the calm assurance that her supply could never be exhausted. The invisible coin had been, all along, the image of her faith, and the law had clothed that faith in substance. Now, beloved, I invite you into your third activation checkpoint. Take your purse in your hands, or, if you have none near, lay your hand upon your heart, for that is the true purse. Speak these words aloud, with all the trust you can summon. I hold the invisible coin of divine supply. It multiplies wherever I send it. My purse is full now and forevermore. Say it again, feeling the truth of it settle deep, until you can almost hear the soft chime of that coin in your purse, and know that wherever you go, it goes with you, calling its multiplied brothers and sisters back home. This is the sound of your wealth returning, and it will not cease. Now we settle into the deep, steady rhythm that imprints truth upon the very walls of your subconscious mind. For repetition is the chisel that carves the image of abundance so deeply that no passing doubt can mar it. We will speak a single sentence, again and again, until it becomes as natural to you as breathing, until it rises unbidden to your lips in the quiet moments of the day, and until your every action is taken from the certainty it carries. Here it is. My purse is always full. My supply is always flowing. Do not rush it. Let each word find its place. Let it echo in your mind as though spoken in a great cathedral, where the sound lingers and wraps around you. Say it once, and feel the calm assurance it brings, as though you had just checked your accounts and found them overflowing. Say it again, and see the mental image of your purse, whether of leather, cloth, or pure light, swelling with bills, coins, and the invisible currency of divine substance. Say it a third time, and notice how the fear of what if and what about begins to lose its grip, replaced by a warm sense of being held in an unending current of provision. As we linger here, allow the pace to slow, the breath to deepen, and the heart to rest in the knowledge that these words are not a petition but a statement of eternal fact. You are not calling something from afar. You are acknowledging what is already present and allowing it to appear in visible form. With each repetition, you are watering the seed of abundance we have planted today. And just as no gardener digs up the seed to check its progress, so you will not question how the supply will come. You will simply live as though it is already here, because it is. Let this be your meditation, your mantra, your undercurrent of thought. My purse is always full, my supply is always flowing. And in the quiet that follows, listen, the flow has already begun. We have rested in the slow, steady rhythm of truth, letting it sink into the hidden places. But now the time has come to build the current to a powerful surge, for there is a moment when quiet assurance must swell into bold declaration. You have spoken, my purse is always full, my supply is always flowing, and the seed has taken root. Now we speak as those who expect the harvest, not next season, but now. Let the energy rise in you as you declare, I cannot run out, I overflow continually. Again, with greater conviction, I cannot run out. I overflow continually. These words carry the vibration of the law itself. For circulation is the nature of divine supply. It does not deplete, it expands. It does not dwindle, it multiplies. Picture a great fountain in the center of a sunlit square, its streams arcing high, spilling into the basin, spilling over again onto the marble below, yet never running dry, for the source beneath the earth pushes more and more upward without end. This is your supply. Beloved, not a trickle, not a ration, but a continuous overflow that cannot be stopped by economy, circumstance, or human opinion. Each time you speak these words, you are not merely affirming, you are commanding your consciousness to hold the image of this fountain until it manifests in every corner of your affairs. Feel the shift inside the quiet faith of before now, joined by the fire of certainty, the thrill of inevitability. For soon, we will move into the most potent step yet, the calling of the money into your purse by direct command, a holy act of authority that leaves no room for hesitation or doubt. When that moment comes, you will not be asking, you will not be hoping, you will be summoning, and the law will obey. The current we have built is ready, the channel is clear, and the next step will release the flood. There is a vast difference, beloved, between the consciousness of a beggar and the consciousness of a steward. And until this shift is made within you, the flow you have called forth will always be met with the trembling hand of fear. A beggar looks upon money as an accident of fortune, a rare and fleeting windfall to be clutched, hoarded, and guarded against imagined loss. A steward, on the other hand, knows that every coin, every bill, every channel of income is part of the infinite trust placed in their care by the divine source. The beggar lives from scarcity, the steward lives from circulation. The beggar spends only when driven by necessity, looking behind them in dread of the purse growing lighter. The steward spends in alignment with wisdom and purpose, knowing that the act of releasing money in faith is the very signal that calls forth more. Today, I challenge you to make this exchange, to lay down forever the identity of the beggar, and to take up the mantle of the steward of abundance. This is not a shift of words alone, but of action. Before this day ends, choose one act of spending, no matter the amount, that you will do from faith and not fear. It might be buying a small gift for another, giving an offering where you are spiritually fed, or even purchasing something for yourself without the familiar shadow of guilt. As you do it, hold your purse in mind as the endless spring we have spoken of, and say within yourself, I am a steward of the abundance of God. What I release returns to me multiplied, under grace, in perfect ways. In that moment, you will feel the chains of the beggar's mindset fall away, replaced by the calm authority of one entrusted with infinite resources. For the steward is never anxious about what is spent, knowing the storehouse is limitless and the supply is sure. This, beloved, is the consciousness in which miracles of provision become everyday occurrences. For unto every one that hath shall be given, and he shall have abundance, but from him that hath not shall be taken away even that which he hath. These words from Matthew 25:29 are not a sentence of cruelty, but a revelation of the law of increase, the spiritual principle that whatever is recognized, blessed, and put into circulation multiplies, while whatever is feared, hidden, and withheld diminishes. The beggar's mind hides its coins in the ground, terrified of losing them, and so the law of circulation cannot operate. The steward's mind releases with trust, and so the inflow expands to match the outflow. Picture your purse now as a living thing, not inert leather or cloth, but a vessel that responds to your faith like a muscle to exercise. Each time you use it in alignment with divine law, each time you give, spend, or invest with the consciousness of abundance, it grows, not only in the wealth it contains, but in its very capacity to receive. Imagine holding such a purse and finding that, after every purchase, it feels heavier, not lighter. That the more you release from it, the more it seems to swell in your hands. For the law has rushed to fill it before you even close the clasp. This is not fantasy. It is the precise operation of the law of increase, which responds unfailingly to the energy with which you act. If you give in fear, the purse contracts. If you give in faith, the purse expands. Begin today to treat your purse as the steward's instrument of increase, speaking over it each time you open it. I use this purse under grace, and it grows with every transaction. You will soon see the outer proof of this truth, as resources begin to return more swiftly, opportunities appear more frequently, and you walk in the deep peace of one who has learned that the more they release in love, the more they receive in abundance. There comes a moment in every spiritual student's journey when they must step fully into their authority, no longer speaking of supply as a distant hope or a possible blessing, but commanding it into form as the rightful heir of divine abundance. You have denied lack, affirmed fullness, reprogrammed the mind, and shifted from beggar to steward. Now you stand as one who issues decrees that the law must obey. Lift your head, straighten your shoulders, and let your voice carry the certainty of one who knows they are backed by the entire machinery of heaven. Speak it with me now. I command money to appear for me now under grace in perfect ways. Again, I command money to appear for me now under grace in perfect ways. You are not ordering the law to violate another's good, nor are you demanding from a reluctant God. You are summoning into visible form that which already exists in the invisible, moving it along the channels best suited to bless all involved. Feel the vibration of these words. They do not plead, they do not negotiate, they declare. And as you declare, the unseen begins to rearrange itself. Funds are released, debts are paid, opportunities unfold, and gifts arrive without strain. This is the posture of spiritual dominion, the stance from which miracles of provision become the natural order of your life. Hold this place of power, for in a few moments we will unveil the very sentence, the sacred magic purse affirmation that Florence Scovel Shinn herself gave, the line that, when spoken in this consciousness, turns your purse into a magnet for limitless supply. That sentence will not be given lightly, but when you receive it, you will know it is the seal upon all we have spoken, the final key that locks abundance into permanent circulation in your affairs. We now enter the quickened pulse of the affirmation sequence, where each line is a flash of lightning in the consciousness, illuminating the truth so vividly that no shadow of lack can remain. The first of these declarations sets the tone for all that will follow. The mind of God in me attracts money now. Pause and let the enormity of that truth sink into your spirit. You are not depending on human wit or worldly schemes. You are drawing from the infinite intelligence that created universes, ordered the stars, and formed every law that governs increase. This mind, the mind of God, is in you now, alive, active, and directing substance into your affairs. When you speak these words, you are not begging money to find you. You are acknowledging that your consciousness is the irresistible magnet, pulling to itself the forms and figures that meet every need and overflow into blessing others. Say it again, slower. The mind of God in me attracts money now. Let the word now anchor you in the present moment, for the law does not operate in the distant future, it moves in the eternal now, where your faith meets God's readiness. With each repetition, feel your magnetic field of thought expanding, like concentric circles rippling out on a still lake, drawing back to the center, the gold, silver, opportunities, and open doors already vibrating with your name. This is not magic in the sense of chance. It is the science of spirit, the precise action of like attracting like in the realm of mind. Hold this truth as a living reality, and know that with this one affirmation, you have aligned yourself with the inexhaustible stream that never ceases to answer those who speak in the voice of divine authority. The next affirmation plants a permanent image in the fertile soil of your mind. The purse of my consciousness is always full. This statement shifts the focus from the outer container, the leather wallet, the fabric bag, the bank account, to the true storehouse within, for it is the consciousness that determines what the purse will hold. If your inner purse is full of gratitude, full of expectancy, full of the unwavering knowing that supply is infinite, then no outer purse, however small, can remain empty. Speak it with me now, letting the words form a picture behind your closed eyes. The purse of my consciousness is always full. See it there, brimming with divine substance, so abundantly packed that its seams are taut with the richness of your supply. Every thought of fullness is another coin, another note, another resource slipping silently into that inner purse, and because the law of mind insists that the outer must match the inner, soon you will see the same fullness mirrored in your visible affairs. Say it again, but this time feel it not as a possibility, but as a fact, a present and unalterable condition of your being. This purse never sags with emptiness, never fears depletion, never dreads the next bill or expense. It is fed from the inexhaustible treasury of divine mind, where there is no counting and no loss. And as you walk through your day with this truth humming quietly in the background of your thoughts, Every time you touch your actual purse or wallet, you will feel a subtle joy, a private smile of recognition, for you will know that you are only handling the shadow of a reality that is already complete. In this way, the purse of your consciousness becomes not only the source of your material supply, but the constant reminder that you live and move in an atmosphere of abundance from which you can never be separated. Now we fortify the gates of your abundance with the next declaration. No thought of lack can enter my supply. This is the spiritual guard at the door, the sentinel that keeps your storehouse secure against the intrusions of fear, doubt, and the hypnotic suggestions of a world steeped in scarcity thinking. You see, beloved, it is not enough to fill your purse with truth. You must also keep it from being pilfered by the thieves of negative thought. Every fear-laden statement, every mental rehearsal of not having enough, is an attempt to slip a counterfeit coin into your consciousness, a false idea that, if allowed to linger, can distort the flow of your good. But when you stand in this affirmation, you are declaring that your supply is a sanctuary, and only thoughts in harmony with abundance may enter. Say it with me now, firmly, as if placing a decree in the book of law. No thought of lack can enter my supply. Feel the authority of those words as they ripple through your mind, sweeping away every stray notion of insufficiency before it can take root. This is not a tense guarding born of fear. It is the calm, confident watchfulness of one who knows their wealth is under divine protection. Imagine your supply, the purse of your consciousness, the vault of your mind, surrounded by a radiant light, impenetrable to any suggestion of limitation. This light is the truth itself, and in its presence, lack cannot even approach, let alone enter. Hold this image as you speak the affirmation again, letting it strengthen the walls of your inner treasury until you know, beyond question, that nothing can diminish or dilute the flow of your good. In this way, you live not in reaction to the world's stories of shortage, but in mastery over them, untouched by the tide of fear, anchored in the endless ocean of divine provision. We come now to the capstone of this rapid-fire sequence, the affirmation that seals the circulation of your good. I spend in faith and receive in abundance. This single sentence contains the entire law of prosperity, for it unites the two poles of the divine current, giving and receiving into one seamless act. To spend in fear is to cut the circuit, to signal the subconscious that your supply is fragile and must be guarded at the expense of flow. But to spend in faith is to keep the current alive, to affirm with every transaction that you are part of an infinite system where release is always followed by return and return by overflow. Say it with me now, letting the rhythm of the words settle into your being. I spend in faith and receive in abundance. Feel the ease and openness in those words, no tension, no clutching, no bargaining with life. You are moving in harmony with the same law that keeps rivers flowing, seasons turning, and breath cycling in and out without end. Each time you give, you are not depleting your storehouse. You are exercising it, keeping it supple, strong, and ready to hold more. Each time you receive, you are not taking from another's portion. You are fulfilling the law that promises good measure, pressed down, shaken together, and running over. Visualize yourself handing money over for something you desire or need, your heart light and your mind serene, knowing that in that very moment, the law is already preparing the multiplied return. See it coming back in various forms: cash, checks, opportunities, gifts, each one marked with the unmistakable stamp of divine orchestration. Speak the affirmation again, this time with the feeling that it is already your daily reality. I spend in faith and receive in abundance. And as these words become the natural rhythm of your thought, you will find that the old fear of running out is replaced entirely by the joy of watching the law of circulation prove itself in your life over and over again. We have walked together through denial and affirmation, through the clearing away of poverty's old program and the planting of wealth's eternal pattern, and now we stand at the appointed moment, the unveiling of the sacred sentence that Florence Scovel Shinn herself gave. The key that turns the lock on the invisible storehouse and releases its treasures into visible form. Hear it and let it take root in the deepest chamber of your consciousness. I see my purse bulging with money, overflowing under grace in perfect ways. This is not mere imagery. It is a command to the subconscious, a vision so clear and so charged with faith that it compels the outer to obey. Bulging is the language of fullness beyond capacity, of overflow that cannot be contained. under grace, ensures that every channel it comes through is harmonious, right, and free from strain. In perfect ways guarantees that the timing, the manner, and the amount are all in divine alignment with your highest good. Speak it with me now, slowly, and see it as you speak the purse in your hand, heavy with provision, its clasp barely holding shut against the swell of bills and coins. The deep satisfaction of knowing that not a cent has come through toil or fear, but as the natural expression of the law of supply. Say it again, and as you do, feel your heart open to the reality that this is not a wish, not a fantasy, but the truth you are authorizing into form right now. Every time you open your purse from this day forward, let this be the vision you recall, the sentence you whisper, the decree that shapes your reality. For the law cannot refuse a consciousness that is fixed on overflow, and from this moment, your purse outer and inner will bear the mark of this declaration. Now that the sacred magic purse sentence has been revealed and spoken, we will seal it. For what is acknowledged in the heart must be anchored in action if it is to take permanent root. One of the most powerful ways to anchor a decree is to make it public, not to boast, but to testify before heaven and earth that you stand by the law you have spoken. This is why I am instructing you now. Take this exact sentence. I see my purse bulging with money, overflowing under grace in perfect ways, and type it in the comments as your sacred contract. When you write it, you are not merely engaging in a casual exercise. You are signing your name to a divine agreement, declaring to your subconscious, "This is the truth by which I now live." The act of typing it is a physical motion that impresses the statement upon your mind and commits you to it in a way silent thought alone cannot. And when others see your declaration, they are reminded that the same law is available to them, and their faith may rise as well, multiplying the current of abundance flowing through all who are aligned with this truth. Do not alter the sentence, do not soften it, do not add a condition to it. Type it exactly as it is, for its vibration is precise and its pattern exact. As your fingers form each word, imagine you are carving it into the foundation of your consciousness, where no wind of doubt or tide of circumstance can erode it. This is your seal, your contract, your holy agreement with the unfailing law of supply. Once it is done, you will find the words returning to you in the most ordinary moments, while you shop, while you pay a bill, while you place your purse on the table, and each time, they will call forth the visible proof of what you have claimed today. Beloved, understand that what we have done together is not a casual affirmation session, but a sacred ritual, and like all true spiritual acts, it must be sealed to hold its power. The decree you have spoken, "I see my purse bulging with money, overflowing under grace in perfect ways," is the seed, and the public declaration of it is the planting. But for that seed to take root and bear fruit, it must be sealed with reverence, as a covenant between you and the infinite source. This is why we do not mumble it and forget. We write it, speak it, and fix it in consciousness as a living truth. Sealing the law with your public decree is the act of saying to the universe, "This is established, this is irrevocable. This is the pattern by which my life now unfolds." It is the spiritual equivalent of signing a binding agreement, one not written in ink, but in the very substance of mind and spirit, where the law takes it as an order to be filled. Each time you return to your written decree, you will feel the charge of that moment, the alignment, the expectancy, the certainty, and that feeling is what keeps the channels of manifestation open wide. Treat this ritual with the gravity and joy it deserves. Perhaps light a candle, perhaps hold your purse in your hands as you speak and write it, perhaps pause in silent gratitude after it is done, knowing the unseen is already moving on your behalf. The sealing is the moment when hope becomes fact in your inner world. And because the outer is but a mirror of the inner, the manifestation is inevitable. Today you have done more than learn about the magic purse. You have claimed it, blessed it, and set it in perpetual motion under grace and in perfect ways. From this day forward, you will watch with heightened awareness, for the law we have set in motion will not wait for weeks or months to show itself. It will begin to reveal signs almost at once. You may notice unexpected deposits, gifts, opportunities, refunds, or open doors that seem to arrive out of nowhere, yet you will know they are the direct result of the decree you have spoken and sealed. And when these evidences appear, you will have the holy privilege of returning to share your testimony, for to tell it is to multiply it. Your words of proof will fan the flame of faith in others, just as their words will reinforce your own certainty. I urge you to come back to this very place, to comment again when the magic purse has shown itself in action, for this community of faith is part of the channel through which the flow continues. And this, beloved, is only the beginning. What we have done today is part one of a greater journey. You have learned how to call forth the fullness. In part two, we will learn how to guard it, to protect your purse inner and outer from the subtle leaks of doubt, fear, and careless thought. We will go deeper into the art of holding abundance so that it is not a passing visitation but a permanent resident in your affairs. I will reveal the hidden ways the purse can be drained without you even realizing it, and the exact spiritual practices to keep it overflowing without interruption. For now, hold your expectation high, your eyes open, and your words aligned with what you have claimed today. The magic purse is already at work, and the evidence will meet you sooner than you think. Return here and tell it when it comes, for your testimony will be both your praise and your proof. As we draw this sacred time to a close, I want you to carry with you the calm assurance that nothing in this universe can overturn the law we have activated today. You have spoken the decree, you have sealed it as your sacred contract, and you have aligned your consciousness with the endless stream of divine supply. From this moment forward, you walk not as one who hopes for abundance, but as one who knows it is their constant companion. Let your steps be steady, your words consistent, and your vision fixed on the truth we have established together. Your purse is full, your supply is flowing, and your good is appearing under grace in perfect ways. I leave you with a hidden keyword, one that will be your signal to me and to this community that you are ready for the deeper teaching in part two. That word is overflow. When you return, whether tomorrow or in the days to come, bring this word with you in your comment along with your testimony. It will mark you as one who has not only heard but acted, one who has moved from theory into demonstration. This word will open the next chapter of your journey, where we will go beyond calling forth your supply into the holy art of guarding it so it remains ever increasing. For now, go in peace and confidence, knowing the law is working now, and that each time you touch your purse, you touch the symbol of a reality that can never fail you. Keep the decree on your lips, the vision in your mind, and the gratitude in your heart, and watch as your life begins to mirror the abundance you have claimed. Until we meet again, remember, the overflow has already begun. Stop. Stop thinking about what you lack. Stop rehearsing what hasn't arrived. Stop explaining why the money hasn't come, the door hasn't opened, the client hasn't called, the breakthrough hasn't burst forth. I tell you this by divine authority. It is not your doing that has delayed it. It is your speaking. You have spoken idly, and idle words are powerless. You have spoken doubt, and doubt disintegrates your harvest before it ever ripens. You have spoken fear, and fear paralyzes the channels through which divine supply would flow. You have said, "I'm trying," and that word alone dams the floodgates of heaven. For heaven does not respond to trying, it responds to knowing. It obeys the voice of him who decrees a thing, and knows it shall be established. So, I ask you, soul of God, have you spoken like a king, or have you whispered like a beggar? Have you loosed the word that commands substance, or have you begged the wind to change? For let me tell you, once and forever, the wind does not change until the word is spoken. And the word must be spoken in faith, without fear, without flinching, without delay. It is written, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." Not in the beginning was the worry, not in the beginning was the work, not in the beginning was the waiting. It was the Word. The Word preceded form. The Word ordered light into darkness, waters into seas, man from dust. So why would you try to rearrange your conditions without first rearranging your decree? Why would you alter the soil without first altering the seed? Every word is a seed. Every tongue is a sower. You are not a victim of delay, you are a creator of command. The tongue in your mouth is your scepter, and the law is clear. Death and life are in the power of the tongue. What are you speaking? I tell you boldly, the mouth of the billionaire is not wealthy because of their bank balance. It is wealthy because of their declaration. They do not wait to be chosen. They declare themselves worthy. They do not ask if the door will open, they speak to it. Knock not in fear, but in authority, and the door swings because the word has gone before them. You must speak as though the treasure were already yours, because spiritually it is. Now hear this and let it arrest your spirit. A poor man begs, a king decrees, a pauper waits for proof, a prophet sends forth the word. Which shall you be? The divine is not mocked. Your speech has been counted. The word is your wand, and if you have waved it in confusion, you have conjured delay. But today is your divine interruption. Today I come to say, speak no more as a slave of circumstance. Speak as a steward of supply. Speak as one whose inheritance is not in the bank but in the spirit, not in the economy but in the eternal. I know this law. I have seen it deliver houses, husbands, harvests, healings. I have seen the word rearrange reality, turn famine to feast, drought to downpour. But it does not come from hope, it comes from certainty. So I ask you now to cast aside the hope that begs and take up the speech that builds. Say this with me, not softly, not skeptically, but with spiritual spine. I speak the word of wealth. I speak as one with divine authority. I speak, and it is done. You've tried speaking facts. Now speak fire. You've tried telling stories of lack. Now decree supply. You've waited for others to see your worth, now command it into visibility. For your tongue is not for explanation, it is for execution. And if you dare speak like one who cannot be denied, then you will not be. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but the word, your word, rightly spoken in the Spirit, shall not return void. It shall accomplish, it shall perform, it shall establish you in every good and perfect thing. Let this be the line drawn in the sand. Let this be the day you stop muttering from need and start commanding from truth. For you were not born to chase coins, you were born to summon kingdoms. You were not born to recite limitation, you were born to call forth abundance. You were not born to echo the cries of lack, you were born to sing the song of sufficiency. So I say again, with spiritual fire and divine clarity, stop and listen. This is what happens when you speak like a billionaire. The wind begins to obey. The walls begin to fall. The treasury begins to tremble. The supply begins to run out from you, but to you, because the word has gone forth, and it cannot lie. And now that you have heard the trumpet of truth, the only question that remains is, will you echo the old tongue of lack, or will you take up your wand and speak the new wealth into being? Stop reporting the famine and start declaring the feast. Stop narrating the desert and begin announcing the rain. For the law is unshakable, immutable, perfect. Nothing manifests until it is first spoken. This is the law of the word, the law that governs all creation, all increase, all overflow. The tongue is not an ornament, it is the instrument of destiny. And if you misuse it, you miss your inheritance. In the beginning was not money. In the beginning was not labor. In the beginning was the Word. And the Word was with God. And the Word was God. And the Word became flesh. And so I say to you, your word becomes your flesh. Your declaration becomes your deposit. Your confession becomes your condition. Your phrase becomes your finance. You are not broke because heaven is bankrupt. You are broke because you have not spoken. You are not stuck because the law has failed you. You are stuck because your mouth is still describing what is instead of decreeing what must be. And yet, most people do not know that they are spellcasting their own poverty. With every casual phrase, I'm always struggling. Money never lasts. I just can't get ahead. They are etching lack into the invisible, sending orders into the ethers, commanding shortage to stay. But the law does not argue. The law does not ask questions. The law only obeys. And the law is always listening. When you say, I am rich, the law begins to form the vessel to hold it. When you say, money flows to me now, channels open. When you say, my supply is instant, perfect, and under grace, divine messengers are dispatched. You are never waiting on the money is waiting on your decree. So let the weak say, I am strong. Let the weary say, I am renewed. And let the one with $5 in the bank say, I am divinely wealthy, permanently funded by the source of all that is. This is not delusion. This is dominion. This is not pretending it is prophetic alignment. You are not lying when you say, I am rich, while your wallet is thin. You are speaking truth to override fact. You are invoking the higher law to overturn the lower evidence. You are turning the ship of your life by the rudder of your tongue. And if you speak it long enough, loud enough, and lawfully enough, the outer must bow to the inner. The visible must conform to the invisible. But here is the holy warning. The law is a mirror, not a filter. It reflects what you send. It does not soften it. It does not reinterpret it. It does not edit it for politeness or spiritual immaturity. If you say, I can't afford it, the law closes the gate. If you say, money always slips away, the law withdraws circulation. If you say, nothing ever works for me, the angels step back and wait for a new assignment. But if you say, divine substance now pours into every corner of my life, the tide turns. If you say, my word is law in my world, everything listens, everything adjusts, everything arrives. Because speech, not sweat, is the true activator of abundance. So I say to you now, speak only what you want multiplied. Speak only what you want mirrored. Speak only what you want to live. For every word you speak is a blueprint. Every phrase is a pattern. Every sentence is a spiritual contract. Rip up the old ones. Cancel every agreement you made with scarcity through casual language. And write new ones now boldly, rhythmically, daily. I am rich. I am funded. I am chosen by divine law to live in perfect supply. Say it. Say it again. Say it until the walls hear you, until the air vibrates with your authority, until your very cells hum with holy expectation. The word is your wand, your weapon, your wealth. Use it. Use it like law. Use it like breath. Use it like fire. And the world will have no choice but to reflect your sound. The universe does not respond to pleading. Heaven does not release treasure to the tone of desperation. The law of abundance is not activated by need, by nervous prayers, by pitiful cries echoing from the cave of not enough. It moves unfailingly at the frequency of certainty, of clarity, of spoken dominion. And yet I have watched countless souls sabotage their supply because their mouths remain trained in the language of lack. They think they are being humble when they say, I just need a little bit. They think they are being wise when they say, I'm preparing for the worst. They think they are being responsible when they say, I hope it works out. But in truth, they are casting spiritual spells of limitation, sealing off their own increase with the wet cement of worry, layering fear upon fear with every breath they release into the atmosphere. I say to you, poverty is not just a condition, it is a confession. Scarcity is not just an experience, it is a vocabulary. You are not broke because of the market, or your upbringing, or your job. You are broke because your mouth has built a mansion for lack to live in, one phrase at a time. Every time you say, I can't afford that, you lay another brick. Every time you say, money is tight right now, you bolt another door shut. Every time you say, I don't know where the money's going to come from, you command heaven to hold back your answer. These are not throwaway phrases. They are contracts, and the law keeps perfect record. The subconscious receives them as holy orders. The ethers treat them as divine blueprints, and so the money hesitates, the clients vanish, the bills rise, and the soul cries, why is nothing changing? Never realizing that their very tongue is the trap. The beggar mouth believes its power lies in pity. But the spiritual laws I walk in do not recognize pity. They recognize power. They recognize proclamation. They recognize precision. When you speak like a beggar, you summon more barrenness, more delay, more disorder. And still, some will argue, but I'm just being honest about my situation. My love, truth does not mean describing what is. Truth means declaring what must be. You are not called to report appearances. You are called to override them with word. And when you speak from lack, you multiply lack. When you speak from fear, you reproduce fear. The law cannot be fooled. It returns what you release. So let us lay the beggar tongue to rest. Let us bury the broken vocabulary of, I wish, I hope, I can't, I'm trying. Maybe someday. Let us retire the resignation in the voice that once cried, just enough, and awaken instead the dominion that boldly declares, more than enough, now. Because until you renounce the language of the beggar, you will never inherit the keys to the treasury. You cannot beg your way into divine wealth. You must decree it. Now, let us rise. Let us ascend to the voice that wealth recognizes, the voice that angels obey, the voice that bends circumstance to its will not by violence, but by vibrational sovereignty. The billionaire tongue does not tremble. It does not whimper. It does not rehearse how bad it's been, or how unfair it seems, or how long it's taken. It speaks from the throne, not the threshold. It speaks from the finish line, not the famine. It speaks from the realm of already not almost. And it does not apologize for sounding rich before the riches arrive. It knows that riches arrive to the sound of richness spoken. A billionaire in the spirit does not say, I need. They say, it is done. They do not say, I wish this could happen. They say, it's already unfolding for me. They do not ask for permission, they give the order. And why? Because their voice is trained in divine identity. They speak not as beggars of the world, but as citizens of the kingdom. They speak not as orphans, wondering if the Father will notice them, but as heirs, knowing that the estate has already been transferred into their name. They understand what Job declared, Thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee. Not hoped for, not waited on, not maybe, but established, locked in, manifested. I once taught a man who was drowning in debt, full of fear, calling me desperate for relief. And I said, Stop describing the debt. Speak your abundance. He replied, But I have no money. And I said, Exactly. That's why you must stop reporting the drought and start announcing the rain. So I gave him a phrase. God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. I told him to speak it every morning, not as a chant, not as a ritual, but as a royal decrees if the treasury of heaven was waiting on his command. And he did, not once, not twice, but daily, hourly, boldly. And in less than a week, a business contact he had not heard from in years called with a project that paid out 10 times what he had lost. Why? Because his voice changed and the law responded. His language shifted and money obeyed. This is what happens when you speak like a billionaire. You do not echo the account. You instruct the account. You do not wait for the evidence. You become the evidence. You do not describe lack, you declare law. You become the voice that governs substance, not the mouth that complains about shortage. And everything in your world begins to adjust. Because it must. Because the law listens to the voice that sounds like heaven. Let us now descend deeper into the sanctum of truth, where the spoken word is not mere sound, but blueprint where every syllable is an architect's line, every declaration a beam laid into the foundation of your invisible mansion, and every uttered truth a command sent forth into the formless ethers that surround you, waiting in stillness for your voice to break the silence of delay and ignite the movement of matter. Because you see, my dear listener, the realm of substance is not governed by economy. It is not dictated by budgets. It is not held hostage by digits in a bank or conditions on the earth. It is shaped, summoned, and structured by speech, by vibrational alignment, by the tone and texture of your word. And the more deeply you understand that your mouth was not given to describe what is, but to define what shall be, the sooner you will rise from the posture of financial survival into the posture of spiritual dominion, the throne seat of those who build with breath and walk upon words. For it is written, Thou shalt also decree a thing, and it shall be established unto thee. And I say again, not thought, not hoped, not wished but decreed, spoken, sounded with authority, backed by faith and infused with precision. Because a vague word builds a vague world, and a fearful word creates a fearful form, and a doubtful word invites delay to sit at your table and dine on your dreams, but a spoken word of Lawa word that comes from the throne of certainty, from the consciousness of already done, from the inner chamber of divine. Knowing this word cannot return void, this word must build, must form, must produce, must manifest, for it is backed by the infrastructure of heaven itself, and heaven keeps no inventory of delay, only alignment. You must understand, then, that your current reality is not the result of your effort, it is the echo of your former language. Your present circumstances are not the punishment of fate, but the architecture of your past confessions. For every phrase you have spoken has placed brick upon brick, beam upon beam, into the unseen scaffolding of your experience. And if your life feels shaky, if your finances feel unstable, if your opportunities feel missing, it is not because God is withholding, but because your blueprint has been filled with scattered words, hesitant declarations, and emotional utterances that conflict and cancel each other out, like a house half built and then torn down with every angry sentence, every fearful sigh, every careless phrase of lack uttered in fatigue and forgotten in the moment, but remembered by the law. So I ask you now to take your mouth seriously. I ask you to step into the sacred understanding that your voice is not just expressive, it is creative, causal, commanding, and when you speak with divine clarity, with holy specificity, you do not simply try to change your life. You rewrite the architecture of your invisible world, and everything seen must follow. You must stop saying, "I can't afford that," and begin declaring, "Divine supply meets every demand." Now, you must stop saying, "Money is hard to come by," and begin affirming, "Money flows to me with ease and grace." You must stop describing your desert and begin proclaiming your river. Because the law does not ask if you deserve it. The law only asks if you've spoken it. Like a general commanding troops, like a conductor directing an unseen orchestra, like a king sending out edicts from his throne, your word is your wand, and your sentence is your sword, and your phrase is your path into the treasury. And I tell you plainly, when your tongue aligns with divine substance, the invisible bends to obey. And money, yes, even money becomes obedient matter in the hands of a masterful decree. You have been trained, deceived, and hypnotized to treat money as your master, to wake up each day and bow before the altar of dollars, to chase it as if it is the source of your safety, the gatekeeper of your destiny, the controller of your joy. But I come to break that spell and to remind your soul of what it already knows, what it whispered to you in the quiet before fear took hold, what it shouted in the moment of vision before the noise of logic drowned it out. That money is not your master, it is your servant, not your source. It is your result, not your reason. And the moment you stop kneeling before it and start commanding it in alignment with divine law, the moment you stop chasing the shadow and start inhabiting the light, the moment you stop working for money and begin speaking from dominion, you will see with your own eyes the truth that has always been written. You are the cause, not the effect. You are the sender, not the seeker. You are the ruler, not the runner. For money is not a god to be feared, it is a tool to be governed. You see, I have spoken to many souls, good souls, kind souls, honest souls, who have labored day and night, who have given, tithed, served, sacrificed, and yet remained entangled in the weeds of financial lack, not because they lacked faith, not because they lacked morality, not because they lacked worth, but because they had never been taught to open their mouth and speak to money with the clarity of command. Because somewhere along the way they believed the lie that money must be earned through suffering, chased through exhaustion, accumulated through anxiety, and in so doing, they handed their authority over to appearances, they forfeited their divine throne, and crawled in the dust of worldly struggle, and the law, ever faithful, obeyed their vibration, not their desire. But let me say this plainly, money is not your source. God is your source. Divine substance is your source. And it does not operate by grind or grovel, but by law and alignment. As long as you believe that your job is your source, you will fear its loss. As long as you believe that the economy is your source, you will tremble with its fluctuations. As long as you believe that clients, bosses, contracts, or governments are your source, you will always be at the mercy of something outside yourself. But the moment you return to the secret place, the moment you remember, my supply is spiritual, not material, the moment you declare, God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways, something begins to shift, not just in your bank, but in your being, not just in your paycheck, but in your posture, because the real miracle is not more money, it is more authority. Florence Scovel Shinn wrote, I do not limit God by seeing limitation. I see abundance, I speak abundance, and abundance manifests. And I add to her sacred rhythm this decree. I do not beg for what is mine by divine inheritance. I do not chase what is already aligned. I do not seek from separation. I summon from unity. Money obeys my voice, not because I am arrogant, but because I am aligned, not because I am loud, but because I am legal, not because I manipulate, but because I understand the law. What is spoken in truth must manifest in form. The king does not chase the coin seeks the crown. And you, dear listener, are crowned with divine authority. You are not meant to follow money like a stray dog, hoping for scraps. You are meant to speak it into right position, to assign it a task, to direct it like a servant who answers the bell of spiritual decree. When you speak as source, you break the bondage of need. When you speak from source, you multiply the currency of heaven. When you speak as one who governs, the thing you used to chase begins to chase you, and money becomes a river, not a rock aflow, not a fortressa servant that listens, not a master that mocks. So I ask you now, what would change in your life if you truly believed that money obeys your voice? What would change if you said with conviction, I don't work for money, money works for my word? What would shift if you stopped earning and started declaring? I tell you this, the entire landscape of your experience would reorganize itself to reflect the rhythm of your decree, for the universe does not reward desperation, it rewards divine alignment, and the one who knows they are source will never again speak like a slave. There once was a woman who had reached the end of what the world calls financial logic. Her job had vanished, her savings had crumbled, her calendar was blank, and the weight of lack hung over her like a fog thick with despair. But something in her spirit, something eternal and true, something born of heaven, and sealed in divine DNA whispered, You are not poor, you are powerful. And in that moment, with no proof in her pocket and no numbers to comfort her, she chose not to speak what was but to declare what would be. Every morning, before doubt could find her tongue, she would rise and say with clarity and rhythm and certainty, Unexpected doors fly open, unexpected channels are free. The divine plan of my life now takes shape in visible, permanent, and glorious ways. And though her surroundings did not yet echo her statement, the vibration of her speech began to send out a signal beyond what eyes can see, beyond what banks can track, beyond what credit scores can measure, for she was not speaking into the air, she was speaking into the law, and law never fails to respond to voice. And then, without striving, without searching, without stress, a letter arrived of family inheritance she had long given up hope on, an estate entangled in red tape had finally released. Not because she fought for it, not because she forced it, but because she aligned herself with the only force that never misses its mark, the spoken word of spiritual dominion. It was not her strategy that unlocked the wealth. It was her speech. It was not her hustle that moved the substance. It was her holy decree. And the same shall be true for you if you will speak not from fear but from faith, not from what is but from what's written in heaven's record about your rightful inheritance. She did not cry for rescue, she declared her rhythm. She did not wait to be picked, she picked her promise and gave it breath through the tongue. And you can do the same. 6b. The artist who spoke a gallery into being. There was an artist, a man who had poured his soul into canvas after canvas, who had vision but no venue, talent but no takers, who had spent years waiting for someone to discover him, praying for a break, hoping that somehow success would find him hiding behind quiet prayers and anxious hope. But one day, something within him snapped, not in despair but in decision. A holy interruption of the passive voice he had carried for too long. He said, "If I am made in the image of the Creator, then I too must create not just paintings, but pathways, not just beauty, but boldness." And from that moment on, his tongue was no longer timid, it became a torch. "Every day," he declared, "I now draw to myself the perfect opportunity. My work is seen, valued, and funded by divine channels. I do not compete. I am appointed." At first, nothing changed until everything did. In the span of a few weeks, a collector visited a small pop-up showing and was so moved, not just by the art but by the energy behind it, that he funded an entire gallery exhibition in the heart of the city. What changed? Not his work, it was already excellent. Not the world, it was already available. What changed was his word. What changed was his voice. What changed was his vibration. He stopped waiting to be discovered and started speaking like one who had already been sent. He did not ask for an opening, he announced one. He did not wait for wealth, he welcomed it. He did not perform for pennies, prophesied his price. And the law, faithful and exact, obeyed not his feelings, but his phrasing. He didn't need more effort than needed more authority. He didn't need a marketing plan, he needed a metaphysical mouth. And so do you. There was a father, weary from watching lack eat away at his family's joy. A man who worked multiple jobs and still found the refrigerator empty, still saw fear in his partner's eyes, still heard the groan in his own bones when bills arrived before the blessing, but something sacred in him refused to believe that this cycle was God's plan. Though his bank account preached poverty, his mouth began to preach prosperity. Though his lineage had known nothing but struggle, he chose to speak another story, to write another record in the spiritual archives of his bloodline. He stood in his living room one morning and said aloud, not to impress, not to perform, but to establish, "The wealth of the wicked is laid up for the righteous, and I am righteous by faith. My children shall not beg for bread. I walk in overflow and pass it on by spiritual decree." Every day, even as clients ghosted him and costs rose, he kept his confession. He did not describe the storm, he addressed the sky. He did not replay the fear, he rehearsed the truth. And within months, the most unexpected partnership emerged. Someone he had helped for free years ago offered him equity in a thriving business venture, and the income tripled overnight. Not because he manipulated, not because he networked, but because he spoke it, seeded it, and stood by it with spiritual grit. His children saw a new father, not one who toiled, but one who taught. We do not chase riches, we release them. We do not bow to circumstances, we bend them with our words. What do these stories reveal? That wealth is not the reward of effort, it is the echo of decree. That life does not respond to wishful thoughts, it responds to spoken law. That the invisible realm is not won by silence, it is shaped by speech. These are not fairy tales, these are field notes from the kingdom, and your life is. There is a sentence simple in form, but divine in function, that carries the vibrational signature of wealth, the spiritual authority of heaven, and the metaphysical blueprint of all supply. And when this sentence is spoken not from doubt but from dominion, not from panic but from power, not as a question but as a decree, it does not flutter in the atmosphere as empty sound, but strikes the substance of spirit with the force of creation, the weight of command, and the heat of holy fire. And the sentence is this: God is my unfailing supply, and large sums of money come to me quickly, under grace, in perfect ways. Do not rush past it. Do not whisper it. Do not nod politely. Speak it. Feel it. Let it roll from your spirit like thunder wrapped in velvet. This sentence is not a wish. It is a work order. It is not a hope. It is a hammer. It does not beget builds. It does not flatter, it forms. Now listen to me well, for this is sacred territory. This sentence works not because it manipulates the external, but because it aligns the internal with the eternal. It is a coded decree, where each phrase carries power beyond its surface meaning. God is my unfailing supply. This is the foundation, the stone under your feet, the denial of all lack, the holy cancellation of dependence on bosses, banks, or budgets, the clear and final refusal to treat money as your source, and instead to declare the eternal as your infinite reservoir, your overflowing storehouse, your unshakable economy, your ever-present abundance without condition or delay. This phrase alone dismantles fear. It breaks the chains of scarcity. It reclaims the soul's forgotten inheritance. When you say it, feel the thrones of limitation shatter beneath your feet. Then, large sums of money come to me quickly, not trickles, not someday, not in spiritual metaphors, but large, visible, tangible, spendable, traceable, specific sums. This is where most fall short, for they are afraid to name their desire, afraid to sound greedy, afraid to speak large when they've been taught to whisper. But I say to you with sacred boldness, large sums are not carnale, are covenant. You were never meant to live in crumbs. You were born for loaves. You are not selfish to ask for more. You are sacred when you prepare to steward the overflow. And when you speak this line, you are not asking, you are announcing. You are not pleading, you are proclaiming. And then we seal it in grace, under grace, in perfect ways. Because this is not toil, this is not trade, this is not stress. This is the gentle wind of spirit, the path of least resistance, the invisible orchestration of divine perfection, the arrival of wealth, not by competition, not by striving, but by sequence sacred, orderly, unforced, yet unstoppable. It means you do not chase, you receive. You do not panic, you pronounce. You do not bribe, you believe. This phrase turns the key in the treasury. It opens doors that were invisible to you. It reroutes currents of divine supply already moving but unrecognized. And you, when you speak it, with reverence, rhythm, and repetition, you do not just say a sentence. You send a signal. And I tell you now, say it slow, say it strong, say it as the CEO of your spirit, say it as the priest of your own household, say it until lack forgets your name, say it until your account echoes your authority, say it as if angels are listening because they are, say it as if money is alive because it responds, say it because it is your birthright, say it because you are done with begging, say it because your wealth begins where your words begin. Before the treasury opens, the inner chamber must be cleansed, for no decree of power can pass through a polluted pipe, and no word of dominion can flow cleanly from a mouth still defiled by bitterness, resentment, or inherited limitation. So I ask you now to turn inward, not to judge, not to analyze, not to critique, but to surrender, to release from your temple every echo of shame, every word ever spoken over you in ignorance, every phrase of lack you swallowed without question, every subtle curse wrapped in the language of realism, and I declare before heaven and earth, I forgive all who have spoken poverty over me. Say it, not as a nicety, but as a thunderclap of liberation. Say it not because they were right, but because you are ready. Ready to leave behind the inheritance of fear, ready to cleanse the subconscious of hand-me-down scarcity, ready to purify the tongue, so that what leaves it next will not be compromise, will not be caution, will not be a copy of your past, but a clear stream of holy command. Say it again. I forgive all who have spoken poverty over me. And now let us go further. I cast the burden of doubt on the Christ within, and I go free. Say it like you mean it. Say it as if a prison door swings open with every breath. Say it as if this is your final day of financial confusion. Say it as if you are placing every burden into the hands of divine intelligence, every weight of how, every lie that says it's too late, every whisper that you missed your moment, place it now on the altar of the Christ within. And rise. Rise empty of fear. Rise empty of dead identity. Rise empty of familial scripts that told you wealth was for others. Rise as the one who now governs by word what others tried to earn by worry. Now speak, not from the dungeon of doubt, but from the throne room of divine entitlement, not from the cellar of survival, but from the courtroom of covenant. not from the hallway of hesitation, but from the command center of Holy Spirit rhythm. For you are not on trial, you are on assignment. And your word is not a defense, it is a decree. So say it and feel the ground shift beneath your spiritual feet. I do not chase money. I command it by the authority of the divine word in me. Say it again, louder. Say it until the vibration in your chest becomes a roar. Say it until lack bows its trembling head before your voice. Say it because your subconscious is recording. Say it because the universe is listening. Say it because angels are moving. Say it because wealth is waiting. You are not here to hustle. You are here to harmonize. You are not here to labor. You are here to legislate. And with every spoken sentence, you are writing spiritual law, not suggestions, not affirmations alone, but holy instructions delivered to the corridors of substance, sent to the vaults of provision, launched into the bloodstream of divine economy. Say it now. Every dollar I need is seeking me now. Let that not be a metaphor. Let it be a magnetic law. Let it be your new financial gravity. You are not lost. You are located. You are not forgotten. You are foreordained. You are not poor. You are the portal through which heaven pours. Do not whisper this. Declare it. Every dollar, every opportunity, every contract, every investor, every business idea, every harvest from seeds sown long ago, every increase you forgot you asked for. Say it again. Every dollar I need is seeking me now. And now seal it. Seal it not with more instruction, but with thanksgiving. Seal it not with repetition, but with reverence. Seal it with the language of those who have already received. Thanksgiving is the voice of prophetic ownership. Gratitude is not a mudit, is a method of manifestation. So say it now and say it with overflowing certainty, with reverent intensity, with the joy of a receiver, not the worry of a wisher. I thank thee, Father, for riches manifesting before my eyes. Yes, say it with breath. Say it with power. Say it with gratitude so rich it vibrates the veil away. You do not thank after it shows up. You thank because it has already arrived in the invisible and is now being drawn, shaped, molded, and moved into your realm. Speak again. Money comes to me richly, freely, and without delay. Say it like a river. Say it like rainfall. Say it as if you are under a waterfall of favor. Say it until your skin tingles and your soul shouts amen. Say it until you remember who you are. Not a beggar, not a borrower, not a someday saver, but a sacred speaker of divine economy. Money comes to me, not in stress, not in drips, not in debt, not in desperation, but richly, freely, and without delay. Say it once more, and this time with all the certainty of heaven backing your breath. Money comes to me richly, freely, and without delay. And now we pause a note because the power has waned, but because the treasury has heard you. And in the stillness between your declarations and your demonstration, wealth is moving, shifting, assembling, obeying. And now, beloved, having emptied your mouth of fear, having filled your spirit with decree, having purified the temple of your tongue, and having summoned forth the divine wealth that always was never withheld, only unspokeny charge you by the light of truth. Do not return to the language of lack. Do not retreat to the vocabulary of victimhood. Do not, I say again, do not reverse the current by speaking like one who has forgotten the throne upon which they sit. For this is not about hype, but about holy identity. Not about wishing, but about wielding. Not about desperation, but dominion. And dominion means your mouth is not a mirror. It is a mold. Not a recorder of what is, but a designer of what shall be. Not a parrot of your past, but a prophet of your increase. So let me say clearly and without compromise, never speak small again. Never apologize for declaring what has already been declared in the heavens. Never shrink your sound to make others comfortable. Never tiptoe around divine authority because someone else has not yet remembered theirs. You were born for this. You were formed to form. You were sent to speak, to bless, to activate, to rebuild the ruins of your financial structure with bricks made not of toil, not of timelines, but of truth, cemented with the mortar of bold and sacred decree. So I remind you now, the word builds worlds. Let it build your wealth. The word forms substance. Let it form your surplus. The word commands angels. Let it command opportunity, favor, perfect timing, supernatural connections, wealth beyond your planning, abundance beyond your budget, riches that carry no sorrow, and provision so precise it silences every critic, including the one that once whispered inside your own soul. This is not prosperity fluff. This is metaphysical law. This is divine logic. This is spiritual blueprint. This is the covenant made audible. This is the kingdom transferred into cash flow. This is the sound that precedes supply. This is the language of kings and queens, of priests and prophets, of those who do not work for money but command it by voice, by vibration, by divine legal authority. So speak the rhythm again. I walk in divine wealth. I speak from divine authority. I expect divine results. Say it again, slower, louder. Let every syllable sanctify your cells. Let every phrase become your energetic fingerprint. Let your voice open the gates of provision like a key fits a lock. Like a lion's roar echoes through a valley. Like a trumpet that signals the beginning of harvest. Let the word walk ahead of you and build the roads where your feet shall tread. You don't need more grind. You need more God. You don't need more overtime. You need more overspeech. You don't need to prove your worthiness to wealth. You need to pronounce your oneness with it. You don't need to hustle your way into increase. You need to harmonize your way into overflow. And if all you had was your tongue, your truth, your tone, and your timing, you would have all you need to create, command, collect, and consecrate the abundance that already knows your name. So I ask you now, as you leave this sacred moment, this sanctuary of the spoken word, this throne room of financial transformation, if your words formed your fortune, what would you say today? What would you no longer say? What would you repeat until the heavens reverberate and the earth rearranges itself to match the new script? Say it now. Say it clearly. Say it finally. I walk in divine wealth. I speak from divine authority. I expect divine results. Let it be done unto you as you have spoken. Let it be seen because you have declared. Let it appear, not because you deserved it, but because you decreed it. This is what happens when you speak like a billionaire, when your tongue no longer trembles but thunders, when your words are not inquiries but instruments, when your sentences strike gold in the spirit and draw it forth into form. It is done. Speak again tomorrow. Speak again until the scene matches the spoken. Speak again until silence is no longer your master and wealth is no longer your mystery. Speak again because you now know the truth. The mouth is the gate to every miracle.